Hello everybody and welcome back to LPL English, where we have ourselves another day in Group Ascend. We continue on through week number 6 of the Split 2 of the 2025 season, and we got two best of threes once again coming at you. Fun plus Phoenix versus Anyone's Legends to start things off, and we'll go over to Invictus Gaming versus Team WE after that. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Alk Battery. Alk, we got another fun day of games here on the LPL English. Sometimes it feels like we're doing the same thing over and over again, but every matchup has been really entertaining so far, especially up here at the top of the pack.
At least every night of LPL, 2 teams will win. Sometimes even 3. But yeah, you're back for 2 days in a row. You've got another FPX series. I get it. You know, it starts to feel like exactly.
Did you see Popsley's tweet where it was like each region's win rate this split and everyone's at 50%? that was the latest.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I haven't seen that, but that's genius.
But we are here in the LPL where we do have a 50% win rate across all of our teams, and a lot of a reason because of that is the format, and we can take a look at that right now. We are going to be playing matchups here in Group Ascend, which are the top 10 teams that were sorted out at the start of the season. Group Nirvana will be wrapping up play. First matchups of those kind of closing out will be tomorrow, and then the last game is going to be on Sunday. So this weekend, you're going to get a thrilling conclusion of that Group Nirvana matchups, seeing which teams could be eliminated for the entire season and which teams have a chance to move into that play-in stage.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on Group Nirvana, but the fact that there's a possibility that Royal Never Give Up are going to be eliminated for the rest of 2025, a sad day, potentially, for a lot of longtime LPL fans, and even some of the newer ones. But we take a look at our standings. Yesterday's match for Thunder Talk can guarantee them to be one of the seeds going into play-ins. I know that not too surprising considering how their season has looked, but I mean, you look at that top of the table, and we still have not qualified anybody for top 4, which, as we saw on our format, immediately puts you into playoffs, and you don't have to play a play-ins best of 5.
We're getting closer to that becoming a reality, but yes, not at this point have we had teams locked in specifically for that top 4. Top Esports obviously the closest after they picked up a series win yesterday, but still a little bit of work left to be done. But at this point, some of these teams can start to think about that. One of them being Anyone's Legends, as they're going to be in our first series of the day, up against Fun Plus Phoenix, who, as we said, just coming off of a win yesterday. And these guys are definitely feeling a little bit better about themselves, but maybe not in terms of what they looked like last time these guys faced off, which Anyone's Legends was able to take care of.
At least it was a 2-1, you know. FPX showed up in that first game. They were able to grab the soul. I think this was part of the comeback story for FPX. Kind of similar to another team that we will be seeing later on in today in Team WE. Kind of having some creative team fighting. It feels like when we talk about FPX and we're looking specifically into this matchup, this is going to be very similar to what we saw last time, which is, yes, FPX can maybe take a game, can maybe be a little bit more competitive this time, especially now later on into the season, but AL have continued to look very clean, and despite the hiccup versus BLG, I think we should still look to them to take this series pretty handily.
Yeah, there's a little bit of momentum, maybe not going AL's way, as we just have a lot of weird volatility happening towards the top of the standings right now in the LPL. BLG beating AL, then AL beating Top Esports, and just a lot of back and forth that happened over the past couple of days. But Anyone's Legends, I think they want to prove to the rest of the league that that series against BLG, as you said, was a bit of a fluke, and that, you know, when you play against a team like FPX, who is a little bit further down in Group Ascend, they should be able to take care of business. As you mentioned, it was a 2-1 win for them the last time these two teams faced off, but it has been a while since we've gotten to that point.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like if you're an FPX fan, you might be feeling a little bit better about your chances this time around, because it feels like this team has been scaling into the split.
We're playing a lot better. The meta has also changed again with us going into the Spirit Bloom, so maybe the fact that the game is slowing down gives them some different opportunities to find themselves in the game. But yeah, for FPX, they definitely are going to want to be looking to try to play spoiler here. And when I look at Anyone's Legend, I mean, the thing that's kind of surprising to me is always that, similar to what we were talking about with the schedule, is like one step forward, like maybe one step back. It's like, okay, we lose to Top Esports at the very beginning of the year, but then we're keeping neck and neck with them. We actually end up beating Top Esports now recently in that 2-0. We're like, okay, maybe they're back. Loses to BLG. So you look at the standings, there's still 2 series behind them. So I feel like you're almost never going to really catch up to them unless Top Esports ends up struggling.
Yeah, and they do have a little bit of separation from the rest of the pack, but if they like take a loss here or start to struggle a little bit towards the back half of things, teams like JDG, BLG can certainly jump them. And obviously that top 4 is the most important, and it seems like they are far enough away from teams like Weibo Gaming and IG to potentially lose their spot in top 4, but you always want to make sure you're on your toes. Obviously, we are maybe overreacting a little bit based off of just one series loss, but if things continue to spiral a little bit out of control, that's when we're going to start to have those questions. But let's start talking about our rosters here, beginning with Fun plus Phoenix. Of course, this team just coming off of a victory over Thundertalk, which is the series that they were expected to win. And it was a big one for them because that was their first win in the second round robin. They had a big upswing towards the back half of the first round robin, but have struggled kind of once they have played these rematches against other teams.
Now, I will say, some of their schedule was tough, right? Like, they immediately come off of playing BLG and they beat them 2-1. Then they go up against Top Esports. Then they go up against a BLG that is starting to make a comeback. WE, maybe you can make an argument that, they're supposed to be in the same realm, but yeah, like you were saying, finding that win versus Thundertalk yesterday, I think they're going to need it as a momentum builder, and it kind of feels bad like, hey, you took your freebie versus Thundertalk, here's anyone's legend. Good luck. And then next week it doesn't get any better, right? Like, they play against NIP, which might be a free win, but they also took TES to 3. I don't really know, man.
This has been a really fun team to kind of watch develop, though, because a lot of younger players, I think Kara and Awesome have both been really, really fun to watch as carries. Jue, like, underratedly, has been getting a lot of these MVP votes in their wins and has been a big impactful player for a lot of what Fun plus Phoenix has been able to do in the back half of this season. And then, of course, we have Shadow, who sometimes is able to be the biggest difference maker in the best and the worst ways. So we'll see which version of Shadow we get here in this series against AL. But speaking of AL, let's take a look at them as well, because another roster here that has experience kind of through the roof, specifically towards the top side of the map.
They're performing pretty excellently, especially alongside the expectations. You have this bottom lane, which looks to be, I think, top 3 at bare minimum when we talk about LPL this year, and it really is, I think, going to come down to what this top side does for anyone's legend. Tarzan, despite, I think, the pedigree, I think some of the history that precedes this player, there are just some of those games where it's a bit of a nightmare from him, and we're kind of going again into a slower style of game, slower pace of play. So I wonder if anyone's legend are going to be able to utilize the fact that they have such great carries and they have such a great coaching staff with Tabe at the helm, or is this team going to show a little bit more of that careless attitude that we've kind of seen sometimes from them?
Yeah, I mean, very notable in that series against BLG, obviously. A lot of people have been still kind of, especially towards the start of the year, they were maybe doubting a little bit of how real this run was from anyone's legends, but I think they've truly established themselves as being that top 2, top 3 team at this point. And so the question is now, how much better can they get? Can they turn into a true international threat if we do get to that level of competition? Obviously, Top Esports did not look their best internationally, and so I think a lot of people have been wondering, like, what will the rest of the LPL teams kind of look like at this level, or once we get to that level, if they are able to qualify for a tournament like MSI. And that is going to be little things that we're going to keep an eye on here. Not necessarily like just how they're able to win or lose versus some of these lower-ended teams in Group Ascend, but how they do look kind of as a 5-man unit.
And part of that, again, I think comes down to specifically top lane. I mean, I know we were just focusing on or the 2 solo lanes. We talk about Tarzan. I think that Shanks sometimes has had his really high highs. He's a really clear good team fighter, but I think some of his mechanics sometimes get away from him in some of these fights. And then Flandra in the top lane. This is, part of our matchup. Flandra versus Sheer. Both of them on JDG last year. Obviously, Sheer spending a little bit of time towards the beginning of the year, but as we got closer to internationals and as JDG started to slip, we saw more of Flandra. Despite some of these carries that you might see, like the wonderful Rek'Sai and the Jace, I am still really questioning whether or not we are actually going to get super carry Flandra, because we've seen him in 2025. I think his Rumble is okay. I think he's had a hard time of transitioning some of his lane leads and some of those leads that we see him in side lane to actually bring them as a hard carry. He's always been better on some of these tanks. So I'm hoping that as this year goes on, we get a more a higher development as to what we see from these guys.
Yeah, again, these guys played on the same team last year, 8 years apart in age as well. So just in terms of experience and in terms of, what each of them were able to provide for each other. Obviously on JDG, that season didn't end the way that they might have wanted it to, and now on different paths, lining up against each other right now. I think a lot of people are excited about what a player like Sheer is capable of doing and what he has been able to do so far in his first full split as a starter. And even though it's not on the team that has the highest level of expectations, they're starting to grow a little bit more and more, and he's kind of been able to get himself an opportunity to not necessarily be the focus, right? He can still be on weak side sometimes here for this team. There's other areas where, you know, Care and Awesome can carry as well. And that, I think, has actually opened up the door for Sheer to really blossom into what could be another really strong top laner here that we have in the LPL.
Yeah, one of the things that I think we saw at the very beginning, and maybe we can attribute this a little bit to FPX's woes early on into 2025, was that, yes, he had some of those mechanics, but wasn't really able to kind of join the rest of the team and bring that to team fights. We've started to slowly see that come in, but I think it is so indicative of the style that they require from Sheer. When we look at just last year, he was a great Renekton, Jax, and kind of Cassante player. Coming into 2025, I think his best looks have been on Sion, which is such a different style of champion compared to those three. So I want to see what we get from Sheer. It's obviously a very big test. You're going up against, I think, one of the best tank top laners in the league in Flandra, and I just don't know if we're necessarily going to be seeing a ton of those carries, because even in games where, like, I think of Sheer's Gnar, he hasn't really been able to transition those early game advantages into necessarily winning the game.
Yeah, and that's like kind of the next step for a player like him, right? And something that Flandra has been able to do, I think, pretty well a lot more often, right? Like, this is a guy that, even if he's not doing as well in lane, specifically this season, I feel like it's not necessarily been all the way there. Been able to play the tanks, play the Ornns. The Shen's been rising up in priority too. I wonder if we're going to see that from him as well, a little bit, as that's been really rising up into the meta. So a lot on the line here between these two top laners, the master versus the student. We get another little iteration of that in our next series as well, with IG taking on EDG. So make sure, or sorry, not EDG, Team W. So make sure you stick around for that. But we are about to get ready for these walkouts to commence. Once again, Anyone's Legends against Fun Plus Phoenix. We don't expect this to necessarily be the closest series. I think a lot of people would favor Anyone's Legends, but the question is, what are we going to see out of FPX, right? Are we going to see them be able to take a game like they did last time around? How far can they continue to punch up against the top teams that we have here in Group of 7?
Graves, you've got to sell me on this, man, because you told me during the pre-show when we were waiting for us to go live, this feels like a trap series for Anyone's Legend. So I need you, as the impromptu FPX apologist, give me and the fans some reasons as to how you can see FPX take tonight in a convincing fashion.
Convincing fashion, it's not going to happen. If FPX are going to win, it's
in
gonna
any
be,
fashion.
It's going to be in a 2-1. I'm looking at the mid jungle here for Fun Plus Phoenix. Care and Shadow have had games where they have looked like they could compete towards the top of the table. And as you said, we've seen some inconsistencies from Tarzan. We've seen some inconsistencies from Shanks as well in the mid lane. Who is probably a player that is, you know, a very strong player in the LPL, but compared to maybe the rest of his team, not as high up on those tier lists. And so if we can see Shadow and Care have like a really good game, if we can see Sheer be able to take control of that top lane a little bit more, as Flandra, you know, maybe hasn't been as dominant as he has been in Split's past, I think that's where a team like the FPX can maybe take an advantage. Plus the fact that it's the LPL, and you never really get what you fully are expecting here. So I think the fact that we did label AL as the favorites mean that maybe they are walking into a bit of a trap.
You're still scarred after last night, man. That NIPTS series did something to you,
How
bro.
is that supposed to be a 3-game series? I mean, it was great to watch. It was very entertaining, but
yeah,
I'm not convinced by anyone at this point. I think the long story short.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, one of the most fun stories that we got to track in the last split was TES rising from the lower bracket. We got to see Cream pick up his first ever LPL trophy and then do it through beating some of the most legendary mids to ever play in the LPL. So, you're right. Crazy is our game, and anything can really happen here in the LPL. As we get our walkouts, it's going to be FPX out first. And as you saw a little bit before, our 1v1 for side select is going to be between Care and Kyle, which, if history tracks in these 1v1 so far, FPX should be getting side select, as none of our supports have been able to get a win when they are thrown to the wolves of the 1v1.
I wonder if it's like a bet that, like, okay, if it's a bet that the result is Kyle playing the 1v1, do you think Kyle wants this to happen, or you think his teammates want this to happen as like a for fun, like watch him be subjected to this experience?
It would be pretty funny, you know. Sometimes you gotta torment your teammates. Considering he is one of the lone Korean speakers alongside Tarzan, and at least last time we heard from Tabe a few months ago, Tarzan's Chinese is coming along at least a lot better than Kael's. I don't know how much fun that would be for Kael or the rest of his teammates. I think the headcanon I'm going to go with is that Tabe knows down the line they are going to play red side games, especially going first into a series. This is a low-stakes series, I think, for them, all things considered, especially the fact that FPX are such underdogs coming into this, that throw Kael in, get a first-game red side draft, and, you know, let's test the waters. Let's actually experiment here in the full Fearless system and see what else we can grab. Because I feel like AL have been one of the few teams that actually feels like they are using the draft purposefully a lot of the time anyway.
I'm warning you, my brother. That is exactly the kind of mentality, the kind of thinking that gets you to lose this series if you're anyone's Legends. Like, not taking it seriously. We're going to throw our support in a 1v1. That's step one right now if Tabe is kind of thinking that same way. Which, again, in terms of the stakes, maybe not the highest. I think most people expect for anyone's Legends to be kind of slotted into that top 4 at the end of this double round robin. And for FPX to be in the bottom 4, bottom 6, competing in that play-ins, I think more often than not. And so we'll see how exactly, you know, these teams do kind of treat this. But in terms of our favorites and our expectations being flipped upside down, it could start with a situation like this in the 1v1.
If Kael brings the first win for supports, then hell man, I'll take it. Surprisingly, the only supports that I've played, if my memory is still serving me correctly, it is Kael and On. They're the only two to play in these 1v1s across both Group Nirvana and Group Ascend. Good luck fact checking that one. So we're going to get already through most of these bans. It seems like the Jace and the Corki kind of sticking. Now, if we get Varus versus Draven, it'll be significantly more fun than anything else.
I was actually looking at the bans. Has anyone played Poppy? I feel like that would actually be low-key a bit of a nice cheese strategy because you can if you send them out of the Ring of Fire with the Keeper's Verdict. I mean, like, if you miss it, you're cooked, right? But if you hit it, like, that could be kind of fun. I don't know. Shout out to Care for banning that one away, respecting the Kael Poppy, which he has been able to play a little bit in the support position as well. But it is a Draven versus Varus that we're going to get in this 1v1, so a lot of fighting, I would assume, especially from this Draven.
Yeah. Okay, I have our only Poppy game. Our only Poppy 1v1 game was in Split 1. It was Rookie versus Care. Care played the Poppy, and he ended up winning. It was his Poppy versus Rookie Zed.
I need to go back and watch this now, because if it was a situation where he hammered him away from the hammered him straight into the Ring of Fire, and he just had no chance, just burned down, that would have been phenomenal. But
I think that's probably I feel like I would remember that, but also again, my memory could be wrong. I have a feeling that Rookie Zed was not all that good. Also, it's really hard for Zed to kill Poppy, especially after, you know, a couple items come on through.
That's true. Not going to get it this time, though. We're going to get 2 marksmen between 2 players that don't play the marksman role, Care and Kael. Once again, side select on the line for this 1v1. We have not seen a support player take a victory here on the Abyss this season. Will it be this time? We're about to find out as we start things off here. Our first little taste of gameplay today on the LPL.
Okay, so we're getting Draven versus Varus. Now, Varus should outrange the Draven. I don't think you really want to get into a long trade versus this guy. We're seeing this now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Whitestack's doing a lot of work here. Care still has both of his summoner spells. Pops the barrier, but actually might have to head back to base a little bit earlier than anticipated. That is not the best start for the FPX mid laner, and that was him actually catching Kyle base jump. So
we opted into this trade, guys. Like, we're going to miss out on probably the first half of this mini wave, if not a little bit more. Kyle's also going to... this is not looking good. This is not going well.
Guys, could it be the support? Could it be history being made? The first support to win a 1v1 here in the LPL for side selection. Maybe they thought it was a bit of a meme. Maybe they thought it was going to get some practice on red side here, Alk, but I don't know. Maybe blue side's in order here. Does already get that plate, heads back with just a little bit of extra itemization, that dagger getting picked up here, so not going to be too big of a deal. Still 1 summoner spell advantage over to Care. He does have the flash, while Kyle has neither of his combos.
All right, you were right. I went and checked it out. Care hit him with the Poppy ult right towards
That's
the end of the
awesome.
Ring of Fire.
That's fire. That's great. So he knew the strategy. He was like, I'm not letting this happen to me because I know that Kyle plays Poppy too. So he banned that away. He knew better.
All right. Well, again, every time I talk about these 1v1s, and I think across our broadcast team, we have recognized that sometimes they get into a bit of a stalemate. There's a bit of a ping-pong in some minion waves. Care's in a bit of a tricky spot, though. I mean, literally, Kyle can just press E, yep, EQ, force a flash, yep. That's basically how you should be playing almost every single Varus matchup, is you land the E first so that you can try to maximize the ability that your Q is going to land.
And with the W activated there for Kyle, it would have been fatal if Care did get hit by that piercing arrow. Does have the Vamp Scepter to keep himself healthy enough by just hitting the wave, but certainly just never in a good position to fight at this point. Likely want to crash one of these waves in, maybe hit level 6 to just throw the ultimate out and then head right back to base, try to farm up a little bit more, pick up some more items.
Oh,
Kyle
wait,
has
a
level
flash.
6. There comes the chain of crumbs and he whips it!
Kyle!
Still the Ignite going to be used here, but he whips the arrow as well. The barrier comes out. Will it be enough? Care gets the kill! Oh, Kyle, you had all the opportunity in the world and just barely unable to succeed.
What did I just tell you, Kyle? We land the E first. I'm sure you can see it in the pictures right now. Kyle, Tabe's standing right behind him. He also has Hope standing or sitting right next to him. Like, surely one of these two guys who are pretty high rated on the solo queue ladder, both of them, should at least be able to micromanage their support.
I mean, that should have been that should have been a kill.
He
missed the
E
ulti
first?
and he missed the Q. Oh, that's a shame. That's truly a shame. We are suddenly in a bit of a pickle if we are support fans or anyone's Legends fans or just Kyle fans here, because it was a real good opportunity for the anyone's Legends support to take this 1v1. And now there's a BF sword and a pickaxe in inventory for Karis. He was able to cash in on the Draven as well as, of course, picking up the kills, the gold from the kill. So he's going to be very, very dangerous moving forward.
All right, well, Care, this is what I want to see from you. One, if you are able to just farm for the rest of this time up until that 7-minute Ring of Fire comes out, one, good job. Two, let's try to use. Wait,
it's over. We just press the R button. There we go. I mean, look, it was such a gold dip at that point. We never got a toggle of it, but it was pretty extreme. So Kara gets that one kill, then is able to get the second very easily. Still think Kyle should have been able to pull that one out if we just hit the ultimate, if we hit that chain of corruption. But regardless, it's gonna be fun plus Phoenix getting side select. So maybe if your theory is right, Alk, Tabe did get what he wanted at the end of the day.
Tabe is just like, it's okay, Kyle. We'll get him next time. And just there's like an evil smile in his mind, just like, they don't know. He's like, I set my boy up for failure. He's already leaked Stract once, okay? He did that one time. He leaked the strats on the world's broadcast. So I'm hopefully doing the same to him. I'm trying to repay all those years ago for RNG.
And what do you know? FPX do choose blue side. Of course, we were talking about it. The flat Veristar hits all explosion Florida.
We're a couple thousand miles away from that happening, but I appreciate
maybe
it
tens of thousands of miles, yeah, from China, from where
you are closer to my Florida fridge than I am right now. Actually,
that is true. We are, dodging away from it here. As, we're getting ready for the draft of game number 1. I want to hear your thoughts about this because I was talking to Cubby about on the broadcast, but he was saying that now potentially that like high prio bot lanes are going to be like the focus here. Maybe sometimes the Lucian lanes are going to be picked up. There could be opportunities for red side to become more valuable because you have the opportunity to just handshake a bot lane pick and then find counter picks, find R5s. So I don't know what your thoughts on that.
I would say if we were in the normal drafting scenario where we are no longer in Fearless, where there are no champions banned for the rest of the series, yes. And generally, I do think that red side does have a place in Fearless and being able to have side select as well. But I just think that junglers are at such a high premium, especially in these drafts, as we'll see already Nefiri being taken away, and Vi as well being a champion that is such a high priority when she is up and available that I think until we maybe fix the jungler problem, I don't think we're going to be seeing too much of our bottom lanes. But who knows? Remember, this could be our first time we end up seeing this. So Nico, unsurprisingly, it's a great ban against Jui, but also has just been one of the breakout stars in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, specifically for a player like Jui as well, who was playing it even at the start of the split before it was the most meta out of, you know, all the supports, but really rising into priority now that you can poke here on the Nico, that the laning phase has been extended for a couple of minutes with the grubs being spawned at a bit of a later timer. And so the Vi is going to be banned away here to round out this first phase, giving FPX the opportunity to pick a number of power picks that are still available. You know, we talked about the Lucian, the Talia has really risen in priority, and that's going to get selected first for Care.
Okay, I like the Talia. Definitely just gives them the ability to set up, and again, with the game slowing down, adding that ability for her to have a few more timers to actually think about when she wants to go into side lane. And so, kind of thinking about what Shanks would want to go to, I feel like this is actually a great counter to his champion pool, not only with the Azir being taken away, but also things like the Akali that he has been known for, the Ahri as well. So, looks like we're just going for a pretty old combo. We're going for the Sejuani and Yone, despite Yone getting some changes and definitely dropping down in terms of priority.
I feel like at this point in the meta, the only time you see Yone's get picked up is when it's in tandem with the Sejuani here, which is going to be the situation here. Still a lot of good synergy as we have seen a lot here in the LPL. The response for FPX is going to be that Pantheon, likely going towards Shadow in the jungle. Some really good synergy there with the Talia in the mid lane. That point and click CC is so important, especially when you have this Talia on your team.
Also just really strong kits on level 3, just between these two alone. And that side laning, something that Flandra has been known for so far in this split. Feels like for FPX, they've picked up a lot of champions so far that, yes, they have great team fighting. I feel like more so this is about having strong lanes, strong representation early on into the game, and wanting to try to have a goal lead around 14-15 minutes so they can push AL on the map.
And so here we go into that second phase here. I think this top side of Gwen, Sejuani, Yone has been very, very popular across all regions. Yeah. And so kind of surprised that FPX allowed AL to pick this one up. It does mean that they will have their pick at countering this Gwen that will likely go towards Flandre up top lane, but you can now see in the second ban phase that AL is already preparing for potential counters into it. We saw the Akali from Solo Kill yesterday from NIP into it. I don't know if that's necessarily Upshear's wheelhouse, but he is somebody who enjoys playing bruisers, playing assassins, so who knows at this point if that actually is on the table.
Wonder if he maybe tries to go for a bit of a different matchup. Maybe he goes for the Kennen. You can already see that they do have a Yone and they have the Sejuani. So if these champions are going to be jumping into you, kind of invite a Kennen to come on through. But you see that the 80 carries being focused away, especially with the Misfortune. You're okay with Kai'Sa being given over. Does mean that if you do give that champion over to Hope and the rest of anyone's Legend, that you come into a fight at like 20 minutes and you're kind of really asking to potentially put the game up for sale for the side of FPX. So, okay, getting rid of Braum instead. Good block for the Misfortune ult.
What is the bot lane going to be selected here for anyone's Legends? Already a ton of dive, a ton of good frontline presence here for AL. I think, you know, maybe a tank support for Kyle could be good, or we could kind of opt towards more of that lane dominant focus 2v2 that we've seen rise in priority just a little bit. Instead, it's going to be the Corki, which does provide a good backline threat in terms of damage for Hope.
Okay. Depending on the support matchup, this could actually be a pretty volatile one. I am seeing an Alistar on 5 here for Kyle. Unless FPX are going to be able to take this away, I think an Alistar does so many wonders for this team versus a Pantheon, versus trying to disengage against whatever support. So good job from FPX to be able to steal that away. Now, a pick here coming in for Sheer. You now know majority of this draft. I still like Kennen here, if that's going to be the option. You could try to go for an R. There's not too many lanes, but into the Gwen might be a little bit difficult. Okay, we're picking the Jax. That is fine, too.
It's a classic here for Sheer. Somebody that kind of has made his name on champions like this. It's going to be that Poppy, actually, locked in on 5 for anyone's Legends. There's a decent amount of dashes here. I mean, I don't know how well the synergy is or the matchup is against the Alistar. It seems a little bit hard to kind of cancel that out. What I do see here is the ability for AL to set up numbers advantages for themselves and collapse here with Gwen and Yone flanks with the help of Kyle's Steadfast or Keeper's Verdict knocking some people away.
I think one thing that we're going to have to keep track of is these two bottom lanes. In my mind, it should be easier for Hope and Kyle to get priority of the mid wave, but once those first items start to come on through, FPX can kind of bully around and have Assume move around the map a lot quicker than his opponents. And for AL, how do they play side lanes? One of the issues I've had so far with Anyone's Legend early on into the season is that sometimes Flandre gets a little bit lost in the side lanes and what he's actually able to accomplish. I think that having a Poppy does end up helping that when it comes to those 4v4s. And now I'm looking at FPX. You have two potential globals. You have a Jax that's going to do well into a large portion of Anyone's Legends draft. How are FPX going to be able to attack the rest of the map? Can they stay solid with this bottom lane? And can we see Sheer and Shadow actually link up and create pressure in the early game? Just this Jax and Pantheon are such a dangerous duo to deal with, but we saw yesterday they had some early game flubs in their matchup versus Thunder Talk.
It didn't end up mattering too much as they were able to take control specifically of that game number 1, but some oopsies absolutely for FPX, as this has been a team that has been up and down. You know, they lost a lot of their games to open up the season, then really got hot at the end of the first round robin. Now finally, after a bit of struggles to open up the second round of games, will that win over Thunder Talk provide that momentum against one of the top teams that we have here in the LPL? We're trying to break some momentum in a bad way in their own right here in AL. Of course, taking a loss to BLG just a couple of days ago. This is their first series back, wanting to prove they're still at the top of the table here in Group Ascend. We're on to the riff for game number 1 of the day between Fun Plus Phoenix and Anyone's Legend.
Goddamn, those FPX fans. I feel bad for them. I know we were kind of going over the Jayos there, but AL, more representation. It's been a while since FPX has been a top team here in the LPL. I think the closest that they actually had at that was last year's roster, but hey, Milky Way and a lot of these guys have kind of gone their separate ways, so we'll see if Fun Plus Phoenix can end up rising from the ashes and hopefully bring them to a much larger standing here, maybe even a bid in playoffs, again, with that play-in system as we get to the end of these this round of play.
Yeah, and something I continue to bring up here is that even if top 4 is maybe a little bit far away for some of these teams like FPX, just using these series against top teams, even if you're not going to necessarily be the favorites here, if you can learn a lot from them and use them to get yourself into as strong of a point as possible, you're going to have a do-or-die best-of-5 in a couple of weeks, you know, and that could decide if you make it to the postseason or not, if you're in Group Ascend again. And so that's going to be very important here for a team like FPX. We already see some heavy trading down in the bottom lane. Ignite popped for Kyle, but it's cleansed away from by Assume, so quick little interaction there to start things off in this game.
Junglers both headed up towards top side, so potentially not going to have that for level 2 here for Kyle and Hope. And this is what I was talking about when we were talking about from draft, that early on Hope and Kyle should be able to bully this bottom lane, but as items start to come through, especially as Assume gets access to the Bloodthirster, that'll be something that, you know, we kind of take a look on. Flandre, I'm pretty sure he just solo kills him when he has this next EF. He has Ignite.
Okay, doesn't actually end up using the Ignite. Pops the Counter-Strike here for Sheer. Now actually has healed up a lot from the Biscuit, so I think that Flandre might have had a kill angle there, but opted not to utilize it just yet. The wave is pushing into him.
Oh wait, look at Shadow. Shadow's going in
here.
early.
Shadow's on the way as well, as we already see some summoner spells being popped once again in the bottom lane. Ignite used on the Hope, as Assume and Jue in a very powerful position right now. They're waiting for Jue's next set of cooldowns, but they're not going to find another combo here. Meanwhile, Shadow did back off as Tarzan was in the area, but they do have a nice ward around that Tri-Brush, so Sheer will know when to play defensive.
All right, that was cheeky. I mean, there was a pretty big wave stacking there for Sheer. It seems like FPX wanted to make sure that their top side got the push in. They did get a ward in Tri-Brush, so they'll see Tarzan if he decides to cross through this brush, but he's actually going to flip a little bit. He's going to go towards his red. He's going to be a little bit late for this scuttle. And a good job coming in from the bottom lane as well from FPX. This is a strength of their draft. Have strong early lanes, try to push AL individually on the map, and then hopefully you're able to kind of get some of those early game objectives, maybe some early gold for yourself to pad some of what is an expected gap between these two teams in terms of skill.
Yeah, and already bot lane here going well for FPX with Assume and Dway. Remember, Assume got a pentakill on this champion just a couple of days ago. So the misfortune has been eaten good here for the FPX 80 carry. As we'll see how far that can transition into later stages here. I do feel like the MF is a little bit hard to play into this composition for anyone's Legend specifically. I feel like there's so much dive threat that it's going to be very difficult to try to proc that bullet time and really hit all the targets at the same time.
Yeah, that's kind of where I see Alistar having to do a lot of heavy lifting. Same thing with Shadow. These two are going to have to provide peel. Shadow trying to go for a pretty cheeky lane gank here. Flandre will be able to push this in. He's now used his ward. Shadow's not going to get seen.
Playing very safe. I feel like Flandre knows something might be going on here, so he might actually fully channel this back while the bot lane of AL is actually rotating up to the top lane. So an interesting situation that we see here. There's no grubs to fight over, but it just seems like they want to try to get Flandre out of this lane.
I think this makes sense, knowing that the problem that I think might occur now is that Flandre is very susceptible to a gank, especially without flash. But this also just frees up the supports. You can see right now that Joy is actually sitting through or trying to path through mid lane. She has to be a little bit careful. Wow, that doesn't land into the wall. That could have potentially forced out a summoner spell there, but ends up not being the case. I think that's probably why Flandre played a little bit safe there. He's like, well, we know there's no one on Raptors right now, so Pantheon might be in the vicinity again.
So backing off instead, allowing for Hope and Kyle to take over the top side of the map here. Because again, there's not really much to fight over right now. If you are FPX, hitting the dragon wouldn't be the worst situation in the whole world, but instead, it looks like they are going to send Joy up to the top side to try to reinforce Sheer, make sure he's able to collect all these waves without being in any sort of significant danger.
Oh, they're actually swapping again. So, or I should say that now FPX are starting to match this swap. They're going to have Sheer come on through. This is pretty good for Flandre, just being able to avoid some of the Jax lane, hopefully freeze a little bit of this as well so he can try to get his level 6 a little bit sooner. And especially with the Ignite, there might be an all-in right before the grub spawn, and that could potentially set up a numbers advantage for AL and a little bit of gold in their favor.
I still don't fully understand why we're swapping when we still have 2 minutes until the grub spawn, but you know what? You do you. FPX, and now they're getting targeted here by Tarzan, who's coming in for a bit of a gank. Arctic Assault comes through, and now Shadow here to join the party. Remember, Hope still has the summoner spells available, so he's just going to be able to valk away. Nice use of the steadfast presence by Kyle as well.
I thought that was very smartly played by Kyle. We saw him use the dash there just to make sure that he's on top of his carries. Then he preps up with the steadfast presence to make sure that they get out of that. So despite nothing really going on, I think we get to see into the mind of some of the mechanics there from Kyle. Why didn't he see this during the 1v1, man? Whatever. We're going to be seeing the top sides go over to FPX. Maybe all of his mechanics are stored in the Poppy left hand. We'll see. They are getting a push, and I think part of the reason why they wanted to make sure that they could try to match is, well, yes, it would be a free lane for Awesome on this Misfortune, but making sure that they can get vision prior to this objective spawning is maybe a little bit important. It does mean that AL get their reset in first. There'll be a little bit less in terms of economy, but they'll have a little bit more flexibility as to which side of the map they want to play.
Those grubs are spawning in less than a minute's time, so again, only one spawn of them, so adds a little bit of extra pressure to try and contest in one way or the other, as we have not seen a dragon being started up by anybody just yet. Shadow and Joy, I should say, are maybe hovering around, just getting some vision around the pit. It is an ocean dragon to start things off here in game number 1. But for now, this kind of chill setups here. The bot lane's been rotated to the mid lane. This is a little bit earlier than you might have expected, but now with level 6 opened up here for Awesome, allows for that extra threat in the mid lane if anybody tries to go too far forward on it.
Okay, we'll see what ends up happening here. Kyle is down, but there is still a flash here from Sheer, and there's a pretty big wave, so I don't think Flandre's going to be able to match, but Tarzan's on his way as well.
Got Sheer to the wall. They popped the steadfast presence early to make sure that Sheer cannot use that leap strike, and finally will be able to once that cooldown, or once that spell was fully issued. Just a little bit of damage onto the Jax right now, as that does buy time for FPX to head towards the top side.
Okay, one part that we haven't been noticing is that while Kyle has been on the roam around the map a lot, he's taken a few recalls, he is half a level down on the opponent. So Jway has access to the Unstoppable Force. There's a Pantheon ult coming down for Shanks.
Yeah, the Fate Seal does hit onto 2, but Soul Unbound already coming out. It's going to be Shanks in a whole lot of trouble in the top lane, and Care is the one to secure first blood for Fun Plus Phoenix.
Well played. Let's see if there's an answer in mid. Tarzan is going to be able to take enemy Raptors. was looking to see if Awesome would step a little bit too far up. I think with them using a lot of summoner spells there, it's a free wave going in for this Talia. And some missed gold from Anyone's Legend, but not going to be the grubs going over their way. They'll have vision that this is happening. I think if AL get all 3 grubs, this is very problematic now. You're going to be giving a full set of grubs, plus the fact that they're empowered now to a team that has a Gwen and a Yone. I'm very worried here. I think I need to see FPX move on in, muscle their way through this, and at least steal one of them.
Use a lot of their cooldowns, though, to get that kill originally onto Shanks. And so now there's no Grand Starfall to jump in. Looks like Shadow instead is focusing on doing that blue buff. So going to be a little bit late to the party.
Oh.
Tarzan's able to pick up all 3 on his own. And so that's a big win for Anyone's Legend. As you said, the split pushers, the side laners here for this team, going to really be happy by having those extra grubs.
If you missed out some of the new changes, there's only one kind of Otacon that spawns. There is the new grubs. There's only one set of grubs that ends up spawning. Some of the timers have also been shifted for Herald and grubs and all these kinds of things spawning. So some changes all around. It has slowed down the pace of play when we talk about which objectives are up on the map. But 3 grubs means that now Void Mites are going to be spawned, and it's a lot stronger than 6 grubs last time around. We'll see if FPX can kind of open up some of those more map plays. Again, we wanted to see with having a Misfortune and this Pantheon and Talia to play a little bit more to your side lanes. And we've seen it once, and while they were able to get that kill onto Shanks, I think giving up of those grubs and not even being able to really get all that much across the lanes. I mean, Shear's even, you're barely even here in mid lane and the mid lane matchup. So AL are okay with where we are in the game.
Yeah, I think when we get later on into this one, it's not going to be the full straight-up 5v5s that AL are going to try to utilize. It's trying to create situations where they can catch people out, influence those side lanes, and create kind of mismatches in terms of the fights that they do end up taking. A lot of skirmishing is available here for this Anyone's Legends team composition. On the other side for FPX, maybe more towards that full 5v5, just whenever you have a champion like the Misfortune. But they can play the semi-global game as well. They have this Pantheon Talia combo, which is very effective in that regard.
I think right now, Kyle, despite playing a lot of the map a little bit better than his counterpart, the fact that we haven't really seen FPX really utilize the fact that they had that unstoppable, or the unbreakable will there to really move the needle, has been really good to see. And again, Kyle and Hope have been some of the most impressive bot lanes. The fact that these two have been playing together for so long now as a long-term project for Anyone's Legend, I think it's pretty impressive as well to kind of see them continue their level of success now. Shanks trying to fish for a summoner spell from Tear.
To find it. Instead, the target's going to be Flandre down to the bot side. Shadow coming in with the Grand Starfall. Flandre doing a lot of damage to Needlework. Doesn't hit its full proc onto Sheer, which means that he'll be able to survive. And Shadow will jump in and finish off the kill. The last tick of the Ignite, just barely not enough.
Okay, well, let's see how much more can FPX get. It's going to be AL. Going to go for an entire wave. Care should be able to teleport. And they are the ones that have grubs. So FPX are going to start this up. They needed to help him, though. Like, Awesome needs to move. Like, we need to secure this dragon right now. Huge win for AL. I don't care that Flandre ended up dying. He'll TP and catch this wave. We just leashed over the dragon to Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, so the neutral objective game going very well for Anyone's Legend so far, whereas FPX have been able to find some kills, but that's not going to matter too much if you aren't able to, use that to snowball your leads even further. So we'll see what Shadow and Care are going to be able to do with that extra bit of gold that they do have. A little bit of farm advantage for Awesome as well. It means that overall FPX have themselves about a 1,000 gold lead. And as long as they can fight around some of the next spawns of objectives, I think they'll be okay. But Anyone's Legends have put themselves in a decent position by just picking those up. As Shanks going in onto Joy, but actually eating a ton of damage on the back end of that by Care.
Joy is again playing this game very, very well. Already coming out in my mind as a early frontrunner for MVP if they do end up winning this game. But we'll see. Trying to set up a dive here. Everybody from Anyone's Legend is starting to move, so it might just be a prioritization of these plates before they go down in 40 seconds. Poppy's in the area. Shadow is providing vision down onto Tarzan. And it will be first move coming out, or second move, sorry, from this Corki, who is taking control of mid. So as long as AL don't lose all that much, it does mean that there's going to be a pretty good amount of gold going over to Anyone's Legend. And again, they have first items from FPX. I think you're really looking for a fight within the next minute or so, as Herald is going to be spawning soon.
Very interesting posturing that went on around that top side, as it just ended up being another plate picked up here for Fun Plus Phoenix, so no kills actually donated over. As Jenks keep these seismic shoves that come out from Care, he's been on a really good marker so far in terms of hitting those onto a champion that does have a decent amount of mobility. So Jenks is still chunked out to about half HP. It's going to be very hard for them to continue to try to defend this tower unless reinforcements do arrive.
I think FPX have, so far, despite giving over 3 grubs, done a great job of, kind of mitigating some of the losses that we would see with the Void Mites, making sure that they're keeping them pushed. The only thing that is maybe a little bit worrisome to me is the fact that mid lane has been hammered away at so much. Again, Hope got some time there. We got to see eventually this mid lane duo as well kind of push a little bit. So they're starting to get small wins here, and so FPX, they have like an 1,800 gold lead. I think it's not bad. You see kind of across the lanes, really against this top side for FPX is where a lot of that gold is situated, but I'm looking at this 10 seconds before this Herald spawns, and with them resetting now, I mean, AL are on a huge spike right now. If Flandre can make sure he hits level 11 and finishes that Riftmaker, I'm looking at this team and I'm saying, we have Blade of the Ruin King done on our Yone. Hell, we should be looking for fights.
Speaking of fights, maybe you should try to find a 2v1 gank on to Sheer, but Sheer's actually going a little bit aggressive here in this situation because he knows that Shadow can jump in with the Grand Starfall, but it might just be a little bit too late. Kyle joins as well, and that is the signal for FPX to abandon the play and let their top laner go down. So AL finally on the board, the kill going over to Tarzan.
Is this a full turret, though? Tarzan can come into the area. You'll be able to steal Krugs. Yeah, that's the first turret going down. I mean, hell, this is what happens on a side lane. You always have to be able to match the team that has 3 grubs now, and that's that's the feat of turret taking, going over to anyone's legend. If they're able to grab at least another 2 kills first, I think you're fine with that. You're going to now see the Herald being started here by FPX. I don't think there's going to be much rebuttal from the side of anyone's legend, as they're pretty late to this play.
I'm not going to lie, Alk, you just said like the feat of turret taking or whatever. They got super lazy after the first one. Feat of Warfare, very cool name. Then it's
Epic Monster Slaying, that kind of work.
It's still kind of lame. It's just exactly what the name is here. It's Kyle might be slaying himself as there comes the bullet time opened up here by Awesome. And the Feats of Warfare, that's the good name, picked up here by FPX, and they want more than just that. They want another fight here. Flash comes forward here for Dway. 2-man Paul does come out. Shanks with the flash on out. Teleport coming in. It's going to be Sheer trying to join the party here, as the Unbreakable Will has already been popped here by the Alistar. And FPX is 5 men strong. Going in onto this tier 2 turret, they should be able to take it down.
This is just wonderful play from them. They're over-forcing, making sure that they can try to brute force some of these plays. They're able to at least get a ton of summoner spells, right, alongside that kill onto Kyle. For anyone's legends, you're saying, okay, we lost a little bit of gold, we lost 2 turrets, but Hope got some time in mid lane. Maybe this Corki will be a really big menace on 2 items, and it's kind of what you're going to be leaning on as this game goes forward. They still have the Rift Herald as well, so despite this Dragon now going over to anyone's legend, assumably, we're going to be able to see them start to contest a little bit more. This is part of the strength of their draft, having these legendary 2v2 duo. We'll check it again in the replay. Joy and Shadow have played this game, I think, very, very well with the fact that they're using this Alistar Pantheon. Talia connects over the wall as well, and just utilizing some of the strength of just having a misfortune on your team.
Yeah, bullet time might have been a little bit maybe unnecessary.
It's a participation award.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly. Yeah, we're not going to have it for this dragon fight, which is the only reason why not maybe the best situation for them to use it that early. And speaking of, it does mean that anyone's legend actually do gain some control over this here.
Wow.
Is in here by Flandre. So another dragon secured by AL. As the Rift Herald is popped here by FPX, Glacier Prison comes out, it only lands on a Shadow. You can block out any remaining damage that does come through. But now, it's anyone's legend split up a little bit here, as the counter-strike from Sheer does connect here on
Shanks.
to Flandre, and the Gwen is just going down. Shanks has to dash on out. It's a numbers advantage now here for Fun Plus Phoenix. They're going for the Grand Starfall. Shadow wants to make this a fight win for FPX. It's traded back. Sheer with a 3-man stun over the wall, but he's to flash right back out because he's going to be taking that tower aggro a little bit too quickly. So another back out here for FPX, but they do go 2 for 1 on the fight.
Why are we teleporting into this fight, Flandre? I mean, at FPX, they give up the dragon, yes, But I'm just saying, hey, that was a huge wave top lane that was going to crash for Gwen. That could have been another turret being gained by anyone's legend. They overcommit to the play, and those are just more kills going over. I think that, I mean, the fact that FPX ended up overplaying their hand towards the back end of this, as anyone's legend, how are we ever getting in? There's a misfortune in this Alistar thing positioning so well to stop both sides of the fight. Sheer just ends up stepping forward. Thank you to our observers on the LPL side. Just showing Shanks right down the middle, right down the straights, ends up missing both ends of FPX. And another 2 kills going over to the FunPlus Phoenix. This was the overforce, but I think just getting more summoner spells, and I think FPX feeling a little too cheeky. They're like, okay, we're already winning, let's slow down the game now.
And, you know, we keep talking about, hey, AL are the favorites here. They're the ones getting the neutral objectives, but all of a sudden you take a look up, it's 2,500 gold lead for FPX. A lot of that going towards the mid jungle right now as Shadow and Care, who, you know, I highlighted them going into this series, doing very well for themselves, having a great game on this Pantheon Talia combo. So the gold is going to start to matter a little bit more. We're seeing it in fruition in some of these fights. Obviously, there's some misexecution on some of the players for AL in these situations, but it does show that FunPlus Phoenix are able to contest against one of these top teams here, at least in game 1.
All right, Jue's coming up towards top side. You can see that right now AL are focused on trying to get this turret. Shadow by himself should be able to hold this. We're getting the teleport now coming in from Sheer.
Backmix doesn't connect, and with the teleport being a little bit delayed by Sheer, it means that everybody on AL should be able to escape at least from now. Weaver's Wall does come out to try to block somebody off, but it's actually just going to block off FPX from the rest of the fight. Jue's on a flank. He could potentially go over the wall with a Hex Flash and find an opportunity here. He goes into the Tribe Rush and now has bought some space here for FunPlus Phoenix. AL still has Shanks to the bottom side. He has his teleport available if he wants to use it. Autocon is already at half HP. Tarzan going to try to find some way to get into the pit, but the fight's already been started by Shadow. Bullet time plus the knockup is going to try to lock down Kyle. The Poppy's still somehow alive and will be able to live, but Shanks, he teleports straight to his doom, and Care picks up the kill. It's a 1-for-1 as Jue fell on the other side, and the health bar is not necessarily in a great position for FunPlus Phoenix, so they're going to have to peel away from this Autocon and go back to base without it being secured.
I mean, you just got the teleport out from Shanks. You're able to go 1-for-1 there. I think you are perfectly fine with that as FPX. They save the turret. They're also able to save their mid laner here. I think that FPX, some mis-execution in some of that fight, but still, we wanted to see them carry an early game gold lead going into this game. We're now 20 minutes, they still have a gold lead, and I think they're really starting to pull Anyone's Legend across the map. Again, this is Anyone's Legend who picked up the 3 grubs by themselves. This teleport comes in, again, Jue with a fantastic engage, and he gives his life to make sure that Flandra does not get into his back line. I think just appropriately tanking a lot of the focus from Anyone's Legend.
And Shanks just got immediately seismic shoved as soon as he popped through. Really nice timing from Care specifically on the Talia. You saw the little damage dealt chart at the bottom after that fight ended up happening. Shanks is 0 damage. He was crowd controlled straight 100 to 0 after being in the bot side for the start of that fight, coming in with the teleport. So a big loss in terms of that summoner spell as well as just that gold going over. And FunPlus Phoenix continuing to keep themselves at a lead. However, the advantage now for Anyone's Legend is that the fact that they were able to pick up the first 2 dragons of this game, the third one spawning in 30 seconds. It'll be an Infernal Soul point for them if they're able to pick it up. And FPX definitely are aware of that and are going to want to fight around it soon.
But you look at some of the item spikes coming on through, I'm just seeing this Pantheon with Black Cleaver plus having the Sundered Sky. He is incredibly strong. Care's on 2, Awesome's on 2. I'm looking at AL, and we're still behind the curve a little bit here. We're still waiting on a shield bow from Shanks. We're still waiting on the second item from Tarzan. So I don't know if this is really the greatest spot. We've put a lot of pressure on someone like Hope to hit his item spikes. And hey, I mean, hell, he's gotten the Trinity Force and the Muramana. But now with this dragon spawning, I think AL are going to try to make this trade. You see the Otacon getting pinged out here with this Sejuani in the area. You always have to be worried about AL ripping a sudden objective.
So here's the interesting strategy that FunPlus Phoenix are going to set up. They're going to send Shadow and Care down to take this dragon on their own, because they have the semi-globals to potentially get to the top side if the Otacon is started up. But now, Anyone's Legend, they don't want the Otacon. They might try to find a kill onto Jue, who might be overextended a little bit. The Fate Seal finds us awesome, but it will not be enough to secure the kill. The Unbreakable Will was popped by Jue, so that is one singular cooldown utilized. As now, that might be enough for AL to turn their sights towards the Otacon.
Ooh, you see the Baron, okay, or sorry, the Otacon, like you just noted. Teleport's gonna come on through. They still have the Weaver's Wall. They still have the Grand Starfall.
Not a great setup here, as Awesome and Dway were really pushed out of things at the start of it. Keeper's Verdict knocks away Shadow, securing any possibility of Fun Plus Phoenix stealing away that Otacon. And so now Anyone's Legends have that in their back pocket, and they all of a sudden are in a pretty good spot by picking up that objective.
All right, if anybody doesn't know, this is Thornbound Otacon, which means that you will have access to higher XP and Adaptive Force Spear Petals or Blood Petals coming on through, and then every time there is a champion takedown on your side as AL, there's an explosion that slows down nearby enemies, as well as also does a little bit of damage. So kind of similar to like an Elder plus like a Hex Tech almost. But I still am not too sure about this from Anyone's Legend. Still, I think the jury's out on whether or not this is as strong as maybe a Ruinous Otacon and the like, or more so, I think, along those lines. We'll see. AL have not been able to find too many of those kills, so I don't know how much worth they're going to be able to get out of this Thornbound Otacon.
Yeah, the added effect from the kills, the takedowns is big, but not going to happen here on the Flandra, as he's getting targeted out in a 1v3 situation. Care with another really nice seismic shove will set things up, and Shadow will claim his 3rd kill of the game.
Okay, they tried to make this play where they kind of moved a lot of members from their side of the jungle, meaning that they are still dropping a lot of these mid-waves. Good job from Shadow. Actually got the smite over Tarzan in that moment, so get to steal another camp from him. This will ease some of the burden for FPX. You can kind of see that they want to play on 2 lanes. Play this 4-1, have Awesome just sit in mid lane so he can move around the map, and then have this 3-man core of Dway, Care, and Shadow kind of be a roaming death squad and play to whichever side lane might overextend or see where they can find a numbers advantage. A great job. I am now looking, Grapes. Yes, FPX have played a lot of this game great. 3,000 gold lead going into 26 minutes. I think you're happy about that right now. But I'm seeing level 16 potentially within the next 3 to 4 minutes for AL solo laners. And if AL can get to that point, and if they can win a team fight, that's where I start to fear for them, and that's where I think FPX, that was where it's going to hinge for them, whether or not they can close out this first game.
It's a super powerful topside combo that was locked in the first 3 picks of this draft for them, Alk. The Gwen, Sejuani, Yone. So much synergy, so much dueling, skirmishing power, especially now, once we get some of those key items that come through. That shield bow has been completed for Shanks. We've been sitting on those 2 completed items for Flandre for a while, so once we get those rank 3 ultimates, can certainly be a very dangerous trio to face up against, and not to mention the Corki that's been quietly farming, quietly scaling into this game as well. And that's where the Otacon petals come into effect a little bit. That's where you see the XP be a little bit more into Anyone's Legend's favor, where Sheer just being a level 15, and both solo laners anywhere between a half to a full level behind their respective counterparts.
Good job from FPX, though, just making sure that they can try to find numbers wherever they can. I think that they've so far been executing very well on some of their team compositions, and especially with what they're needing to do in this game. I think that once Awesome finishes his 3rd item, we're going to be seeing FPX feel very bold about stepping up towards this Baron. And being able to play side lanes is very, very important. So good job so far from Shadow and Dway to provide that kind of vision so that Sheer and Care can put a little bit of pressure on this top and bottom lane.
Will it be enough to match what Flandre and Shanks are able to provide, though? Seems like right now Sheer doing a good job into the Yone. Obviously Jack's able to block out a lot of the spells even that Shanks can put out with that counter-strike. We're waiting now on this next dragon to spawn in about 45 seconds or so. Still a situation where if AL pick it up, it's still a point for them, but FPX continue to get stronger and stronger. But we're at the point now, Alk, where that 2,000 gold lead means a little bit less than it did 10 to 15 minutes ago, and that's another thing that we have to kind of keep in mind here. Will we get those 3rd item spikes from any of these players yet? It doesn't look like we're there quite yet.
Okay.
Maybe Care is getting close.
I mean, you're seeing this right now. Awesome finishes his LPR, but I'm looking at his enemy AD carry. Hope just hit his Spear of Shojin power spike, so a lot of damage coming on through. AL have to be careful. Whenever they lose vision around any of these objectives, there's a very real possibility we see FPX start to turn.
They locked out Care with the Glacial Prison, and the Keeper's Verdict does take away the jungler for FPX. Bullet time comes out, but there's not a lot of peel that's been set up for him, and that is the first kill going over for AL. Dway is the one to drop, but will that be enough deny the fight here for Fun plus Phoenix. It looks like instead of going for the sole point, they're going to turn to the Baron and force anyone's legend to make a decision.
Ooh, Yone's going to be hitting the Dragon right now. The rest of AL, though, push on through mid. FPX did not pull the trigger fast enough. You saw this, so they're going to lose priority of mid. They're going to have to try and re-enter, and AL can just fully stop them from moving back into their side of the base.
Oh,
FPX need to do something.
Nicely buffered from Tarzan, using the Arctic Assault to make sure that stun does not take away too much of its escape potential. But now a teleport's going to come in. Shank's going to try to close the gap here. It's still a 4v5 opened up here for anyone's legend. Shadow with the flash on out. But now the power of the Sejuani Yone can come through. There's Kyle sending Sheer straight back with that heroic charge. So another pick found by anyone's legends. It hasn't been the full-on fight, but still have that 5v4. Without the jungler, they're going to start at the Baron.
35 seconds before Shadow is back up, and he will have Grand Starfall, but this Baron is going over to AL. Can FPX battle back?
Will there be some sort of miracle steal? Everybody on LL trapped into the pit. They send Tarzan over the wall. Dway doing a great job with the headbutt. Who's going to get the Baron? It's stolen away by Shanks. Anyone's legend's the one to secure it. But now FPX can win out on this fight. They knock up Tarzan. Shanks is already down.
Oh!
Awesome picks up a triple kill. And it'll be Kara to finish the job. Only Hope walks away as Fun plus Phoenix win the fight.
AL, they lose most of their Barons. It is only on Hope. Level 16 for this Corki. They're on sole point now. So in 3.5 minutes time, FPX are going to have to walk to the bottom side of the map and meet AL on their terms. How much more can AL get done? I mean, they're the team that has 3 grubs and now they have Baron, but they have not really been able to push and break some of these structures. Just watch how Dway plays this fight. I mean, gets Tarzan out of this pit. He stands on top of Shanks. Shanks ends up still stealing this Baron away from a pretty tricky situation, but he's also able to kind of make sure that Tarzan never gets out in front of his team. Good job from him to be able to block this. I think it ends up not really mattering, especially with Kare using his ultimate, but we're seeing those individuals. It was a tricky spot to play from. They got corralled out of their side of the base, and FPX still come out kind of ahead.
Yeah, despite the fact that Baron went over to AL, nicely done by Shanks to somehow secure that one. I think if you're FPX, you're feeling pretty good about how that ended up working out, especially after Shadow was the one to get caught out to start the fight, and it was a 4v5 without the jungler that you were playing with. So being able to secure those 4 kills, getting more and more items onto your big carries as Kare and Awesome are in great positions right now as we eclipse the 30-minute mark of this first game. It's a little bit closer than we might have all thought of. Remember, this was a situation where we thought anyone's legends were going to be the big favorites coming in, but FPX proving that they can contest with the rest of the top teams here in the league.
Oh, for sure, and you can kind of see it. I mean, we kind of look down the lanes. We're saying, okay, AL, this should be a pretty free series for them. We look back to the last time these two teams played, and FPX were able to strike first in terms of the series and being able to find a win there, but closing out is a whole different beast, and we'll see how FPX can kind of do it here. Third item coming on through for Shadow. He's picked up the Guardian Angel. I like how, so far, AL, they've just made these engagements onto Dway.
Pulling the trigger immediately onto the Alistar. Has not popped the Unbreakable Will just yet. They knocked up Hope, forced him to flash away the bullet time, doing so much to buy some space here for Fun plus Phoenix. But the needlework from Flandre is doing some work as well. This Gwen's level 17. Dashes away from the seismic shove, and now Shears arrived off the TP.
Shadow!
Takes a lot of damage, but the counter-strike's gonna be big. It only finds 1 stun, but that stun's onto Tarzan, and he's already down. Shadow with the Grand Star fall over. He pops the Guardian Angel. Flandre on the wrong side. I think that's gone golden, but he won't survive. That's Sheer picking up the kill. Shanks does not get enough with the Fate Sealed as he goes right back into the stun from the unraveled earth of Care. Fun plus Phoenix find 4. They're gonna find a 5th. Hope on the run, but there's no more hope for anyone's legend. Sheer picks up the kill. Down the mid lane, FPX go. They're looking for the upset victory over AL.
There's still a mid lane turret. They don't even have a wave in top side. I think FPX, they may have just done it. They may have broken anyone's legend in this first game. Teleport's going to be coming out from Care. It's going to be a mid lane tier 2 at the very least. Vision down for FPX. We have a Dragon Soul potentially on the cards in a minute's time. FPX play that fight so much better. Hope sends it on a Valkyrie, and those are summoner spells now missing from our second seed team in AL. What an incredible first game coming in from FPX. We talked about from draft, we wanted to see them play the early game. They've definitely started to do that so well here in this game. 33.5 minutes, and this could potentially be the backbreaker for FPX. This right here from Hope. Again, Dway right on point with these engages. Forces out the Corki. The rest of the team's not able to find anything. Shanks tries to go over the wall, but there's nothing there. We see Shadow re-engage us on the back end. I love the fact that we're seeing this kind of flexibility from FPX, despite some of the mistakes that they've made.
And Shadow, knowing that he has the Guardian Angel, can survive for so long in this team fight. He eventually goes down, but it buys enough time for the rest of FPX to pick up Flandre and then continue the collapse onto the backline here, as the main carry stood no chance against the bite of Sheer and Awesome, who had really good fights there. It was not enough to end the game for FPX, but they picked themselves up their second Infernal Drake. The gold lead has expanded to about 5,000. And if another fight like that happens, now with an exposed inhibitor turret in the mid, top, and not necessarily bot lane yet, but any one fight can mean the end of this game with a death timer starting to stack up.
Oh boy. It's so funny because I looked at these teams comparatively in stats, and you just see like almost in every single stat for team-wide stats, AL look incredible. They have the lowest average game time of this group. They have the highest first blood percentage, first tower percentage, and even dragon control. But we're seeing right now, FPX, despite being 7th, 9th, 10th, and 8th in all of those stats, they are outperforming them in the game. I think when we talk about this FPX team, it really does feel like the team of the bros. We're kind of hanging out. We got a lot of the power of the friendship, and maybe the sum of our parts being a lot more than the individual. So we'll see now how FPX, and if FPX can take this game and kind of close this one out. That has been somewhat of a problem for them throughout this. Again, 5,000 gold, 25 seconds before a Baron. They've been winning some of these team fights, but I'm now looking. A lot of summoner spells are back up for AL, and they've got all these really big ultimates. I'm looking at Kara in particular, not having that flash.
And remember, for Fun Plus Phoenix, this was a team that we had some high expectations for at the end of the first round robin once they started picking up some wins over top teams. But they started off the second round robin in a bit of a bad situation. In fact, so far through that second round, only victory was yesterday against Thundertalk. If they can pick up a win here against anyone's Legends, would certainly shift the narrative here for this team, seeing them go on a bit of a surge towards the back half of the regular season, setting themselves up for playoffs potentially. Again, this is a team that did not make the playoffs in split number 1. They want to change that narrative, get themselves that opportunity this time around, but still some work to be done. The gold lead at 5,000, but still players strong on anyone's Legend side as the Baron started up.
They're going to try to pull this off. They're waiting to see a teleport come on through. You see right now that Flandre just got his team a global blue buff. They're fishing for an engage.
They don't want to fully go on him. Instead, they're going to turn their targets towards Shanks. He used the Soul Bound to get away. Jway already has dropped, but the health bars are so low on AL's side. Nobody has gone down. Kara's going to try to cut people off with the Weaver's Wall. Sheer dash jumping forward, but does not have enough to close the gap. So AL, they stand tall. They make sure that nobody goes down, as only the support for FPX is out of the picture and in the death realm.
You see right now that AL, though, you could take control of mid lane wave. You got the cleanse out from Awesome as well. That's a pretty risky and maybe costly fight from them. Jway's going to be up in 12 seconds. The Baron is being started and is already starting to get chunked down. Part of the reason when you have these solo laners is just being able to rip these massive objectives.
He's going to pop the Grand Starfall. He's going to try to get in. He's going to get there in time. No, it's still the Baron is secured here by Tarzan. Flandre's gone golden. The Needlework has one more issue to be procced, but Shadow will get the kill regardless. But that's a big win for anyone's Legends. They take advantage of the numbers that they had on their side, and they pick up the Baron who will be wearing purple for the next 3 minutes.
In the same way that I said FPX had a costly fight there that lose them the Baron, AL lose a lot of summoner spells. No flash now from Shanks or from Tarzan. Yes, they have mobility, but I'm now looking. You still want to be able to play for this dragon in minutes at halftime. I think that they are yet again falling into a trap of getting pulled around the map right now. Top lane's getting pushed in. You're not really fighting for mid lane control in this Baron. How much more can you actually get out of this? You still want to have control for this dragon.
Jway pops the ulti already. He's taking a lot of damage. Nicely done by Kyle to knock Kara out of the fight. But Awesome does a lot of damage. Awesome is level 18. Awesome, it's a Guardian Angel. Awesome not going to be able to get that kill just yet, as he will drop and have that Guardian Angel procced. Already Jway out of the picture once again, but you see Sheer on the top side of your map. picking up the split pushing duties.
Shadow!
Shadow gonna try to cancel the bases. Care comes through with the Weaver's Wall. Everybody on Anyone's Legend, the bot side is very, very low. Sheer gonna be able to at least take that inhibitor on the top side, as well as Fun plus Phoenix working their way around the map and making sure they do not lose too much.
Tarzan needs to either die or somehow make the masterful escape. He'll have the Baron, but he's not going to be able to get out. Shadow will be here, and that's going to be Dragon in 30 seconds.
Yeah, there's the jungler for Anyone's Legend down. Somehow, some way, despite AL catching out the bot lane of Fun plus Phoenix, the top side was able to come through clutch. It was Shadow and Care to clean things up in terms of kills, and then I want to see a replay of what Sheer was able to do up top lane, because there's now super minions crashing up there.
Sheer has just played this game so incredibly against his mentor in Flandra last year from JDG. This top side, hey, maybe Grapes, you maybe sold me on this one. The top side for them playing a lot cleaner than Anyone's Legends top side. That's going to be the 6th dragon of the game. We're going to have one final dragon spawn in 5 minutes. That'll determine the soul for either of these two teams, and I can't believe it, but FPX are proving to be a problem for AL in this game number 1. We take a look back at this fight right here. Again, all of the engagements so far have been onto Dway to start, trying to force out that ultimate. Awesome loses both of his summoner spells, but I'm looking in the picture-in-picture, and I'm looking at the mini-map. The fact that Sheer was able to, who else is fighting him? Gwen's not going to be able to do anything. Sheer's just holding down business up in top lane.
Yeah, was able to pick up that inhibitor, chunk Shanks out relatively low, and able to walk out unscathed, essentially. And so, with the Baron buff starting to expire, no opportunity anymore for AL to have any of that push. So, once again, FPX kind of in that advantageous situation, albeit not necessarily as large as it was a little bit earlier on in this game. We're starting to see some more of these builds be fully completed. 4 items on all 3 members of that top side for Fun plus Phoenix. And Awesome's working towards the 5th as well. Get the picture-in-picture. A little bit of a replay. There's no Grand Starfall available for Shadow if a play is opening up on one side of the map that the jungler is not at.
All right, you see the vision line going into that topside river. It is littered with red wards from the side of Anyone's Legend. They're going to try and at least maybe look for a TP flank. It's going to be up to FPX now to clear out all of this, return it down into Fog of War. And some items being completed. I know we were just talking about them, but Hope being able to pick up the last item of the Guardian Angel here. Awesome as well. Really waiting for some of those flashes. I think that FPX are going to feel a lot more secure if Awesome and Care can have the Summoner spell back up. And while that is happening, AL are going to be looking at the same. Shanks and Hope will have their Summoner spells coming up, and I think a little bit less important when you look at the fact that they're just less immobile carries on the side of Fun plus Phoenix.
So with that being said, we're probably waiting until that Baron comes up for another team fight to erupt. I mean, at this point, the gold doesn't really matter at all, right? You're looking at the itemizations that all these champions do have. Hope's at full build. Flandra nearly has that death cap completed. We have Shanks at 4 items as well. It's all about execution at this point and what each player can do individually in the 5v5. And we said overall, we think the 5v5 could be better for FPX, but if AL is going to be able to use that Poppy ultimate or use the flanking power of this Gwen and of this Yone, that's going to be where they can potentially find a way back into this game.
And all these wards that FPX were able to get on the top side are going to run out even before the Baron spawns, but they're cleared out by Anyone's Legends now. So 55 seconds before this Baron, FPX have played the last 42 minutes of this game incredibly well in comparison to their opponents. I think it's reflected in the kills. You can see it reflected just in the map state alone. And it's going to come down to one final fight here. Whether it's this Baron or the Dragon in 2 minutes time, AL, if they find a win, they have 3 grubs. They should be able to explode the rest of the base. But they still have a ton of issues with being able to actually find their front line. You see those items start to come on through. Flandra finishing the Rabadons. You'll be able to teleport as well. We're seeing an early TP coming in from Care. FPX want to be on this objective first, and they want to make sure that they get mid-priority before this objective spawns.
They'll be able to do that easily, as Assume very strong. Awesome has that full build now with the shield bow, kind of rounding things out here for him. Keep himself very healthy, knowing that he's going to be the primary target once these flankers, once these divers go into the backline of FunPlus Phoenix, they're already starting up the Baron. It's getting bursted down. Tarzan is so far away. No opportunity for a steal as FPX yoink it right between the arms of anyone's legend.
Oh, they're just going for an engage onto Hope.
There you go. Hope does have the Guardian Angel. They're going to try to flank the flankers. Double knockup does land for Joy, but the Keeper's Verdict will send him out. Shadow popping the E to stay alive for a little bit. We see Sheer in the back line. Already popping the GF1. Shanks is in so much trouble. He uses the face.
What is Awesome doing?
Flash away. Awesome going forward, but he's going to be able to survive. FunPlus Phoenix with a absolute masterclass of a team fight. Sheer buys this time. The rest of FPX come through to back him up, and down the mid lane they go once more, this time for a Game 1 win.
Who the hell cares about an Infernal Soul? FPX say, we'll just take a Baron and we'll just end up taking your base. It's an entire wave still waiting for them, and FPX make history happen again. They'll take Game 1 versus AL.
It was a back and forth one, but FPX in general had that control. They take the Nexus in 44 minutes, and the number 2 team in the LPL, for the second time, is down 1-0 against FPX.
And in terms of game score right now, they lost 2-0 to BLG. They're now 0-3 in terms of games. They've lost the last 3 games they've played. Rocky start here for AL. Yes, they had some scaling, but we look back at that draft, and FPX had a lot more lanes to play through early. They had a lot more agency to go in, and again, it wasn't pretty. I don't think it was particularly clean from FunPlus Phoenix, but push comes to shove, they play these team fights a lot better than their opponents.
Very much so. It seemed like a situation where if AL were able to play their cards right with all these champions at full build, with this very strong topside that they locked in for themselves at the start of the draft, that they would have been able to find opportunities to win these team fights, to pick members off one by one, but it never really fully came to fruition. Kyle, I don't think, did too much on this Poppy, or at least enough to, force numbers advantages, force disadvantageous positions with the Keeper's Verdicts, or just with, the disruption that this Poppy can provide. And we never saw Shanks or Flandre really get into the thick of things here.
Yeah.
And that just results in FPX having the more impactful fights basically every single time. Sheer, specifically on this Jax, doing a ton to split the members of anyone's Legends up and making sure that they never were really able to fight a full front to back.
They never tried to trade cross-map. We never saw them use their 3 grubs. There's very few situations where they were actually able to trade on the map for an objective, and maybe tunneling a little bit too much on the Dragons and saying, hey, look, we have 3 grubs. Let's just make sure that our solo laners can actually hit these turrets, get gold, and then potentially make these wave states really untenable for FPX in the long term. Very confusing. I'm glad that we pulled this up from our Twitch chat. I'm looking at the predictions from Twitch chat alone.
Oh, you guys.
Almost 550,000 points bet in total. 500,000 of those put onto AL. Supersized on the screen here. 91% of voters put AL to win. That's a cash out of all time.
We might be a little broke. Twitch chat might be a little broke now going forward. There's a couple of juicers in there that are very happy about this one out for FPX, but
there was 40 people. 40 people voted. 8 of them voted for FPX. Those guys are getting an 11.3 on. It's a 1 to 11.3 odds. Jesus Christ.
And that's not necessarily what we had the expectations for this series, but it definitely was a world where we very much favored anyone's Legend in this best of 3. Obviously, FPX was able to take a game off of them last time they played in the first round robin, and maybe FPX have been, finding wins against top teams here or there. But this is a very fascinating turn of events now that we have been thrown in this matchup. As FPX, remember, they started off this second round robin 0-3. They just picked up a win over Thundertalk, and that momentum might be all that they have needed to get this first win and to put themselves at match point over a team that, on the flip side, is kind of suffering from that negative momentum.
I can't believe we look at that gold graph. The highest amount of gold that AL had that entire game, 428. I think that felt like that was true in the game. Maybe there's some instances where, kind of like this, where they make this pick onto Shadow. Maybe that's the case. I can't believe the highlight package is starting when we're level 16 on Flandre, but whatever. If FPX are able to find a very big upset win, this potentially has implications for our next series as well, since IG are very close to them in the standings. And going forward, it's not like FPX have the easiest of schedules. Their next matchup is NIP, and we'll see how they end up continuing to perform. But then they have JDG, Weibo, IG. I feel like if they can go, 50-50, 500 on some of those matches, like in the next 4, there's a very real likelihood that FPX, I don't know if they can squeeze top 4, but they can definitely squeeze for a 5th, 6th finish.
And 5th, 6th, that's big because it means that you play against a team from Nirvana instead of Ascension for the play-in stage for best of 5. Maybe you want the 7 seeds, you get to play TT. I don't know. We'll see how the rest of the season goes here. But I think regardless, though, just seeing how FunPlus Phoenix finish out the season will be fascinating to watch. Then, because both them and WE are very similar teams where they did not have a ton of expectations going into this group ascension stage. Remember, they've really struggled during the placements overall. But then, now that they've gotten some more games under their belt, they're looking stronger and stronger as we continue to progress throughout this. And if they can continue to take these series, specifically FPX in this situation, if they can close this one out, we suddenly have a lot of teams that can contest for the top of the league, which is a very exciting situation.
I love that this FPX team is just performing, because we came into Group Ascend and Split 2 really with saying, okay, FPX, Team WE, and Thunder Talk, you guys are the we're happy to be here award. You get to just be here, you get to play, maybe you get access to higher level scrims versus the better teams, but if you guys are anywhere above 10th, 9th, and 8th, that's actually a really good sign from you guys. And the fact that they're potentially battling for higher in the standings, and I really wanted to highlight the mid-jungle from this team. I mean, Kara has been a franchise player in this program for at least 3 years now, but has been kind of a middle-of-the-pack, maybe bottom-half mid laner, has really had some issues with consistency. Shadow, again, not really finding too many spots on starting rosters and has been kind of a coin flipper like we had mentioned. To have such a level of success where you're taking down top teams, at least in individual games, this is the kind of FPX that I think a lot of fans were wanting to see, and kind of a repeat of last year when they had that whole Milky Way situation where they were making big runs with them and top A. So yeah, I think very exciting. Again, a whole other series still left to play. There's still at least one game that AL can kind of bounce back and potentially send us to 3. And I'm looking at MVP. I still want to give it to Dway. I feel like his Alistar this game was insane in his positioning.
I could see Sheer maybe getting a shout out too. You saw that last replay of the fight where he just sent Shanks and Tarzan fully away from the rest of his team. And when you're locking in that Sejuani Yone first as being a big power point for your draft, and they're not even able to play the full 5v5 because of a player like Sheer, that I think deserves a lot of credit, as he was able to play the map, play the side lanes even better than anyone's Legends was able to. And there we go. MVP going over to Sheer, top laner for FunPlus Phoenix, getting the win over his former mentor in Vlandra.
I mean, he played this game really well, played the 1v1, as well as then being, a Jax playing up against a kind of some of those immobile carries. Again, the Gwen, the Yone, really good stuff from him, and exciting to see as a young prospect in the top lane, hopefully coming out of solo queue and potentially making his way here in LPL of 2025.
Did pretty well for themselves in that game. It was a long, extended one, but FunPlus Phoenix taking it 1-0 so far in this best of 3. We'll see if anyone's Legends have any fight back as we are about to head into a short break. But before we do so, we want to give a big thank you specifically to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments that go into that are for upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on our talent and content creators. You can subscribe to our Coffee. It is linked in the chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So once again, link below for the Coffee page if you want to continue to support us here on LPL English. We are eternally grateful for you. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes with game number 2 of FPX versus AL. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have our second game about to begin. It's Fun plus Phoenix pulling off the upset over Anyone's Legends in game number 1. Grapes alongside Alk Battery with you for the second game. But before we jump into the draft for game number 2, I have a quick question for you. Have you ever heard of a thing called MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You could just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from the map, answer questions, and unlock more features. And we're going to do one right now while we wait for game number 2. Cubby and I, I think Trouble and I, started a new path yesterday.
Okay.
And so we're going to, I think, continue throughout this target prioritization list here. We were not that good at it last time, but this is maybe something that you can help us out with as
All right.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. All right. Medium. It's top lane. Let's do it. Let's get into it. We're playing against Gakgos.
Gakgos, new FlyQuest top laner. Shout out.
Yeah. We're playing against Reeker as well on the mid lane. So it's pretty cool.
Ooh,
okay. Well, I'm kind of screwed.
I think we're just dead. Are we just dead? I don't know.
I think we are hitting Mbessa. I think we are hitting Mbessa here.
All right. Let's hit Mbessa. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
And our W is not going to do anything versus Talon because he's just going to melee range onto us, so we're dead anyway. So yeah, let's do this.
Keep kiting. Nicely played so far. We got a full stacked Q. Wow. We're
dropping Blippo for this?
Are we going to win out on this one? Oh my goodness. This is just me being impressed by the Gwen gameplay. I think even if I, playing Gwen, decided that I was going to start hitting the Mbessa, I would have still died there. So shout out to the Gwen in that situation. Let's do another one.
Let's do
here.
one more, yeah.
Oh,
we got Augurin, Jeskla. Okay.
So, okay, you can see some familiar names. These take gameplay clips from high-level challenger lobbies and then try to see what the pros would do, what the top-level players would do. Try to see if you can make the same decisions that they have made. So we get a situation where it's a 2v2. We are Kale in this situation. We have the level 6, so we have range.
Hit the Riven. Hit the Riven. We have ultimate. We're playing level 6. Like, we have... just hit this guy in the head.
We have to keep our Jarvan alive. Yeah.
Alright. There are 3 parts to this, so... Good job from our Jarvan. Stand on top of the Riven. Trust that my Kale actually has a brain and will not troll me for not pressing R. Okay. We're pushing the wave. She has no TP. She's dead for 8 seconds and still has to walk up here. We are pushing the wave. We are pushing this wave. We have 800 gold. Hell no, brother.
If
Nunu comes back up here, I'm flaming my team anyway.
It's doomed. Yeah. And our team's on the grubs right now, so we have full control of that top side.
Yep.
We're going to keep hitting this one. We don't have like the max wave clear on the Kale. We're not level 11 yet, but we do. We're starting to get there a little bit. It might take a little bit longer than you might like. But Nunu has come back to this.
He's like, crap, I have no other camps. I just need to catch this wave for my top laner. I don't think we're moving for grubs. We have 1,200 gold. I'm looking at our inventory. I mean, you shouldn't let him freeze.
Yeah, we have no reason to we can just keep hitting him, right? There's nobody even close to us.
Yeah, I think the problem is that I think we should do the don't let it freeze, but I have a feeling recall's probably the smart idea. So let's see that one. Yeah.
Okay choice.
Yeah, the issue with like not letting him freeze is that you might get trapped in this lane now, especially without teleport. So we just watch the ending. Yeah.
Well, he also doesn't let him freeze.
Yeah, I know, but like in the instance that Nunu decides to stand up, I get it. I understand.
Hey, so we went 2.5 for 3 there. Not too bad, all things considered. We learned a little bit about playing top lane and who to focus in terms of when you're put into some sticky situations. So if you did like that, you can subscribe for just 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and us here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your game today with MOBA Trainer. And a big shout out to them. And as I hear the change in music, I think that means we're getting started for game number 2 draft between FPX and Anyone's Legends. AL are down now in this situation. They have gone over to blue side. What do they need to do differently this time around? Is there anything that they want to maybe change up in terms of their draft priority, or is it just a gameplay issue that they need to try to fix?
I think partially it was a little bit of the draft. Again, the fact that FPX get a few more answers. We're seeing AL put a large focus into the top lane. A Scion and an Mbessa here coming out from them. So might also be a third champion, maybe a Gnar, but instead is actually going to be the Varus. So we might see Vice slip on through. I have to imagine it's going to be the last ban coming in for FPX.
one of the Vi or Nefiri will be going through. Those
True.
are both banned away in game number 1, but it seems like Shanks is being targeted very mightily here, as this is an interesting development. I know we've been talking about Shanks being a bit of a, maybe one of the weaker players on this AL team, despite the fact that he has had really good moments from time to time. Now we see FPX really indexing into him in the ban phase of this first game, and maybe forcing him to pick something up early and maybe subjecting himself to a counter matchup.
I think I'm okay, though, with the trade of Nefiri vor Vi, if this ends up being either or. Doesn't mean that Nico gets on through, and that could be something that FPX actually answer. We're getting the Rumble blind from Flandra. Again, one of the issues that we had talked about was that Flandra, even in some of these winning lanes, does not always transition his leads necessarily. So I think if you're FPX, you might be feeling comfortable with just a Vi Nico 1-2, secure a great matchup, and give Jue one of his best champions so far this season. And I think that AL have to immediately snap up the Kai'Sa. It's been one of the best pairings for Nico and gives Kai'Sa a laning partner that's going to be able to kind of scoot her along through a weaker laning phase.
Nefiri was left up for Tarzan to play, and I think the strategy here for AL is just picking the champions that have been overpowered for the entirety of split number 2. Those are the Rumble for Flandra and potentially this Nefiri here for Tarzan. Going to let that one be selected by the jungler for AL, and we'll see if they do want to lock in some of that bot lane, try to get somebody like that Kai'Sa that you were alluding to, or if maybe Shanks doesn't want to get continually banned out in that second phase and we just try to lock something in for him instead.
I feel like this has to be a Ryze, because if this isn't, if this is the Kai'Sa that I was expecting, then I think it's fine. But Ryze pairing with Nefiri is just too strong, and especially if you feel like Shanks is going to continue to get targeted, that might actually end up being a pretty big issue. So instead, we're going for the Ahri. I was maybe hoping to see something like a Victor coming out from Care. Maybe this also could have been that legendary Kassadin angle, but I know it's pretty early on into the draft. So back end of this, we're going to be seeing, I think, Kai'Sa come on through as a potential ban. Also have to start thinking about some weaker AD carries, maybe even a Jhin, trying to kind of help, again, with that early laning phase.
So a lot of possibilities here. We're looking for a bot laner and a top laner for FPX at this point. Full bot lane still on the table for anyone's Legends. The Kalista is another one of those classic pairings alongside the Nico. You can throw the Nico straight in with that Fate's Call, and then of course that Pop Blossom does a lot of work. Heavy bot lane focus here in terms of the bans though, as Hope now getting some of his champions taken away.
Alright, well, what FPX have already shown right now is that they're going to have a pretty good pick. Again, Ahri Vi, this 2v2 is going to be very deadly. And with the Nico as well, it makes team fights very easy to actually try to find at least one kill. Maybe, I think that you could try to go for an aggressive bot lane. Again, that Kai'Sa is banned, and AL are going to be a team that are pretty tanky, or at least deceptively so, with how much HP they have access to. So we're going for the neutralizer in Ornn. Great setup here, and potentially even kind of tapping into some of that scaling that FPX will now have access to with this champion.
And interesting because it means that they want to leave that last pick for Awesome in the bot lane. See what he could potentially whip out here. AL now have to lock in a bot lane of their own. Champion like Ashe still on the table for either of these guys. I think that could be a champion that could be highly prioritized. Similar level of utility here for the Jhin instead. So Hope going to be happy with that one. We'll see what Kyle wants to do to wrap up this draft. Rel still on the table. Things like the Leona. I don't know. There's a lot of options here for anyone's Legend. Yeah,
I think the issue that I have with Ashe is that she ends up kind of in a situation where she just gets engaged upon constantly, and then if Ornn's ever in front of her, she's just like spamming arrows, and this guy's just taunting her the entire time. So FPX, Awesome's Draven going to be coming on through yet again, and now with the Nico, a very, very strong lane here. Jhin and Leona going to have to try to do their best in this game to stand tall against their opponents. AL will have very strong spikes on 1 and 2 items, but as this game goes forward, who is really going to be able to tank up this Ahri and Vi combo? Who is going to stop this 2v2 from kind of flipping the matchup? Maybe we see some early lane swaps of trying to get the kill onto Flandra, make a dive. I think FPX are kind of really advantaged in this one. I feel like it is much easier for them to find fights.
Especially around that aggressive bot lane that has been set up. Awesome has that pocket pick Draven, as we have seen a little bit in this split. undefeated on it so far. I think the last time we saw it was against WE in the first round robin stage. So going to be playing it again, this time against a bit of a stronger opponent, I think many people would argue, in Anyone's Legend, who again have lost now 3 games in a row. Not matches, but games. That 2 over BLG, and now 1 to FunPlus Phoenix. They're going to desperately want the opportunity to flip that script, force a deciding game number 3. But FPX, of course, want to do the same. They want to make sure that they're in a position where they're feeling confident about themselves in the second half of the season. Get closer and closer to that play-in stage. Game number 2 about to begin. FunPlus Phoenix taking on AL.
FPX on the verge of making a rather large upset, finding their second series win of the double round robin and potentially looking for a bye up into top 5 here in the LPL. AL gonna have to battle back in this series and hopefully bring us to a game number 3.
It will be fun as, yes, we got the Glizzy. They're also cheering for the Glizzy Nefiri.
Yeah.
Yep,
I thought you couldn't read the graphs that were on the screen.
I can't, but I can hear the excitement.
You heard Glizzy somewhere in all of that Mandarin. Okay, respect.
Excitement for the Glizzy is universal, and you can hear it. As
we gonna take you off the broadcast for this one, bro.
Alright. Speaking of, Tarzan going for a little bit of an early posture in the enemy red side jungle. We're seeing Shadow on this Vi. Level 1 Vi, not the strongest in terms of dueling threat, so Nefiri can have the opportunity to go a little bit aggressive. They're just going to see exactly what side of the map Shadow is going to be starting on, which is obviously beneficial for somebody who clears that fast.
Wonderful quote. No context needed.
Clip it and ship it, baby.
Yep.
Jungler's
also going to be starting on the opposite side. Nope, I'm not letting you stand on business for that one. We're gonna move on. I'm not letting you talk about Glizzies anymore, at least for the next 5 minutes. But this should be easy for Tarzan to kind of split map. I think this is also a situation where into the Vi, this is something we've seen time and time again. Tarzan, he took like half of one of his camps, got level 2, and is immediately invading. But we got vision of it. You see that red ward already.
Yeah.
He should be able to just immediately come on through and stop this, and Nico's on their way.
So everybody on FPX knows that this is happening. Tarzan does have his smite, but it's going to be a flip. Going to be secured here by the Nefiri, but here comes the collapse from FPX. Care has the charm available, going to use it on the Shanks, who's body blocking for his jungler, but that could lead to the Rise's own demise. Joy here as well, only level 1. Ball Breaker is flashed away from Shanks, and that's 2 summoner spells blown for AL.
Big win for them. Those flashes being gone. Yes, it is the blue buff away from Shadow. Maybe they can try to keep opening this. I like this from Shadow. Instead of going to his closer camps on bottom side, make sure that you're going on top side so they can try to make this dive. I think this is slightly advantage for AL. And the way that I kind of am trying to logic my way through this is that you're still trying to prepare for a dive for this bottom lane, but now that you know that Shadow is delayed, you've actually kind of stalled that timer and potentially helped out your bottom lane, all things considered. Already the barrier gone from Hope very early on, so Summoner Spell's looking good for FPX, but you have at least stalled some of their win conditions.
And that's a big win picked up for them. The mid jungle was something that you kind of prioritized in the draft, and we were discussing what this Nefiri Rise can do. Obviously, more of like a later, you're really seeing the spikes of what this combo is able to accomplish once we get to the mid game. But being without flash for the next couple of minutes does give opportunities here for FPX. I think in general, Shadow on the Vi could have some more impact in a ganking situation than Tarzan in an isolated setting. So gonna feel pretty good about himself with those summoner spells down. Speaking of, another flip potentially around this Rift Scuttle. Not enough to take it down to 600, which is that crucial number, and Shadow will dash on out, which means that Tarzan will control it. Now in the bot lane, Jway in a lot of trouble. The Ignite's going to take him down. First blood not secured, as the potions barely keep Jway alive.
Okay, but now he also needs to be able to block for the Deadly Flourish. Oh, he gets hit, but he had regened enough. Shadow will be able to end on this bottom side and still have a lot of his camps up and available, especially with that Gromp and Wolves not taken down yet. So close stuff happening across the map. You can see that push and pull across. Good job coming in from AL to not only help, but also Shanks being able to use some of that priority. Dropping the wave first as this Rise.
so you see some of the immediate effects of that play in terms of just the gold. Tarzan is up a couple of camps, still has the entirety of his bot side to complete, but the opportunity for gold to go back towards FPX exists in the fact that those summoner spells were burned, and so that is what Shadow has to keep an eye on and keep his mind on. You know, as he kind of maneuvers the next couple of minutes of this one. We're waiting, of course, still until those grubs spawn. It's going to be a couple of minutes. So the bot lanes will, again, rotate still to that bottom side after taking their first bases. Dragon about to spawn as well. It's going to be the Chemtech to start it off.
All right. Tarzan will be able to hit level 5 a lot sooner than his opponent right now. There might be a play in mid. No flash still for this Rise. Care can play a little bit more aggressive, but there's not really a minion wave here, so you kind of see the pings. AL no, like he has to be on his Raptors right now, or else he is pretty much griefing himself. And a really big important for the 2.5 minute timer of these grubs is making sure your jungler is able to have level 6 at that timer. It's such an important timer for both of these teams. I feel like if you are AL, you probably are able to utilize the grubs a little bit better. You have this Rise, you also have this Rumble providing priority early on, but if FPX are able to steal at least 1 or 2, I feel like you're in a not too bad spot.
We're continuing to see the Draven stack up here for Awesome as well. This is, again, one of his most prized picks. Always is able to kind of whip it out whenever the situation does allow for it. If he can get a cash in some point early in this laning phase, that could provide a big swing for FPX as well, who again still have the advantage 1-0 in this series, but it looks like AL are aware of that. They're sending Tarzan down to try to put a stop to this lane domination that could be in effect. As you see, some spells being traded by our top laners. Here might have to use the flash, but actually just playing his cards very nicely there, knowing he still has another biscuit. And those biscuits really providing value here for Sheer, keeping himself alive.
And these are nerfed biscuits, by the way. Like, they specifically nerfed them so that you don't just, like, spam them later in the game. They're going to give you much more upfront healing early on. Good job from Awesome to at least try to stop some of this, but he's going to be chunked, and maybe that's AL starting up this Dragon. We already saw a pretty early focus from Tarzan and Shanks moving down. Shanks is now coming over. He has the Realm Warp. Tarzan's in the area, and Shadow is going to have to walk all the way back around if he wants to wrap on this play.
The Chunk connects with the Deadly Flourish, and now Awesome, it just gets bursted down before he can do anything. That's first blood picked up for AL. It'll be a 2-for-1 overall as Shadow and Karev now join the fight. Charm is flashed away from Spirit Rush away to dodge away from the rest of the DPS. And so no other kills will be thrown over, but overall, anyone's Legends find the advantage.
2 kills, you get Awesome to lose more of his summoner spells and lose those adoration stacks. Shadow and Care using their flashes to play a little bit more aggressive. They land absolutely nothing there. And another wave being missed by FPX. So great dive coming in from AL. FPX not really in a position to contest there. End up losing pretty massively and giving over a good gold chunk over to AL's bottom lane and their jungler.
Yeah, I think most notably Tarzan on the Nefiri. Getting that kill early on going to be very, very helpful for himself. You already had that camp lead by being able to steal away that blue buff. And speaking of all, it's been 5 minutes. I get to talk about Glizzy Nefiri again. I'm surprised that he did not go for one of the chromas, as it has been kind of more popular, but I'm very happy about it because the chromas are very weird. The sausage being like purple, not a fan. Any thoughts?
It's like ube.
Yeah, but it's a sausage. You don't have ube flavored. I mean, maybe I don't want to like misrepresent any cultures here, but I feel like that is not a thing.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You are okay with a walking, talking dog glizzy creature, but the moment it's purple is when is the issue.
I mean, yeah, because you're not eating. I mean, if I went to the hot dog stand and I saw purple, and they gave me a hot dog and it was purple.
I don't think I'm eating Nefiri though.
The whole point is that it's supposed to look scrumptious and delicious, right? Like that's the whole point of the skin, right? Are we agreeing? Are we agreeing?
I feel like the point of the skin is the April Fool's part. You know, is that it's like a jokey skin. It's called Glizzy Nefiri. I think the best part of this skin is not even just the fact that she's a hot dog, but the little like mini wiener dogs that they have. Yeah. They're so cute and kind of derpy looking. Awesome's dead. Awesome is indeed dead. That is another kill in the Feats of Warfare picked up for AL. I'm back on my 5-minute timers. We also get the full grubs picked up. I think the point of the skin is that she is a hot dog. That could be true. Observer Ilya maybe coming on clutch with the understanding of the true glizonomics of the Fury. So it's going to be another kill onto Awesome. I did want to note, I pulled the stat. Draven is his 3rd most played champion. He has 14 and 18 overall on this champ. So 14 wins out of 32, not looking too hot. But, I mean, as AL go on, that's more gold to Tarzan. I think the more important fact for me is that you're going to get closer to some of those item power spikes, which make it a little difficult for FPX to end up trying to go for that scaling advantage. And we just haven't really seen this mid-jungle duo that were so present in that first game really get off to anything here in game number 2.
I mean, losing record overall, but undefeated this split specifically on that Draven.
True.
So a little bit of cope there in terms of how he's been able to do, specifically with it on Fun plus Phoenix. But, you know, I feel like for some of these lower end players or some of these newer players in the LPL, when you're, you know, a player like Awesome who is on EDG and then, you know, Rare Atom where they're not necessarily doing well for themselves anyway, that's when maybe the win rate is skewed just a little bit. Really take that in consideration. But he's not having the best game right here, which I think is very clear to say. Getting caught out a little bit too much, and Hope has an early Youmu's and will continue to be able to have the higher impact here in this game, at least for the next few minutes.
I mean, the early Youmu's, and then I look at Tarzan already finishing the Spear of Shojin, so I really don't want to get into any fights here and against anyone's Legend. And good ward coverage already, kind of stopping a lot of the early plays from FPX. I think now that they have some of their ultimates, you can maybe start to look for a few more plays. Awesome is still able to get his stacks up. I mean, yes, Draven is down 0-2, but if he makes a cash-in the middle of the game, that 600 gold lead that Jin does have is basically going to evaporate. So we'll see what else they can actually end up getting. And that Rod of Ages completion now for Shanks kind of puts a timer on this game. He'll have Seraphs completed at the same time roundabout. So 10 minutes now. Ryze is going to be a pretty big problem in this game.
Yeah, kind of having a very quiet game here for Shanks, but doing well for himself. Of course, Ryze, one of the few champions still building that Rod of Ages, and he's able to get on out of there. As an attempted dive actually might be turned on its head, as Sheer now going to be the target for all 5 members of anyone's Legends. They send him straight right down, and they'll pick up the kill. It is a 1-for-1 as Kyle will fall. But I think overall, you're going to be happy about that if you are AL. More gold into your priority champion is Tarzan continuing to come online. And you're going to be able to match this turret taking on the opposite side for FPX.
And I think I may have missed this during the picture-in-picture.
Shadow
Okay, guys, I think we're going
two.
game 3. I think we're going game 3. AL, they got 3 grubs during that. They're going to get the first turret. So that's just Feat of Strength completed. That's a full turret, all 5 plates being split between Tarzan, Flandra, and Shanks. Flandra's going to teleport top. That is a hell of a lot of gold now for some of the big impact players of anyone's Legend.
They did, in fact, take all 3 grubs while I was berating you about hot dog economics. So that is my bad for...
That's not the term, and you know it.
Glizonomics, yes.
Thank you.
Uh,
And Shadow's dead.
Okay. Yeah, invade in the jungle. As this is the point in the game where Nefiri can really start to take control after you get a couple of kills. You get this first item in. The Vi suddenly, the dueling power is not enough. As Tarzan really starting to take full control of this one. Get another kill on a Shadow. Continue to really snowball the map as anyone's Legends. They want to make sure that everyone knows that game number 1 was a fluke.
I think it is very funny that game 1 happened where FPX have strong early lanes and they're able to make some work happen. Then we come into game 2. We're kind of excited about FPX. 13 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead for AL. All right, man. Okay. We get in the picture-in-picture what exactly happened. Shadow just walking inside a jungle. He's like, you know what? There's no turret here. Or on my bot lane. They're just going to immediately collapse. And so far, FPX, they just haven't really been kind of firing at the same level that we saw from them in game 1. I mean, that topside dive kind of tells me everything I needed to see. Care missing a max range charm up against a target that's teleporting away. Jway overforcing with his ultimate. They got some turret plates on top side, but they didn't contest with the first grubs again.
Anyone's Legends looking for another play here. Nice cancel with the stand aside, but Jway's still in a lot of trouble. Has to flash away over the wall. The curtain call comes out, but nicely dodged away from, but the equalizer. It sends Jway straight down. That's not Nari, that's a Nico. That ends up going for the 6th kill to AL.
Okay, well, they're losing mid priority. you know, Flandra drops about half a wave here just to make sure that they get that kill, but I don't know. AL, they're playing so well around the map now. I think that early game skirmish where Tarzan was able to steal the blue buff kind of put FPX in a bit of a tizzy, and really not having, or they haven't been able to really recover past that. And now Shadow's just caught. All right.
Yeah, not a position that you could be in at this point in the game if you are Shadow. Tarzan using the ultimate just for a little bit of style points, but they were going to get that kill regardless. Tarzan really starting to come online on this Nefiri. Flandra gets a third kill in this game in anyone's Legends, dominating here in this matchup number 2.
All right, Grapes, we talked about odds for game 1 from our Twitch chat channel points. I want to give you the same, you know, the same treatment here, the same question. Over under 25 minutes this game.
Ooh. We are...
I think this game is extremely cooked. You've now given over all of the early objectives.
I think it's over just because the scaling on AL is like where they are able to even do better. So I think they're going to be okay with slowing the map down even more to make sure that they're fully in position to like close out this game. Like if you accidentally throw yourselves at FPX, Dwayne's able to get a 5-man ulti and assume gets pentakill, like that's how you lose this game. So you don't want to play too fast.
True.
So I'll say we go over here.
Okay. I just want everybody, I wanted us to take stock. We have 5 to 6 minutes before Rod of Ages is done for Shanks. We have Hope, who's about 1,600 gold up, or no, he's 700 gold up, but
I think they're going to take a Baron.
Yeah, maybe there's a Baron play. You know, I think it's realistic that Baron spawns and the game probably hasn't ended, but I am looking 3 minutes on the next dragon, and then you have potential soul point here. It's tough. I think it's tough. FPX, they're kind of waiting for some of their items. Shear's a long ways away from picking up his upgraded masterwork items, so I mean, I kind of feel bad. Tarzan has a 2-level lead over his opponent right now.
And AL, they look like they don't want to play too slow. They're playing hard and fast here up the top side. They send the Realm Warp over between the turrets for Shanks. And now the response for FPX is going to be trying to get some damage onto this mid-tier 1. Not enough to fully take it down as the collapse is imminent. Tarzan and Kyle kind of hovering down, making sure Awesome and Shadow don't get too much.
Maybe I cooked the books a little bit. Maybe I should have said 26 and a half.
The reason, yeah, like the concept of a 20-minute win is now like a 25, 26-minute win. Just with the way the game is kind of evolved, Baron spawning at 25 minutes. We don't get, if you get a game that's 25 minutes, it's the fact, it's like a lead that's this big, but you're also playing like full early game content.
We've had 25, 26-minute games in the LPL this season for sure.
Definitely.
Our lowest time right now is 23:29, and it was TES versus FPX. So maybe FPX, let's cook up some magic. Let's go for the second shortest game of the season. You know?
Yeah. Let's try to not break our own record. That would be the best way to. A little small moral victory going into game 3. Hey, at least we were able to drag it out. You know, force AL to sweat a little bit here, as right now they have not broken a sweat in this second game that they are playing in the second round robin. They're going to get another tower, or their first tower up in the top lane. Is FPX. That's a small win for them. But the rest of the map kind of not in a great position for them overall, as the Herald will be dropped in the mid lane, and they're going to try to crack this one open as well.
Turret with Herald plus 3 grubs. That's tough. I had actually liked how FPX played the last like 2 minutes of play, where right after Shanks had gone for that Realm Warp on the top side, they actually were able to get a push in mid lane. Awesome has been funneled a little bit of gold here, so not all that bad, and now they're able to grab that turret and top side alongside the bounty, with bounties being changed this patch as well. There's a fair amount of gold going back to FPX. They're still 4,000 gold down, but for a team that has an Ornn, I think you're really focused on getting into level 13, getting into level 14. Awesome was only down 700 gold, and he has 300 adoration stacks. Like, it sounds like cope, and I will be honest, it kind of is.
Yeah.
But you know, there are ways, like you had noted, for FPX to kind of come back into this game. Why are we doing locked cam onto care? Okay,
that's
all right.
very important. I don't know what you're talking about.
I got completely. We even pulled down the HUD and everything. I was very confused. He had to hit those 3 minions.
You think it was like a situation? They would have shown a graphic of it. It was like those are his 5,000 minions taken in the LPL or something like that. I don't know.
That's a disgusting stat. I hope we never see that graphic on the screen.
Drop Dragon spawning here. It will be soul point for anyone's legend, so FPX feel like they want to fight around this. If they can find a good angle with Dwayne specifically on this Nico, FPX could have an opportunity to get a reset, get a stack cash in for Awesome, and they're the ones starting up this Cloud Dragon. Teleport has come in. It's going to be Flandra joining the fight. He just picks up another item for himself. Kyle jumps over the wall with the Blast Cone, and here comes the fight. Dragon secured by Shadow. Call the Forge God does not find anything, as now the bullet time has been opened up. The health bars are taking low. Sheer, very, very low. The force shot going to connect onto him. Tarzan not able to take him down just yet. He gets knocked up. FunPlus Phoenix somehow still alive, but the Pop Blossom does not connect. Awesome, the lone survivor on the back line of things, as anyone's legend shut the door and make sure FPX have no chance of winning this game. It is 4 kills already. Care on the run. Shanks flashes over the wall to try to shut him down, but he will not find it. Tarzan continuing to jump here. Does not have another proc of the ulti, so it will be very difficult. The Q does not connect, and Care will escape.
All right, he got a few summoner spells on the back end there, but I mean, FPX, a very Pyrrhic victory, going from a 5,000 gold lead now to a 6.5. Another wave being missed in mid and in bottom lane. FPX, they overforce for that play. Sheer takes a 4th turret shot. I guess the silver linings for them, you got Dragon, you got the shutdown or the adoration cash in for Awesome, so he finishes his Infinity Edge. Pretty decent damage, and a very similar story to what we've seen in series past for FPX. It is all eyes on Awesome right now, as AL, they continue to steamroll this game. There's an Otacon now up and available. Have to imagine that for the next couple minutes, that is really going to be the focus for AL, and they can always make these plays coming into this game.
Take another look at this one. Keep an eye on the call the Force shot from Sheer. Wasn't able to proc it because that Solar Flare came down from Kyle. That's a big play by the Leona, and it allowed for this collapse to become very easy for AL.
Yeah, I just didn't know that that 4th bullet would have been able to land right there, and I mean just the engage is so borked from this moment on. Maybe there's a little bit more if Care had a bit more HP, or if the team wasn't so split up, but Nico, usually in a choke, it's very strong, but right there only 2 members with the Pop Blossom, that's not amazing. Hey, Shanks doesn't have teleport, so I think that starting the Otacon there was a bit of a Hail Mary coming in from AL. And FPX are going to try to find gold wherever they can. Got to be very careful, especially that Awesome, while he does have summoner spells, he has no reinforcements in mid, so could be easily losing those spells if he's not careful.
Yeah, things looking very grim at this point for FunPlus Phoenix. They're now down 6,500 gold. Even though they were able to stop the dragon stacking, I feel like losing that fight was more costly for them. We finally have that fully stacked Roa for Shanks, and just a very tough situation overall. I do think we're not going to get to that 25-minute mark, or we are going to get to that 25-minute mark. It seems like AL are going to want to try to play around that
2.5 minutes, man. I've never been so happy to see 2.5 minutes in my entire life right now.
It's going to be very close. They're going to have to ace him like right now, I think, if they want to have a chance to start this up. Maybe on the Otacon. It's possible.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they have a wave pushing in mid. They're trying to corral them out of this side of the jungle. Kyle does have his ultimate, but Shanks is pushing a mid wave.
Sheer jumps forward. Lands a steering charge on it too. There's the cease and desist. Dway finds the Pop Blossom. 2 members from AL are dangerously low. Flandra trying to sort out Awesome, but right now it's Hope that keeps himself alive and is ripping apart FunPlus Phoenix as they aren't able to find any meaningful kills. Only Kyle has dropped. Awesome trying to find the kill on Flandra, but he will not be able to. The force shot comes in, and it's a quadra kill for Hope.
Oh, we gotta blame Tarzan. We're taking the Penta away. We're killing Dway like that. That's the Otacon taken. 23.5 minutes. FPX, they made a great engage, but where was Awesome? It was Flandra tanking up all of that attention from the AD carry of FPX. It's the Thornbound Otacon going over to AL, and with all of these grubs, with Baron spawning in a minute and 15, I want to look at this replay. It was a great engage from the rest of them. Look at where Awesome is. He doesn't know which way to go. There's an equalizer, but he could have walked over to this side. He loses his summoner spells. Like, FPX look discombobulated. They look unable to get into a fight on the same page, and that could have been a nail biter for FPX, but it just turns into a soft whimper for FunPlus Phoenix as Hope gets his quadra kill and absolutely just predicts everything that Awesome wanted to do.
And you had to try if you're FPX at some point. You knew that the Otacon was going to be started up sooner rather than later. You knew that you maybe found a nice angle with a two-man knocker from Sheer, but the damage really not there at this point for the rest of the team. Awesome, of course, was not at the fight, so wasn't able to dish out any follow-up. Care didn't even have his second item by the time that fight really broke out. And Jue's on the Nico, but he's playing support Nico. That means that the income is very much reduced. All things considered, gold lead up to 10,000. We are going to cross that 25-minute mark, so the over is going to hit here. But not by much, as the Baron is about to come up soon, and AL can probably just rip it on spawn after they clear out this third turn.
AL, you have FPX, you have 5 seconds. FF,
Press
please.
the button.
No! All right, I'm bankrupt, guys. I mean, it's not like we were making much money from this anyway. This is a fan-made broadcast anyway, so.
That's
volunteers, again, if you want to help out, coffee in the description or in the link below
yeah,
if you want to help.
we bet a month's salary on this.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Who's we? I know we're on the Chinese side. This is not the French. There is no we here.
Shanks actually in some trouble. Death Rush was set up for Fun plus Phoenix, and Shanks goes golden, but here comes the equalizer, and here comes Tarzan, and he's seeing red in this team fight, and it's not ketchup, it's the blood of FPX. Dominating the fight once again. It's 4 more kills that go their way, and the Baron will be started up here by anyone's legend. They're going to look to even up this series.
There's a reason why we usually don't give up Nefiri. There was a pretty big hubbubaloo that ended up happening around 3 to 4 minutes of this game, and since then, FPX have just been lost around the map. AL dominating every single lane. Flandra, I had questions for his Rumble. Well, he ends up delivering with this equalizer. Great job, and I think an amazing bounce back here in the series from anyone's legend. We said that history had repeated itself where FPX were able to find first blood. Well, that's continuing to be the case with AL dominating game number 2 of the series.
One of the larger gold leads you're going to see in a League of Legends game. 15,000 at 26 minutes. It's been all AL all the time here, as Jue looking for one last-ditch effort with the Baron buff already in their hands. The Pop Blossom finds 3, but there's just no follow-up. Shadow getting tanked up and taken down by Tarzan. Sheer in the back line, going to try to keep things alive. The Realm Warp goes underneath the tower, and AL, 5 strong, are going to march in to the base of FPX and even up our series at 1-1.
That's going to be it. They have got too much going for them. Another ace. It hasn't looked very good. The fact that FPX have only found 4 kills is enough to be said here. 20,000 goal lead between AL and FPX to end game 2.
Pure domination here by AL. It was a 44-minute loss in game 1, a 27-minute win for them in game number 2, and we're headed to a decider.
About what we expected, but damn, if that game doesn't tell you anything, some signature champions, Shadow getting his Vi, I feel like Care getting Ari is also another one. We talked a lot about Awesome and Jue in this bottom lane, and AL just looked unfazed. There was a pretty big question mark. I feel like against any other team, giving them Nico and Vi and Ari might be a big question mark, but you know, just utilizing this Nefiri incredibly well.
Yeah, you talk about the champions that FPX was able to get. AL got Rumble and Nefiri. And if you've been following the LPL this split, you know that when those two champions are on the same side, they generally work pretty well together. And with the Rise as well, that was a really powerful top side that AL were able to set up for themselves. I think one of those players sure to run away with that MVP. Would be surprised if it's not Tarzan in this situation, as the Nefiri was able to do a lot for them, and we'll see if they're able to continue that momentum as they finally snap that 3-map loss streak that we were talking about.
And good for them. This is the bounce back that we needed to see. This is a series that we're coming in with AL being heavy favorites. They should have dominated this series, but part of the reason why they are second and not necessarily first is some of that inconsistency that has been plaguing our top teams. And good to see a good bounce back. I think solid play from everybody all around. I think Tarzan has rightfully earned himself yet another MVP vote with, again, just that early pathing, throwing a really big spanner in the works for...
It looks like there's like we're not match fixing obviously, but like if this was the way to juice the odds, like that's exactly what you would do.
Ah,
right?
yes.
To set up a situation
we want
where
to steal your channel points. We want to siphon your great riches that are coming through from watching the channel.
Yeah. That's clearly what's happening here. As
Yep.
I think goes to show the LPL incredibly unpredictable. As soon as you think that maybe things are a little bit closer and maybe you're liking what FPX are bringing to the table, AL kind of put together what we thought was going to happen in Game 1, if we had to put a guess onto our expectations for this series entering the day. But now, it is one apiece. Tied up going into game number 3. If we see a little bit more of what we saw in game number 1 for FPX, I'm sure we'll all be very excited for what this next matchup does have in store.
Yeah, I'm just worried now because, like, that felt very much like the AL that we know and love from the regular season. Just really clean play, still keeping it very aggressive, all things considered. Great map movements in particular from Tarzan and Kyle. And, I mean, hell, a good enough performance for FPX. I mean,
look at it. Kyle would have done the second most amount of damage on anybody on FPX. It's only
he did more damage than Shadow. He did more damage than the enemy mid laner. I mean,
he would have been second highest on his team on FPX.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I mean, I think
Leona,
FPX could have also had a 6th member, and they probably still would have lost this game with how it was looking. So, tough look for them. And this is also, I think, the FPX that kind of comes out at night sometimes. You know, we get a game where Sheer and Shadow, or Care and Shadow, just are not able to get much done. I mean, just that flash EQ from him, I had many questions. And I think with this highlight package, maybe they're giving it over to Kyle. He had a ton of picks down onto the rest of AL. Or FPX.
It feels like the Observer team always kind of has a choice of who they want to pick as the MVP. And I think right now they're leaning Kyle off of the first 2 clips that they did choose for us. But overall, just a very dominant performance by Anyone's Legends in general. And I do want to give some credit to FPX. They were looking for opportunities. They did not just roll over and die. They at least tried to fight things out, even though they knew it was largely doomed. And that shows the proactivity, and we saw some decent stuff from them, but at the end of the day, it just was not enough.
I just think, like, the early game didn't go well for them. They ended up still losing the 2v2. I remember we were like, oh, look, they got Flash out of jungle and mid, but I think that ends up helping a little bit. We never saw them really be able to revisit the Ryze lane early on. Obviously, Draven got kind of cut out from the rest of his gold lead that he really wanted early on with the 2 kills that Tarzan were able to grab bottom lane. It just felt like a lot of the early game golds that or leads that we wanted to see from FPX never really came to fruition, and the game is already hard enough to play from that moment, and it definitely didn't get any easier for them.
Some angles, again, this is another one here on the Shanks, that if they were just a little bit less far behind, this could have maybe been a good opportunity for them. But Shanks actually had himself a good game on the Ryze. Nice bounce back from him after he had a very poor performance on the Yone, I would say, overall in that first game. And the rest of AL just able to really bounce back off of it and pick themselves up that fight. This is the last one that opens up as Jue does find the Pop Blossom, but there's really nobody else that's able to do any significant work.
Like, his team is literally set up to succeed, and Jue's like, I'm getting no help! There's no one around me! Like, this guy is Pop Blossomed, and we can't land Ari ult Charm. Damn it, man. How can win? So we'll see how FPX bounce back in this game number 3. AL just incredibly dominant again, and I'm kind of looking forward to what else they're going to have, because AL, in a very similar fashion, after this, they have 5 matches. The next 3 are going to be Weibo, Thundertalk, and NIP, so if they end up winning here today, they'll end up moving to 10-3. They win 2 of those matches, they'll end up going to at least 12-3, 12-4. Flandra gets it?
Yeah, I can see it. The KDA looked good at the end. Was able to dish out some nice damage with the equalizers. They did highlight a couple of nice equalizers that he did have. And also, it speaks to the narrative, right? Our top laners, each trading MVPs, now in that decisive game number 3. One last chance for either of them to close this series out and give their team a win.
I want to take nothing away from Flandra, a legendary player of the league, but to our voters for the MVP, we got to be putting the dogs in the buns after this, bro. We are not at all voting for Flandra this game. Whatever, man.
Yeah, give it to the Glizzy next time. As I know that's what my vote would have been, obviously. But we're all locked up at 1 apiece. It will be FPX back on blue side, heading into the final game of this series. We'll see if that means anything for them, and if they can bounce back and pull off the upset once we return from this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 between Fun Plus Phoenix and Anyone's Legends, our first of 2 series here in the LPL Ascension group as we continue on in week number 6 of that regular season. My name is Grapes, joined by Alk Battery and a cat behind him.
I know. She's terrorizing me. She's ready for game 3.
We need a little break before we get into this because it's sure to be intense. Hello.
Please don't draw the cat out here. Please do not put your claws into my neck, please.
I love you. That would
so
be a bad
much.
way to start off the game.
Ah!
I'm very happy. I would show my dog, but she's upstairs, I think, right now.
I sacrificed your dog for a CLOL stream. It's chill.
That true. Remember?
Hey, baby.
Anyway, we have Fun Plus Phoenix dropping that game pretty handily to Anyone's Legends. That's just kind of what we were expecting going in, but game number 1 was a very close matchup between those two teams. It was won by FPX at the end of the day. We want to see much more of what game number 1 looked like instead of what game number 2 looked like.
Yeah, we just want to see more proactivity. I want to see a little bit more from the side of FPX and just being able to kind of clean up the game, right? Because some of the issues we've had is that inconsistency. We came into today saying there's a possibility that we see FPX outperform in the mid-jungle duo, but you know, part of that is also kind of the Jekyll and Hyde, the cheese side down of the flip, which is sometimes Shadow and Care don't have the best of games, and sometimes that ends up jeopardizing some of the game state for FPX.
Yeah, and in that game that we just watched, game number 2, it started from the early game, very much so, where Tarzan was able to get an early invade off, was able to win a really good situation for his side, where even though they had to burn a couple of flashes, on AL, they did pick up the stolen away blue buff, and then they were able to kind of maneuver the map after that, creating a big jungle lead for themselves that turned into the game ending up going into their favor. As I've tried to talk gameplay points, but I just keep seeing the cat. I'm getting distracted. But
dude, focus. My eyes are up here. Okay, if you need to, you can look at the AL panda in the bottom right. Look, you don't even have to look at the cat anymore.
That locks me
draft.
Locks me in. We got draft here for game number 3. Remember, because FPX won that 1v1 with Care taking down Kyle, they get blue side for this game number 3, which has been the better side every single time that anybody has the option to go for something here in this split number 2. Of course, we are in that true fearless format. You can see all the champions that'll be banned away underneath your screen. Still some power picks, though, on the table.
Ooh.
As we get into the ban phase for this final game.
All right, a little bit less of a focus on mid. Remember the last game we had Annie, Galio, and Azir banned away from the mid laner of AL. We're instead going for a Skarner. I think interesting to see that champion taken away with Rumble also banned from Fearless and the Azir. So first picks, I mean, Xin Zhao making it all the way to game number 3 of a draft. Very important, and I think the Lilia being taken away also potentially adds a little bit more flavor. Sion finally makes it through in this series.
Yeah, the Lilia for Shadow has been very, very good, so not surprised to see that one taken away. Same with the Kaisa for Awesome, as well as Shanks on the Azir. We had a very interesting strategy for FPX in that last game, where they banned away 3 mid laners in that first phase. Obviously did not end up working out for them, as they ended up giving away Rumble and the Fury in that draft. But the Xin Zhao locked in here for Shadow to start things off. As again, probably the highest prio jungler that is still left up.
Oh yeah. So AL, what's going to be the answer? I think Sion has to be a lock. I think he gives so much in terms of what this champion's able to accomplish. And wow, we're going for the Lucian. So I wonder if we're going to be able to break this up. Are we going to be going for the Lucian? There is still Ezreal available, so you could go Ezreal Karma. I know that we saw this last night in that NIPT series. And just depends. I personally really like Lucian Milio, but I think some of our LPL teams have been really favoring the Nami side of this matchup.
Yeah, I like the Milio because it gives you kind of a late game bridge a little bit as well. Like, you can play that late game a little bit more. As we're going back to full damage, full priority 2v2s here in the LPL. Lucian Nami against Kalista Renata. It's about to get scrappy. It's about to get bloody down there in the bottom lane.
Okay, Hope and Kael, they've had some good lanes. I think that they've mostly been better team fighters. So we'll see if Awesome and Jue can kind of prove that 2v2 with this Kalista Renata. I think we need to be seeing junglers that are going to prioritize going towards bottom lane here. And for AL, I mean, you already have Ornn taken out of the game. Any other greedy top laners that are taken out might also be a good pick. So I like the Yorick already being taken away from Sheer.
Yeah, in terms of things that can play well into the Scion, it's not necessarily stuff that can really shut it down in lane. We haven't seen things like the Darius really pop up, as that's like, you know, stuff that you can really like kind of shut the Scion down with early. It's instead been things that can kind of continue to match it in scaling, whether it's directly or in other ways, specifically in the side lanes here for the Yorick being selected. Something like the Mbessa has also been an option. And speaking of, we do see that one taken away as we say goodbye to the cat.
Goodbye, Mimi. I love you, but the claws were getting a little bit in there. So
it's okay.
yeah,
We kept the
Mbessa,
viewers
like you had
entertained
said.
in this final part of the draft. So nice
Okay.
job.
I like the Volibear. Volibear very good at being able to abuse the Scion matchup, but also kind of taking that away from Tarzan. Interesting that they had noted, I think, just wanting to get an aggressive jungler. We are getting finally someone other than Monkey from Team WE, who we will see after this game in that next series versus Invictus Gaming. Okay. I mean, great Trundle use of the Pillar versus a Renata and a Callista. You have good skirmishing between the mid-jungle. I already kind of like this from AL. They're going to be playing a very strong 1 and 2 item composition. We are getting sheer Camille versus this Scion.
Lot to talk about here. Let's start off with the Trundle. Again, has been played a lot by Monkey on Team WE. He's undefeated on that champion this split, but it does really well into the Xin Zhao. It's used as that Xin Zhao counter, so seeing that locked in for Tarzan is going to be very fun. Camille, another one of those champions here, Alk, that can take down the Scion in the early game, like in that 1v1 setting, can really take over that laning phase and give a really good opportunity here for FPX. It's going to be locked in, followed up by the Aurora to finalize the composition for Fun plus Phoenix. They are going to be scrappy. They're going to be playing a lot of these skirmishes here where AL, if they lock in this victor, they set up a really nice front-to-back composition for themselves.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried here, though. Again, this might be another game where early game priority ends up being very good for FPX. There's a small part of my mind that thinks Trundle could go top lane here into Camille. It's a wonderful matchup. We'll see if Flanders ended up cooking. Scion jungle is also something that we have seen in years past.
Yeah.
But when I look at this draft, FPX, you have a winning top side. You have an Aurora who has a hell of a lot of damage, especially with Electrocute early on. And obviously this 2v2 is something that we have been talking about. So you have priority from top lane. You should be able to gain priority from mid lane. And AL are looking to scale, let their solo laners get their items, and then Trundle makes it that much easier for them to rip through someone like a Callisto or even this Xin Zhao or later on. It's all going to be about that mid-game spike for Lucian Nami. Can you find the dives in? Can you chunk out opponents before objectives?
And if you can use that Lucian Nami to set up mid lane priority, get yourself to neutral objectives. This is a composition for anyone's Legends that wants to be at objectives first, because when they get engaged into it, it actually does work out relatively well for them with something like the Victor and the Trundle. A similar thing could be said with the Renata, obviously, here for FPX, as we are headed to that final game. Of course, anyone's Legends winning that last one in a very dominant fashion, looking like the favorites like we expected, but we harken back to game number 1. It's FPX kind of causing that chaos that we know so well in this LPL group ascend. Can they continue to pull off upsets here and take down the number 2 team in the LPL? Or will it be business as usual for anyone's Legends with their late game team composition? We're about to find out as we head on to the rift for game number 3 between FPX and AL.
Exciting stuff. I mean, the fact that we're even here in this game number 3 repeats itself from an earlier series, the first time we saw these two teams match up. And for FPX, I think a very big win for them if they can find it here so that they continue to contest in the standings and make a potential run further on. Okay.
Still some more AL fans, but hey, FPX, they're coming in a little bit here. A little bit more than game number 1, I'll say.
Maybe the FPX fans didn't realize that they would be here in game 3, so they were like, you know what, well, we could skip game 1, we'll come in for game 2, we'll chill out in the arena. Well, either way, nice job of going for a level 1. There are a lot of options here for AL with this Scion. They can go for an early invade and then look for a level 4 dive onto this bottom side, or a 3 to 4 minute dive.
Now,
early on, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Trundle's probably going to have to escort his top laner into this, but might be tough.
It might have been Team WE with Monkey on the Trundle, but I think we have seen a world where like Zion, we do the double jungle into like a dive bot lane. I don't think that's going to happen now. This has been set up as Zion has kind of rotated back up to the top lane.
Ooh.
As we already see some really nice trading from Awesome and Jway, chunking Hope down to half HP.
This is also Electrocute Lucian, so if you missed Electrocute Nami from when Lucian Nami was popular in 2022, well, this is basically as close to a fix as you're going to get here. So, should be pretty fun to watch. Again, much more early game destruction, and obviously having the Ignite as well just means that we're looking for all-ins from Hope and Kyle, short trades, wanting to make sure that this Kalista Renata do not have a lot of fun, but they have priority over the wave, and really strong showing already. Good heal coming on through.
Yeah. Will save Jway from being put in any serious danger here, as it is level 2 hit first by the FPX bottom lane. You can see the electrocute damage really coming into fruition here for Hope on the Lucian, who I feel like when I remember Hope playing back on JDG in 2022, it was on this Lucian Nami lanes that were I thought he was looking really good on. I don't remember necessarily if that was really his most played champion or anything like that, but I have some core memories of this guy when he was kind of at the top of the LPL. Now he is back here once again. We're getting an early invade here for Shadow. Jway and Asu are going to help him take down this blue buff, and Tarzan really
doesn't see this. I hope the LPL observers do like a vision toggle here, because they actually shouldn't be able to see him. They know Tarzan is here, but they didn't know that he invaded for his blue buff. They don't know where this bottom lane is. Good job from Tarzan to try to avoid a lot of this early vision. And that'll be scouted out by not only the Scryers. Oh, Hope.
Ebb and flow comes through, not enough to close that gap. The double tap did land. It could have been a lot of damage dealt to one of those members of the bot lane for FPX, but instead they will get out alive. Shadow heads over to mid lane, says hello to Shanks, and then we'll jump right back up to try to secure that top lane scuttle.
They're going to take their recall, so this will be Hope and Kyle actually getting a little bit of alone time. They have half a level up on their opponents here. Awesome and Jway spend a lot of time making sure that Shadow can not only get vision of Trundle, but also steal away his blue buff. Small advantages here. It's all about the minor wins you can find in this bottom lane matchup, especially with how aggressive we already saw, but Awesome and Jway actually missing a fair portion of that minion wave bottom lane, so feeling good for Hope and Kyle.
And it didn't necessarily feel so good for them at the start of things, because Awesome and Jway hit level 2 first. They were able to, have some nice trades back onto the Lucian Nami, but they used that priority in the bot lane to help Shadow get ahead. And so now that is where we are going to have our eyes. How much can Shadow do with that little lead that he has built for himself? He's obviously in a bit of a counter matchup. The Trundle doesn't do. The Trundle has a good matchup, in specifically the 1v1 power into this Zinzao. But now that he has a little bit of an advantage in terms of the camp that he's been able to clear, we'll see if Shadow can be that difference maker that FPX need him to be if they want to win this year.
And I like this from AL. They immediately initiate the swap. You can tell that FPX recognizing that, oh crap, their bottom lane's not here. Well, they're just going to go for a swap. They're going to try and swap again here. Teleport used by Flandre, but not from Sheer. So with how big this minion wave is, it's going to be a pretty long time before they go for this. I mean, they should know that, hey, Flandre's recalling. You're kind of stuck in these lane allocations. They want to try to get Sheer out of this very comfortable lane matchup. And while, yes, the Kalista Renata will be able to get enough, with Grubs not spawning for another 3 minutes, I think that AL are doing a very smart job of trying to punish this bottom lane from FPX.
And so you think that's why they rotate Jway and Awesome up here, is to just try to give them a little bit of free time away from Lucian Nami?
Well, they were just trying to match the Lucian Nami. At this point, they actually want to early on be in the skirmishing lane between the two. Not only because it's the kind of the way that they're going to be able to find advantages, but they also just want to help Sheer out, right? Like, you're playing this Camille matchup, but with Hope and Kyle, they get to the wave first. They're going to hit this. They're going to also be able to either fade into topside river. They'll have access to this dragon. I think that AL have played these last couple minutes of swaps really, really smart.
Yeah, and it results in a slight lead in terms of the gold and CS department over to Hope and Kyle on this Lucian Nami pick. Dragon's going to be started up here by anyone's legend. However, FPX are going to collapse here. Jway going to flash over the Aqua Prison, but straight into the arms of Hope. The Ignite's taken onto him. It will not be enough to take him down. If the potions will save his life. Now here comes the rest of the fight for Fun plus Phoenix. Picaire goes between worlds. Kyle is low. Kyle will drop. The bot lane is dead. And FPX find the first 2 kills of this game 3.
Care got some damage down onto Shanks. Shanks took his recall and Flanger was trying to fade down into mid. He goes back into the topside river, and that turns into a numbers advantage. So FPX playing on great timers despite the fact that they were late to the dragon starting. They'll take their reset instead, grab items for Awesome. He finishes his boots, so that Martial Poise is going to have him in a bit of a better spot. And a great roam coming in from FPX to open up a 2-kill lead.
Yeah, Care, I mean, was there. Shanks was not. That was the biggest difference. As
yeah,
we
look.
saw, Jway has massive cojones to go for that play, flashing over.
Oh, yeah.
And he was able to get this utility
was,
down to allow the rest of the fight to open up.
I was so afraid after I saw this. I was like, you're flashing forward. All right, brother. Nice. You're maybe just baiting them in. Shadow, we get back to picture-in-picture, and he dies over a scuttle. Care could not get into position.
Oh, here comes Sheer, though. He flashes in for the ultimatum. Care will finish it off with the weirding. And that's the Feats of Warfare secured for Fun Plus Phoenix. Now it's a battle between the soul lanes. Flanger does not have that ultimate, but the Gravity Well will stun up Sheer, who no longer has that escape tool, waiting for the hookshot to come through, but a full decimating smash will come out. Already an upgraded laser as well for Shanks will mean that another kill goes back AL's way.
Okay, those 2 assists from Shanks actually getting him the upgrade. Really smart tech coming in from AL, and they're able to find another one as well. The fact that they invested the flash from Sheer is not feeling all that great, and Zion is feeling very good about his spot in this game. Yes, he will eventually get outscaled in a side lane, but right now it's going to take a very long time from anyone from FPX to actually kill this Zion, especially this Kalista, as this game goes forward. So instead of playing for the grubs, they continue to try to swap, try to match the bottom lane of anyone's legend, and that'll be the first dragon of the game going over to FPX. And I wonder if they're going to try to match this. Instead, it seems like Hope and Kyle are actually going to take control of mid lane. Just see what happened with Shadow here. Nice pillar.
Yeah, it was really nicely done by Tarzan. Again, he wins this isolated in a 1v1 situation, but then having the rest of his team to help out is going to be big here. So Sheer gets something back, but then here comes the Victor, and Shanks is going to become very, very powerful.
Sure, cool. Got the flash out of enemy mid, got the flash out of top lane. So feeling pretty good about their spot here as AL. Also helps out with the jungle matchup for Tarzan, as both of our junglers have hit level 6. Most importantly for me is that our AD carries as well with our supports are getting to that point with their ultimates up. FPX are not going to really be in a position to contest for these topside grubs, not even be able to steal more than one. So they get priority from mid.
Okay, so one of those is taken up for AL. They still have Hope and Kyle on the top side, whereas right now Care is the one in the bot lane for Funk plus Phoenix. This means that they will be able to trade one back, so 1-1 overall. And we'll see who decides to claim this final grub. Teleport comes in from Care. Flandra has the unstoppable onslaught to try to join the fight if they need, but Tarzan is getting singled out, and Tarzan will go down to Shadow. Sheer looking to go over. Oh, what a fate's call from Awesome and Jway. They land the ultimate onto Kyle as well. The tidal wave only to try to buy some time, but the Nami will be taken down. Sheer looking to finish this kill off. It's just one more auto. The one becomes lightning. Will not connect. The hook shot will, though. And FPX find themselves 2 more kills.
Amazing job, and they grab 2 grubs, so they get the majority of the grubs. One more objective, and that's the Feats of Strength going over to Fun Plus Phoenix. The bottom lane is performing. It was a little risky around that grub pit. We saw that Tarzan and the rest of AL could not perform, could not find more kills. They start to slip in this game. It is about that early game spike, though. Again, with this Kalista Renata, you're going to have so much flexibility in fights that you're able to take. It was a teleport coming out from Flandra to try to secure another wave, but you're fine right now. Trinity Force not quite done here for Sheer, and he'll have his teleport back up and available in a time.
Glad that we're getting this sort of game instead of the game number 2 that we had, Alk, because if this was just an AL stomp, it would have been a little bit anticlimactic, but now Fun Plus Phoenix really putting the pressure on. Obviously, still opportunities for AL to win. They have that late game scaling comp. Specifically, Flandra has been able to actually farm up really nicely, pick up 2 kills for himself. He's stacking up that HP very well so far in this game. And so if they can get to that late game, anyone's Legends will be right back into business. But I really like the look that we've seen from from FPX so far. Specifically, once again, off of Care and Shadow.
See right now that Jway's playing pretty far up right now, wants to try to get vision on enemy jungle. Needs to be careful, even though he does have the flash. Trundle makes it very easy for him and his team to follow up if he forgets that pillar going down. And for the first time, it feels, FPX get priority with this Kalista Renata. I know we've been talking a lot about how Hope and Kyle have been moving around the map, but right now it is Awesome and Jue who pushed in through mid. They moved into this top side. They were able to secure most of the grubs. Now they move into top side. They're able to constantly slam waves into the solution Nami. Once he finishes his first item, I think that Hope will feel a little bit more comfortable. Has that culling as well, so should be feeling very, very good about their spot in this game. And we are getting that Rod of Aegis Victor, so he'll have a lot of HP, but some of that damage is going to be lacking. Hopefully, I think, kind of accentuated by the fact that Trundle Ultimate is going to at least make one of these targets a little bit more paper thin.
Sometimes when you're playing these late game comps, staying alive is the more important part of things. As Flandra has a fully charged Q on a Sheer. Now this is normally a matchup that the Camille's able to win, but not in this situation. It looks like Flandra trying to take down his former teammate in Sheer. And he has to use the hook shot and the flash to escape. That's going to be more plates now going over to the Scion.
Okay, Aurora's coming on down though. There's a very quick timer here. Flandra being very respectful. No mid wave. We do not know where enemy jungle and bot lane are. Hope finishes that Essence Reaver, so pretty big spike coming on through for him. We have Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and Sheer doesn't have flash, so the bottom lane or any of the squishy members of AL can be a little safer recognizing there's no flash hookshot coming on through. But right now it is FPX having first say in this bottom side river, so they'll be able to put down vision, clear out any of AL's, and stop them from really being able to get much done in this bottom side.
Shadow playing very aggressive, going to go forward with the Audacious Charge, gets blocked up by the tidal wave, and now the initial engage is called off by FPX. Culling comes through, blocked by the Crescent Guard. Shadow goes right back in, looking to try to take down Kyle, and he will do so, and it should be a 1-for-1, but here comes the Renata. FPX get 2 kills onto the bottom lane once more, and they are winning this mid game really hard.
And Shadow gets so much healing done in that fight from the 3 Talon Strike, from the Sundered Sky as well. He is just doing so much work in this play, survives for such a long time with his Crescent Guard, and that is a trade of summoner spells from all of the members of AL's bottom and mid lane. Now even the second Dragon, so Feats of Strength are going to be going over to Fun Plus Phoenix.
And now they could look for another fight. Once Flandra has something to say about it, Death Summoning Smash is canceled by the handshake. And that means that FPX will get out with their lives. 2,500 gold lead for them. 2 Dragons in their favor. The Feats of Strength, as you said, Fun Plus Phoenix trying to do the impossible, the unthinkable. Pull off this upset against anyone's Legends. We're taking another look at this replay, and Shadow just going crazy here in this fight.
I just don't understand how Hope can be pushing up here. Like, Tarzan and Shanks are on the bottom side of the river near Tri-Brush. We cannot be allowed to step up. This is an amazing Wind Become Lightning that finds Shadow, and then it's Triumph Heal from Sundered Sky, heal again onto Hope. He just plays this really, really well. Fantastic stuff, and AL overextending, overreaching into this bottom side river.
Yeah, and Hope and Kyle really did not play that last fight very well. It's been a bot lane that we've been very excited about overall in the LPL.
Oh yeah.
Like they've been playing very good. They've been kind of the difference and the reason why AL has been able to kind of go beyond where we originally thought they were going to go, but so far this game specifically has not worked so well on the Lucian Nami, which is a bot lane that needs to get priority, needs to get these items and have a bit of a lead. Right now it's Awesome and Joy that are really controlling the map.
When we've been talking about top lane or top duos from the bottom lane, I feel like if you're only looking at the eye test, Pays is the best AD carry. If you're looking at the stats, it is Leave. But overall, it has felt like Hope has been our best AD carry here in the league. So we'll see if they're able to perform here and kind of keep that title for themselves, as it'll be the Heralds traded here. Flandra's been doing a great job into Sheer, but not even cutting him off. Should be another turret falling, especially with those 2 grubs and another wave. Hope was able to get an entire bottom lane turret for himself, so they're trying to even up some of that gold lead, and FPX doing the same by putting that gold right into the Awesome and Joy bottom lane.
Now you can start to see a little bit of what anyone's Legends are hoping to play for. You saw that Flandra was in like a 1v4 situation and he just did not die, didn't even come close to dying there. Shadow knew that he had no chance of trying to take him down. If Flandra can get to that point, and Tarzan can eventually get to a point where you could use the subjugate, get really, really tanky on this Trundle, set up for Shanks and the rest of the team, that's how AL will win this. And the gold lead is not fully out of reach just yet. Only 2,000 here at the 16-minute mark. But you have a little bit of time to kind of stall out and wait for those carries to be able to provide that damage. Because even if you're the Scion soaking up damage forever, if your carries aren't able to do anything, it's not going to matter at all.
I really disagree with this Trinity Force start here for Tarzan. Yes, it's great skirmishing, but I feel like as Trundle, you really don't have very many options here. You are going into a Camille and, you know, some of the shorter range carries of FPX. I feel like maybe a Sundered Sky would still kind of get you that, but maybe wanting to opt for some of that movement speed that you get access to by having the Phage. So we'll see how much Tarzan is actually able to get use of this Trinity Force as we get into a spot where mid-control is all the rage. It is currently Awesome and Jway doing a much better job than Hope and Kael. Shadow already here. They're trying to fish for something. It's a minute and a half before the Dragon. If they can get a Summoner spell, if they can get something, then you're feeling very good about their chances.
Oh, wow.
Hope does
Jway
no
gets hit up by the Office Prison and just does not take any DPS from that fully charged culling, by the way, from Hope. He issued every single bullet in the back of Jway. Took maybe 30% of the Renata's health. That is not a good sign.
I mean, they'll be able to recall here, so feeling good about their chances. It's another wave that Flandra ends up dropping topside to maybe be there for the play. Care will be able to move first. Flandra does have teleport, so that could be something that we continue to look towards. And Grapes, I gotta be honest, I feel like you may have called it from the very beginning of the series. I did ask you to give us ways that FPX were going to be able to take this series, and while you may have caveated it with a won't be in convincing fashion, I think we have seen more replicable ways for FPX to win games and win series, and it is through aggressive plays, and more specifically, when this mid-jungle of FPX are really working together.
Yeah, hey, it hasn't been super easy. Obviously, AL
True.
dominated them in that game number 2. So we are at that third game, and this is where FPX can really start to make the magic happen. You know, maybe the incorrect way to say this is Shadow flips it sometimes, right? It goes very aggressive all the time. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But sometimes that's what you need. When you know that you're the underdog against players like Tarzan, like Flandra, who have been to the top of internationals in the past, have been to the top of the LPL.
Okay.
Now Fun plus Phoenix looking to try to do the same. As this Dragon is available, we soul point for them if they're able to pick it up. They proc the Herald in the mid lane to generate some priority in that lane and force AL to respond.
All right, I like this from FPX. They recognize, they saw the two teleports come out from AL. Flandra sends it forward. It's just a distraction though. Still, that Herald's gonna crash in mid. You also have 2 grubs. So AL have to now fight their way into this river. Dragon has been started. Care is on a flank right now. Gets a pretty decent chunk onto Tarzan.
Shadow going forward instead of going for the objective. They're going to try to knock up Flandra. He's very tanky though on this Scion. Already popping the biscuits and keeping himself nice and healthy. Care getting zoned out by Shanks, who has that Rod of Ages and has a lot of HP. The Dragon's at half. Tarzan going to try to get into the pit to try to steal this one away. Jway goes forward, handshake does not connect. Tarzan going to approach, but the Ren will secure the Drake here for FPX as they get them out in soul point. Culling not doing enough. Anyone's Legend does not have any damage just yet. Here comes Between Worlds from Care. Shadow dashing forward once more. The Renata not fighting much with the ulti, but here comes X ultimatum. It lands on Tarzan. Bashir's the one who dies first. The health bars are low. Anyone's Legends have the chance to win this team fight. Tarzan running him down. Shadow forced to run away. He's going to go in, but try to just buy some time for the rest of his team to escape. They do end up taking down Tarzan as Care gets the shutdown. That is awesome. Try to take down Flandra in response. A wild, wacky fight around the Dragon Pit, but it's Anyone's Legends that win it 3 for 2.
FPX get the Dragon and put themselves on soul point, but what a sloppy fight played by them. I think an overextension on so many plays, maybe some of that miscommunication starting to hammer home. You can kind of see that they're overforcing. I want to see where we start in this replay. This flash from Jway, I think you're just asking for too much here, and then Sheer still getting damage onto Flandra, but from here on out, pull back. They are so much healthier than us. They still have that subjugate still landing. Care has the entire fight down to 30% HP. So I feel like at a certain point as FPX, cut your losses, maybe sacrifice 1 or 2 members, and just pull out of this play. The fact that they're even able to go barely 2 for 3 is a good thing for them, because this could have gone a lot worse. This was so many kills and assists going over to Shanks. He's going to have all of his evolves coming up in this next fight.
And this is where things get a little bit scary if you are FPX. Even though you got yourself the soul point, Anyone's Legends are able to fight back mightily and admirably there in the full 5v5, and they're looking for another one here as Tarzan face checking that brush. Got to find Shadow, and here comes the rest of the team. They're going to try to lock Tarzan down. They try not to flash away, pops the pillar to try to keep himself alive, but Sheer comes in on the flank and will shut the troll down. 1-0 in favor of FPX.
Is that going to be the Otacon started for them? It is so tough for Tarzan to go for Smite Steals versus his team. Not only do you have the Xin Zhao, but you have the Callista Rend. Thornbound Otacon now started for Fun plus Phoenix. They're going to have to battle into a Renata ultimate, into a now teleporting Sheer on the flank. AL are going to have to battle hard.
They have the Smite, they have the Rend. It should be almost impossible for this Otacon to get stolen away. They're going to go for Hope instead. The collapse from FPX is beautiful. And
wait, Shanks!
But here comes the follow-up. Shanks on this Victor is popping off and saving the fight for anyone's Legends. Already 2 picked up. It's at 2v3, but the soul laners from AL are very strong. Decimating Slash jumped away from by the hook shot. Shadow going in for a knockup. The Thunder Stein healing things up, but it's not going to heal enough. Shanks is still alive. The Victor saving the day. Shanks the hero for AL, and Flandra to finish off the ace.
And when you need them most, AL solo laners provide the way out of this fight. 1-0-9, level 14, almost getting close to that level 16 mark for his Arcane Storm. The Thornbound Otacon is going to go over to the way of anyone's Legend, and they perform admirably to be able to get them back into this game.
And now the snowball is going to start to roll, baby. Anyone's Legend, 1,000 gold up. They're going to pick up the Thornbound Otacon. Looked like almost a certainty that would go towards FPX, but they went for the fight instead. And they could not stop Flandra. Only has died once on this side. I find it hard to believe he's going to die any more times.
I'm just watching this fight, and yes, Sheer has this pick. I love the fact that we over-index. We know Hope has no flash from this last play, but look at who's hitting, and the Arcane Storm into this Gravity Well in the choke of the Tribe Rush is just back-breaking for FPX. Shadow's trying to get back in. They try to slow play this around the Otacon, but it's just not enough. They don't have enough damage, and he just stinks for so long, especially with another Gravity Well and with the Rod of Ages healing.
As we continue to go throughout this game, as Shank's just barely able to stay alive, issuing out so much damage in that last fight, the question will arise, who's killing this Scion? And if he doesn't die, who's going to help dive onto Shanks? You see he does 7,000 damage in that last team fight. It's only going to get more. He did not even have the upgraded ulti at that point.
Yeah, I kind of always refer to comps like this where they have a Scion who's very tanky. You have a really strong front line as like crab comps. You've got crab tanks running around because all you have to do is get into the meaty insides. You got to be able to take out all of that delicious crab meat if you want any chance of being able to find a victory here. Shadow almost going down. He had that Crescent Guard, so a lot of patience. That's going to mean that FPX going to be stalled out on a Mountain Soul here, as AL will have priority over this, be able to grab themselves their first dragon of this game.
And that's exactly what we've said we wanted to see Anyone's Legends do with their draft. Once we got to this point, use that Lucian ulti to generate mid lane priority and get yourself to those major objectives on either side of the map. This time it was the dragon. They stopped the soul from going over to FPX, and if they can continue to get those dragons in their favor, continue to get those resistances for Flandra, it's going to be near impossible for FPX to win.
And on the side lane, I mean, we said that Flandra was already unkillable. We thought maybe this Camille would be able to do something, but Camille is a level and a half down right now. Scion has almost 1,100 HP from his passive, from the Soul Furnace. And you look at his items, he is never going down. Sheer does no damage to this guy, and even going for, I think, kind of indicative from his build, with this Sterix gauge, he just wants the HP shielding, and he wants to be able to get right into the backline so he can be kind of a bruiser, an executor in the backline.
And it's much more for FPX about finding picks than it is about going for the 5v5 at this point, because they are outscaled. And they've already kind of gotten to the point where they are fully outscaled. Now that Scion has 3 items, the Lucian's at 3 items as well. Shanks has a fully stacked row and 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Gonna be very difficult for FPX to win a full-on 5v5 unless you, again, kind of find these numbers advantages, and it's gonna be up to Shadow, Sheer as well, and then Care to create those situations for themselves around the Rift.
If a fight goes on long enough, it has to be Awesome versus Shanks. Like, the pin cushion that is going to be Scion will eventually go down to a Callista, but it's all about where they can find damage. And again, like you said, finding those picks. And, I mean, hell, the Aurora champion is very unbalanced if you get multiple procs of her passive. Seeing that, Hope right now trying to find something. This might just be Jway getting caught out. It's going to be the Fate's Call, forced away from this Kalista. AL are getting a lot more gold. You can kind of see they're starting to find minor advantages. Third point being put into Arcane Storm on this Victor. He is going to be an absolute menace in these fights if he is left unabated.
Yeah, we've seen those Victor ults in the late game just grow and grow and grow as the team fight unfolds. That is definitely a risk here for FPX. However, Kara's actually been able to keep up, at least in terms of gold, with a lot of kills for himself.
Yeah.
The difference is, because Shanks has that Rod of Ages, very ahead of an experience, and also, of course, with the Dark Seal, continue to stack up a little bit on his own right. So in terms of pure strength, definitely the Victor still favored. But Kara still can do some damage if given the opportunity.
We're seeing the setup right now. It is really hard for AL to actually find much purchase in mid lane. They've been trying to use this Lucian Nami combo. There's a Scion charging down just so they can make sure that there is no chance. I want to see Sheer continue to push. I need you to hit this mid wave. You just saw 4 people in that wave. You're going to see Victor show on that lane. Step up, man. You have 2 grubs. You're playing Camille with Flash.
Oh, we could have definitely got the tower. Now we're getting in there a little bit late as Flandra is arriving. Gonna eventually take it down and back on out of there, but small price to pay if you are anyone's Legends, as they are really controlling things right now and kind of just stalling out. They know the later this game goes, the better it's going to be.
Tournament is completed here for Awesome, so 3 items on this Kalista versus this Lucian. So, I mean, we're probably waiting here, Grapes. Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. There's a Baron, so if FPX can clear out vision, if they can try to catch AL kind of not paying attention, maybe there's a possibility. But you can kind of see that AL right now, and Tarzan in particular, all he's doing is, I'm sitting around mid lane, I'm kind of running around, there's not really too many camps for me to take, I'm here to shadow my bottom lane and make sure whichever side lane we need to play for, that I'm going to be in the area.
We are kind of playing that waiting game right now. Dragon in a minute. Bot lane, really the focus here for FPX. They have Sheer and Shadow around at this point, but the mid lane fully controlled by anyone's Legends. FPX still don't have that mid lane tier 1 turret taken down. It's going to be very hard for them to get to this objective first. And if AL are there first, I mean, that's exactly the position that they want to be in.
Okay, ping's going on to Baron. It's FPX trying to clear out some vision right now. Need to be very careful. This game is going to come down to 1 or 2 fights, especially with where they're at in this. Flanger picking up a Thornmail is such a huge purchase again against this Kalista. It's going to make it almost impossible for FPX to deal damage. We've been talking about mid priority constantly. It's going to be a lot easier for AL to gain that, especially with that mid tier 1 going down. Dragon in 10 seconds. A lot of vision cleared out in this bottom side. Can FPX hold the choke, and can they actually stop AL from walking in and pushing them out?
Dragon at spawn. FPX there first, and now it's going to be anyone's Legend. They'll be the ones to force themselves into the pit. The mid lane very even right now, so no opportunity to go for those waves. See Care and Sheer both on flanks. That is the difference maker potentially here for FPX. But for anyone's Legends, they have Flandra, they have Tarzan, they have this massive front line. It's going to be very hard to kind of break through. Hope dashing forward, trying to foul out
no!
Sheer. Culling comes out, Sheer in a desperation move, tries to flash forward, but he gets hit up by the Aqua Prison and taken down. Now he head back towards the Dragon. Oh, the Renata ultimate does a lot of damage. They're going to go towards Shank, trying to take him down. He goes golden. Around the Dragon we go, but it's going to be secured by Tarzan, and FPX are on the run. Nobody can take down this Scion. Awesome going for one last potential kill, but he will find none of it. It's a 5-for-1 picked up for AL.
Sheer just throws the game there, makes it impossible for his team, and I love the aggression coming out from Hope. He recognizes, I need to find a pick, I need to find an opening for the game, finds out Sheer, picks this off, and the rest of the team tries to focus Shanks, but between the Rod of Ages healing, between the Seeker's Arm Guard, it is too much for FPX, as AL grab another Dragon, and they're going to put themselves with a Baron as well.
And just no opportunity for FPX to contest this one. Shadow has just respawned. He's going to be way too far away. Sheer just down in the bot lane he goes, clearing out as many waves as possible. as they know they're going to be seeing those Baron-empowered minions for the next 3 minutes time. Baron buff picked up here for AL. Their scaling composition has arrived. I think they're starting to breathe a sigh of relief as they feel like they really control this series now.
And just look at Hope here, man. Takes almost half of Sheer's HP, tries to find that Q, but it's just not enough. And then I'm looking on the other side of this fight. I like this idea coming in from Awesome and Jue. They put a lot of pressure, but just look at this Arcane Storm and Shadow getting focused. I feel like, yes, you needed to put focus onto Shanks, but honestly, maybe the Mountain Soul was worth it a little more, as between the Thornbound Otacon and them winning the fight outright there, AL are now in a healthy position to try to look to end this game. We'll see what they can do. They still have 2 minutes with this Baron. And honestly, everything aside, it has really come down to the top side. And really for Flandre, I think his best looks, and I think repeatedly in this game, has been these tanks.
Hope might have gotten a little bit too far. Kyle gets one shot, and the Guardian Angel's already procced off the Lucian.
No
Carpe
way.
goes down. How the hell did FPX find this fight? It is 4 down. Only Flandre left alive. It is a full set of towers available in the mid lane, but the death timers are so long. Can FPX do it?
40 seconds and 2 grubs. Right now, Sheer is actually losing the 1v1 versus this Scion. They have to protect these minion waves.
Scion will pick up the kill. Finally, Sheer will drop. Flandre had to head back to base. You can see the cannon minion.
20 seconds.
And 1 ranged minion still left alive. It was, remember, a full set of towers. The tier 1 was the one started up by FPX, and with the timers starting to count down, they cannot go for the end. They know what has happened in situations like this before in the LPL. They actually tried to go for something like that against WE, and it ended up not working their way. So FPX will back out, but what a massive fight, and it comes off the back of Care finding this one shot on the Kyle.
I mean, Hope just tries to fly forward. The wind becomes lightning, tags him, and then everything else is just free business coming on through for FPX. It's that raid boss, this Scion, that crab tank that we were talking about. Can you get to the backline carries? Well, if they offer themselves up, if that delicious underbelly comes on through, then you just got to take it as FPX, as AL give them a gold swing back into this game. Flandre is still unkillable on the Scion, getting closer to 2,000 bonus HP from the Soul Furnace. It's going to be a turret gained. It's the last Baron here. That Baron, the gold graph at the end is going to be so funny. Minus 3,000 for anyone's legend. Another minute before this dragon. And I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the fact that there is no summoner spells for Shanks and Hope, but they're going to be up in time for this dragon. And I can't say the same for Karen's Shadow.
I mean, yeah, that's the problem, I guess. The Flandre is so tanky right now, nearing 1,700 bonus HP on the Soul Furnace. Combined with just, being a Scion, having full items now in his inventory. My eyes, though, have to turn towards Care. He was monumental in terms of bursting down the bottom lane of AL, who, again, struggled in terms of that collapse. And if now with that Guardian Angel down from Hope, he does not have that available for the next couple of minutes, this dragon fight becomes much more difficult for them.
Tough. Okay, deep breaths here. We're seeing right now, FPX are trying to go through the bottom lane, recognizing that mid lane is always going to push in their favor, not only with now Aurora sitting there, but also having the super minions. But AL already in the river. They can clear this out. I'm watching the flanks. I'm watching Care. Can he find any kind of backline access? The entire pit is dark for Fun Plus Phoenix. Dragon spawns now. Bot wave is pushed in for them. Hope is going to try to collect this mid lane wave to push. And Flandre, a stalwart bastion for anyone's legend. Him and Tarzan coming into this roster to hopefully bring them further than top 4. Already brought them to grand finals. I'm going to have to do a lot more here.
Pillar buy into some space here for AL as well. Shadow's already at half HP. That is big as he's the one with the smite. Could potentially try to secure this Mountain Soul. In comes the choo-choo train. Flandre trying to lock down a suit with a handshake. Will stop the
Can they get it?
Who's going to the dragon? It's Soul picked up for FPX. And look at Sheer on the back line. Landing that ultimatum onto Shanks. But he's not able to do enough damage just yet. Another Decimating Smash gets canceled. And Flandre has no way into the fight. FPX on the retreat. And they will escape with all their lives and the Mountain Soul.
So many small support members coming in from FPX. Jway with the handshake stopping Sion. I think Sheer doing his job of making sure that Shanks never reaches into that fight. And that's the Mountain Soul coming in for FPX. I'm going to be honest, Graves, I still don't know if that's enough, but with the scaling of AL, you're going to have to take every single advantage you can get as FPX. The gold kind of doesn't matter at this point, but I'm looking at 4 items for Awesome. Will he ever be able to punch on through Flandra, through this Tarzan Trundle? We've got Baron spawning in 40 seconds, and FPX, they are early to the play, and they've got still a minute before this mid lane inhibitor of AL's respawns.
And now all of a sudden FPX are feeling good about themselves. They're really tanky. They have the soul. And they're diving in to the enemy jungle right now. Red buff being contested. This fight for AL has to be on Shanks. He's level 18 on the Victor. He's the one who does the consistent DPS at this point. Lucian only able to really burst down one target or so, as Flandra is still able to soak up a lot of damage. FPX kind of on the wrong side of the map right now. They went very aggressive for that potential invade, but they set Sheer up on a nice flank.
Okay, they got global red for their team. The scuttle is in favor of FPX, and you can see right now Hope pushing into mid-wave. Carey's going to walk right into this ward, and Shanks and Kyle playing really well, but look at Sheer on this flank. Yeah. If he can find Tarzan, he's going to get spotted now. He has to jump out.
Oh, Sheer could be in some trouble now. He has a hook shot over the wall, nearly getting canceled by that pillar. That could have been disastrous for the Camille. Again, this young top laners for FPX against his old mentor in Flandra. They have very different roles in what they need to do to give their team the victory in this series, as it looks like mid lane priority going to be controlled now by Anyone's Legend. Shank able to clear this one out, and it'll force FPX to respond to it and allow for Anyone's Legends to get a little bit of breathing room.
That mid lane inhibitor respawning means that was the last super minion wave 30 seconds ago. Bit more breathing room here for Anyone's Legend. Guardian Angel completed for Hope. So he'll be able to respawn in a fight. Doesn't mean that he'll be lacking a little bit of damage. It's a Wit's End completed. So Awesome is going to have so many resistances between Wit's End, Terminus, and the Jock Show. Now a Mountain Soul as well. He has 150 armor and magic resist. He takes no damage from Hope and Shanks, but it is all about that sustained DPS. Can AL actually get into this backline? Can they stop both Care and Sheer from dealing damage onto Shanks and Hope?
Here comes that unstoppable onslaught from Flandre. It doesn't land onto anybody, but it has singled out Care, separated him from the rest of the team. Sheer gets bursted down to half by the culling, and the Baron's at 4,000 HP. Tarzan has nobody to get into the pin, but he stole it! Steals it away! Anyone's Legends have the Baron, but will they win the fight? Guardian Angel pop here by Shadow. Awesome looking to dash it onto Hope. The Guardian Angel still has not been proc. Already kills him.
Oh no!
Falling over. Awesome is dead. FPX though, still in control, but can they take down Flandre? He's soaking up damage. He's still staying alive. He lands another Q. Some more damage onto the Xin, and still extended in the fight. It's a 2 for 2 overall, but Tarzan wins that one for AL by giving them the Baron Nashor.
How the hell does he get the smite versus Callista Rend? I don't know, but with 3 members having Baron, they could try to push on through mid lane. Instead, it looks like they're going to take control of this bottom side jungle, prep themselves up. We have Elder spawning in 2. Maybe they go for this bottom lane tier 2. I cannot wait to get into this replay, because not only can we see the smite, but there's a minor key thing I want everybody to be watching. Renata bailout there. We get right into this. I'm looking at this. I like that they play in the pit, try to shield themselves. They use the ultimate as well. Does not land onto Tarzan. Such a close smite, and look at this bailout from Jway right here. He tries to get it onto Awesome. Awesome flies to try to find it, and Sheer and Awesome stand on top of each other. Jway unfortunately puts it onto Sheer. If Callista ends up living, I don't know if she would have gotten the bailout from the Victor, but you have to imagine you go into the replay, you take back on that series, and if you end up losing this as FPX, it's those small moments that are going to matter the most.
And just one small misclick from Jway, who's had himself a phenomenal series, by the way, all things considered.
Yes.
And it just has not been enough for him in this Game 3 just yet to secure the series win for Fun Plus Phoenix. Again, a big upset this would be against Anyone's Legends, who are the consensus top 2, top 3 in the LPL. They were the finalists in Split number 1, and now getting challenged by a team who didn't even make it into the playoffs just a couple of months ago. The Baron buff still alive and working here for some members of anyone's legend, but it's not going to matter too much because their full focus, their full attention is going to go towards this Elder Dragon. If it gets picked up, that means a massive fight could be won, and that could be the signal for the game to end.
35 seconds before it spawns, and with everything else equal, with all of these summoner spells missing, I do advantage FPX.
Okay,
Although we see
Flandra
this.
running it right down mid. Oh, the pillar! It blocks out so much. That's awesome. Doing a lot. But here
Oh
comes
my god,
the
Jway!
ultimate. Jway just has a huge opportunity here for FPX. In goes Ashir. He uses that ultimatum onto Shanks. Sends him out of the fight. Flandra trying his best to stay alive. But the Scion is no longer unkillable. Awesome picks up the kill. And Fun plus Phoenix, they turn it right back around.
The hostile takeover completely ends that fight. And with Mountain Soul, FPX are going to look to try to position themselves on the Elder right now. Tarzan gets away. They're going to have to give over this objective now. I can't believe it. We still have a whole other series after this, Grapes. We've got a 42-minute banger between FPX and AL. Completely unexpected here. We thought maybe AL were going to be able to find this. Look at how tanky Awesome and Jway are. And look at where the rest of the damage dealers are. I mean, this with Care, the LPX mid and support just completely warping this fight between the two of them. And then Flandra just turns into a pin cushion. Flandra is forced out of this fight. And again, with no summoner spells, FPX should be advantaged in these fights. A fantastic one coming in from the Phoenix.
And now they have that Elder Dragon on most of their members here. I think maybe all of them, actually, at this point. I don't think anybody went down in that fight. Those executes, plus the soul, has to be enough for them to close out this series. Anyone's legend, they're starting to show that even though they are very tanky, even though they have a very nice front line, if Shanks is out of the fight, if he's not able to do anything, if they're not able to get the resets with the Arcane Storm, the damage really just isn't there to take down somebody like Awesome, who is continuing to stack up these resistances and be a real threat on this Callista, even 43 minutes into the game.
And I think it also just makes it that much tougher when you think of the fact that FPX all that time ago ended up getting the feats of strength. It's so funny looking at the stats. FPX are the worst team in Group Ascend of getting feats of strength. Only 12% of their games do they able to get this. AL first in the league. And with those gunmetal greaves for Awesome, he'll be getting more movement speed when hitting enemy champions. Same thing here with Care with those upgraded boots. Remember, also buffed on this patch. 500 gold instead of 750. Every little thing matters when we talk about games like these. And with an Infernal Soul, or the Infernal Drake now on their side, or sorry, the Elder Drake, I should say. It's only here for another 45 seconds. AL have to be able to hold.
Here they go. They have the Elder. They can just continue to dive in the back line. Look at Care. We're going between worlds, and that world is a 2-1 win potentially. Hope's already down. Shanks goes golden, but Flandra picks up a kill. They're still alive here.
That's
but
it.
The Elder will smite down Shanks. Only Kyle and Flandra will live. They have no chance to win this game anymore. And Fun plus Phoenix, they pull up the upset, and they're going to march into the base and win the series for the #2 team in the LPL.
Who would have thought that head-to-head is now going to be 1-1 versus FPX and anyone's legend?
Flandra going to try to do his best. He's unkillable on this Scion, but the Nexus is not. FPX pull off the win.
They find their second win of the round robin, and damn it, Grapes, who would have thought it was going to be against anyone's legend? FPX continue to be one of our amazing upstarts here as AL now move down to 9-4. They're on a 2-series loss streak, and you can see the excitement for the FPX boys. This is a hard-fought one and an amazing one at that.
You were wondering if the magic run ran out for Fun plus Phoenix as soon as they started dropping series, as soon as they lost to WE in this second round robin, but took a quick reset over Thunder Talk, and then a really valiant fight against anyone's legends, who now drop to 9-4 overall here in this group stage. And FPX all of a sudden inching closer and closer to that top half of the pack.
Yeah.
As we have a really interesting middle tier here now in the LPL Ascend group.
They're 6-8. Their game differential is still -2, but now they potentially put them within striking distance of Weibo and Invictus, two teams that are sitting with 6 wins each. So unless Invictus get upset today by Team WE, there's a very real possibility that FPX could be ending tonight as the 6th best team of the LPL.
And who would have expected that going into this season, going into this group stage? Certainly not any of us, but it's been these teams, FPX and WE, that have been able to rise up and take these games and find these upsets against some of the top teams in the LPL. I feel like a lot of the time when we were looking at what to expect from these guys going into the start of this Split 2 regular season, it was a lot of, they're probably going to get smacked around. It'll be participation trophies here or there. It's about scaling up for what they could look like once we get into those best of fives, potentially find your way into playoffs. But FPX are showing that they didn't need the whole time. They just needed a couple series to lock themselves in, and now they're rearing up and ready to go against everybody that the LPL has to offer at them.
I want to ask our producer, I really want to see the standings just really quick. Again, we have another series after this, which are, again, 2 teams that are fighting. FPX now 6-8. If IG win, they would have not only the game score, but also just having more wins than them. They would solidify themselves as the 5th best team here in the LPL. Again, IG versus WE coming up right after the series. But 6-8 for this FPX roster. I don't think we thought that this team would be here in 7th place in the manner in which they are, but I'm just glad that we're seeing a lot more competitive teams, and especially the teams that we didn't think were going to go very far in Group Ascend, proving us wrong.
Yeah, and now everybody's really kind of sweating a little bit in terms of like what their placements are going to look like. It seems like maybe that top 4 is starting to separate a little bit, with BLG looking very dominant in the second half of the round robin. Yeah. But we even saw teams like Weibo and and IG pop up and kind of punch up against those teams as well. We obviously see Anyone's Legends drop into Fun Plus Phoenix here. It seems like at this point it's kind of a world where anybody can beat anybody,
except NIP and Thunder Talk. But everybody can beat those teams.
NIP, they played a very close series against Top Esports yesterday. So
that's true. That's true.
Everyone is vulnerable, it seems.
All I'm saying is that maybe that second game versus TES proves that Lucian Milio is the better combo. We'll end up seeing. But yeah, impressive stuff. And for AL, I think we got to start having that conversation about, some light fraud watch allegations, because they're now on a 2-game losing streak. I think, fair enough, you can make an argument against BLG. Sure, they're on a honeymoon phase. They're on a 4-win streak anyway. Losing up against a team that's also in the top 4 makes sense. But to a team like FPX, we came in today saying this should be a free win series. Obviously, you gave us the great trap series ending up being true here for Anyone's Legend. And that, I think, continues to solidify the gap between them and Top Esports here in the regular season. I know a lot of LPL fans are really sad to hear that, but DS have just been more dominant for the rest of the season, and now potentially opening up a 2-3 series lead.
I mean, I know the players maybe not as highly regarded here for Fun Plus Phoenix, but take a listen to the teams that they've beaten so far in this Split 2 regular season. It's teams like Weibo, JDG, BLG, and now Anyone's Legends. Like, those are some of the top teams that we still have in the league as a whole, and more opportunities for them to find victories afterwards. Their next matchup is against NIP. That's certainly a winnable game for them. And then it's JDG, Weibo, and IG, who are all kind of in that same tier as them right now. That's a very good chance, if you're FPX, to prove that you not only belong in that conversation, but even maybe deserve to be in that top half.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even just like kind of shadow boxing some of these matchups, I think, imagine those last 4 matchups. NIP, JDG, Weibo, IG. If you go 500 on those 2 weeks, depending on where and how you find your victories, that's FPX in 5th. I mean, we just saw the standings. Weibo and IG are right above them in the standings. So if they find wins against them, if they look dominant in those series, we might see FPX as the 5th best team going into playoffs, which I think a lot of people would be surprised, especially that this is not the roster from last year. This is not the Milky Way with Dokdom and Life and Tabe at the helm. This is a team that now without Tabe, now with, I think, perceived more inferior pieces, are actually proving to be pretty formidable here in Group Ascend.
And it's taken some time, but now it's really starting to come into play as we, again, continue to see some replays here. Anyone's Legends, it looked like they were able to finally get to that point of the game where they were able to outscale. But then it's kind of the Uno reverse card back. Hair really popping off towards the back end of this game. And Awesome and Jue, you have to give such credit to them as well.
Yes, Awesome and Jue, I think, played this series really well. Obviously, Game 2 kind of got focused a little bit, but when they were ahead, I feel like they were the biggest proponents to them actually ended up winning. So these two, I think, are kind of starting to make a name for themselves here. There are still things to work about for FPX. I think that second game in particular shows a lot of that, and also just some of the individual plays. They haven't been clean, and I think that has been the case for a lot of our teams here. Even AL still showing some weakness here in this series, and AL just going back to the drawing board. I mean, we were thinking maybe this should be kind of a... The fact that they lose here not only solidifies that gap between first and second, but now puts them within striking range of BLG and JDG, especially now that, you know, we're getting into the end of our Split 2 here.
And we have right back into gameplay for them as like their reward for losing this series. They play against Weibo tomorrow, so not a ton of time to rebound. They got to get right back into things here and make sure that they are fully able to lock in here, because if they lose that series, that's not only 3 in a row. That's not a position that you want to be in if you are AL.
There we go,
Again,
Care.
A team that's been so dominant throughout this season. Maybe as a bit of a surprise, are they coming back down to earth a little bit? You hope not if you're a fan of some of these players, but things have to start to be put into question here after a loss like that. But overall, I think we're most excited about what FPX have been able to do, and just in general, what this LPL group has brought in terms of a lot of very talented teams really coming to play against each other.
Yeah. I'm so happy for Care. I have been one of his biggest haters all year long. I think that, you know, it's as the franchise player, you are expected to have a lot of responsibility to carry some games. In Split 1, he looked like Cheeks. But I want to give him a lot of due praise. He was very excited, obviously, and now he gets to find another here on FPX where he's able to find success. And Jue, some questionable moments. He actually has some of the most MVPs currently across the league. He's actually 4th. With his 10th, he's actually now tied with Shun and Xiaohu for 2nd place, which I think is just very impressive, especially for a player that only coming into his kind of new pro career here.
Yeah, I mean, he deserved it on that Renata. That ultimate in the mid lane saved the game for Fun plus Phoenix and got them to the point where they were able to take control of things and win this series. Again, a big upset over anyone's legend. So congratulations to Fun plus Phoenix. We'll be seeing them in a couple of days as they continue on to close out their regular season and get themselves ready for playoffs. And anyone's legends going to be left scratching their heads and going right back to the drawing board because they got another series tomorrow against Weibo. That's going to do it for our coverage of this first series on LPL English, but make sure you stick around. We got the team at WE up against Invictus Gaming right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have our second series of the day about to begin. If it's as exciting as our first one, y'all are in for a real treat. After, of course, seeing anyone's legends fall to FunPlus Phoenix, we now have Team WE going up against Invictus Gaming. Grapes alongside Alk Battery here for this series. And Alk, these are two teams that we had very different expectations for coming in, but all of a sudden, the winner of this one actually will just barely be ahead of the other in the standings.
I can't believe that we are here in Split 2 and we're talking about Team WE versus IG being a close matchup. And honestly, it's been a treat to see not only WE's rise, but kind of where IG are starting to stumble as one of our two super teams coming into this year. As last time we did see them, this was kind of the last moment where we saw WE start to lose a lot as they started off the season 0-5. But after this, they went on a tear of a win streak.
Yeah, it was a 2-0 for Invictus Gaming. The last time that WE, I think, lost the series 2-0, and this, of course, is right before they went on this big win streak to get themselves to 5-7. You see right now, this loss in the series took them to 0-6. They've gone 5-1 since that moment. As overall, game number one, a very much IG one-sided victory, but then WE winning a couple of massive fights in this game number two, and it looked like for a while that we were headed towards that game number three, but then it came into good situations for JJ specifically on this Lilia. He had a great game to close things out and to allow IG to jump up to 5-3.
My tagline for IG is that every single game, every series that they put up is entertaining at the very least. They provide some of the most fun games of the LPL this season so far, and I think part of that also comes with the fact that they are one of our most notoriously inconsistent teams. Not only just as an organization, if you think through the years and how they've played, but also the level of these players especially. I think sometimes we get the best of the Shy and Rookie, and sometimes we get the worst performances. Gala and Mako are still kind of hashing out a little bit of their beef from EDG all those years ago, and still seems like this team is trying to find some footing.
And sometimes it looks like they're one of the best teams in the LPL. There were moments when, they were at that 5-3 record that we were like, oh, wow, IG could be like a top 3, top 4. They could contest up to there. But now, you see right now the records. If Team WE win this series, which we definitely want to put out there, is a real and genuine possibility. Like,
yes.
This is not a situation where IG are necessarily the runaway favorites. Team WE certainly have a chance to win this one, and if they do, they will pass IG in the standings and jump up to, I think, 6th or 5th in Group Ascent.
Yeah, so they would, so no matter what, they would have 16 wins, which would put them at least tied with Invictus. Also would mean potentially that they could try to tie, they would actually be above Weibo in terms of game score there, so very real possibility they actually end up seeing Team WE shoot up in the standings. That'd be very impressive for them. I think Weibo would actually stick at 5 because they've played less games, so overall their win record is going to be a little bit higher. Still, again, this is a close matchup between these two. You look at the names and you're thinking, why are these casters saying Rookie and the Shy are going to be losing against Karis and Cube? But I think that they've really leveled up in terms of their mid-jungle. I think that specifically Monkey and Vampire have, I think, elevated themselves and the rest of this Team WE roster to a height that we were not really expecting coming in as one of the teams that had not won very many games in 2025.
Yeah. Well, let's start with Team IG. Invictus Gaming here on this, for this series. Maybe the higher expectations coming in to take a look at their roster, but players that you very well know if you've been following the LPL for a while.
Even if you haven't been following the LPL, just following the rest of the league, you just know, like, this is a roster that's gonna bang. You've got 2 former world champions. You've got Mako as well, I guess a 3rd world champion there. You've got MSI winners. JJ's been the rock solid piece for this team, and so kind of coming into this, we're looking at a level of improvement coming in for Rookie and Thashai, and I think the problems with this roster not only lie with some of the lack of laning phase prowess from a player like Rookie, but Gala and Mako have been invisible in their series in the past couple weeks, which is pretty difficult when we're talking about a league that has been always historically stacked with amazing AD carries in bottom lanes.
Yeah, I mean, they lost a couple series in a row to Weibo, to AL, to Top Esports. Then they won a series against Thundertalk, but it seems like kind of everybody can do that at this point.
Yeah.
They did drop a game in that regard. So that's kind of what we're looking at here since their loss, or since their 2-0 win over Team WE. Let's take a look at Team WE. As you mentioned, Monkey and Vampire really coming in and taking big steps to help them perform.
That's been the biggest improvement. I mean, we come from Split 1 and we're saying, okay, Team WE probably should be in Group of Nirvana. They make a run at the very end in the promotion bracket. They kind of make their way here into Group Ascend. Another team alongside Team WE and FPX where we're saying, you're going to be sitting at the bottom of the standings, but I mean, Vampire went from 0 to hero incredibly quickly, and while Monkey took a little bit of time to calibrate to playing in the top dogs and kind of moving on from EDG Youth, he has been, I think, one of the most impressive players alongside Vampire to actually make this team not just Taeyun and 4 wards, but actually a team that can contest as a top 5, top 6 roster.
Yeah, you know, Monkey not being a part of this team in Split 1 where they did see a lot of struggles for themselves, and coming in and replacing Tianzhen, and when he came in at the start of the placement stage in Split 2, did not look great. It looked like they were flipping a lot and not landing on the right side of things, but the more and more that this team of 5, this group of 5 has played together, the better that they have looked. And even though their win streak was snapped in their last matchup, I still feel very confident about this team at the WE roster and think that they really have a good opportunity to win this series up against IG, against some names that are obviously very highly prized in the space.
Oh yeah. We can even kind of just think about like some of the rivalries that could kind of show up here, and not only the fact that IG won over them 2-0, but you think about the way that they play the game. I like that WE have at least invented for themselves replicable strategies when we talk about their gameplay. It is Monkey early game, I think, doing a lot of bodyguarding around Karis, whether it's him on the Skarner, him on the Nefiri, trying to find angles around mid, opening up flash timers for him and Karis, and Vampire doing the same thing. Karis has, I think, been the one weak point for this team, and some of their losses he's looked particularly, weak, but when they are actually able to kind of protect him, it allows for the rest of this WE roster to actually function as a 5-man.
Yeah, and when they are kind of working like that, when they are able to play late game out, that's when I think this WE team really does shine. Because when they play in these team fights, Vampire's able to find really nice engages, Monkey's able to soak up a lot, and then it's really the Taeyun show at that point in the game.
Yeah.
When he's really able to finally come online, do a lot of damage on his classic 80 carries, and allow for WE to pick up wins against some really talented teams that we have here in the LPL. Again, a very similar situation to FPX earlier on in the day, where they did not look super good in the first split or in the first half of split number 2, but ever since they've gotten a couple of matches in Group Ascend under their belt, they have truly looked like a solid team and one that can contest against the rest of the teams here at the top of the table. As we get our walkouts here in the studio, IG coming out first, and then of course it'll be Team WE.
Yep, we're in the home arena for Team WE over in Xi'an. IG, don't look that depressed, guys. Like I know we were saying this was supposed to be a close match, but the Shy brother, let's wake up. Maybe he looked like he took a nap right before this game.
Hey, when you're 1-4 in your last 5 and your only wins against Thundertalk, maybe not a lot to be celebrating.
Hey,
they gotta make sure
hey.
they're right back on the right. They gotta get back on the right foot here.
NIP, at least Doinby always comes out with a little bit of flair, okay? So
yeah, but that's Doinby though, I
know, but still, come on, like he brought home the 2nd trophy for the LPL from the World Championship. He's a father. The Shy has fathered many, many players here in the league, whether inside or out of the league. But give a little bit of energy. Come on.
They'll be locked in once we get onto the Rift, I'm sure of it, as we are going to get ready for our 1v1. The Shy up against Karis, so top laner versus mid laner here. We've seen Karis play in a number of these 1v1s. I feel like he's had some decent success as of late, and so we'll see if he's going to be able to continue it against a player who is historically known for winning 1v1s.
He did also win the last one. The last time we saw this matchup, it was Karis versus the Shy again. So Karis won that one. It was Pantheon versus Rumble. So glad to see that they're sending them out to make sure that the head-to-head is going to be completely confirmed. They want to make sure that either way we're going to see the exciting conclusion. Is the Shy going to get his lick back, or are we going to see Karis take a 2-0 in the head-to-head?
Yeah, because if you don't send the Shy back out there to try to defend himself or to get some revenge, just looks soft. You gotta make sure you go in and try to get your match right back. Or maybe this could be the opportunity for Karis to get that 2-0, make sure there's no doubt that he's the 1v1 king.
Feeling good about get yourself prepared for the rest of the match, get yourself like mechanically ready to play some 1v1s. So We'll end up
Oh,
seeing.
bless you.
Cars, don't cough, brother, please. No, don't do this to me. Just that small cough. It's a fake cough.
Saw the camera on him. Gotta show some weakness to make sure that nobody's expecting too much
Pandering
from
to
him.
Shy again. Nice. Good job, LPL.
This is going to be a fun series. I'm actually very excited for this one here. I know, again, you look at the nameplates, you look at the level of experience, the world champions that exist on this IG roster, and you think, how could this possibly be a close series? But it really is going to be, I think, because the inconsistencies that we've seen from Invictus Gaming out of late, the increased level of play from Team WE, again, 5-1 in their last 6 series, there is certainly a lot to look forward to, even though the champion pedigrees, the player pedigrees are so different.
All right, well, we got our champions starting to come on through. If you are just joining us for the first time because you saw IG on the screen, welcome. We do have a 1v1 for side selection, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. It is first to 2 kills. It is first to turret, the first turret, or if the Ring of Fire that spawns at 7 minutes is active, then it is a sudden death 1v1. So gonna be seeing some different champions. No Pantheon this time for Karis, so maybe feeling no Rumble. So we'll get a wholly unique 1v1 between these two guys this time around.
Little handshake there.
Oh!
Ooh, Kiana. I think we've seen a couple of Kianas in these 1v1s.
Yeah.
It works pretty well because you can actually cycle between the different elements relatively easily because they're all very close to each other on the Howling Abyss. So you get a lot of different opportunities to utilize your spells here. It's going to be going up against a Yasuo for Karis.
All right, unfortunately, Kiana is 0-3 so far in the 1v1s.
I feel like it did okay, but yeah, okay, maybe not.
Yeah, so the first one was the Shy versus Cream. Cream played the Kiana and ended up losing to his Jace. The second one was Saber versus Zika. So Saber ended up piloting the Kiana into Yorick and lost. And then we had On from BLG versus Xiaohu. Kiana versus Renekton, but I feel like that one I'm willing to give a pass because that was the support players.
So you got to give an asterisk every time the support player is playing a champion.
Yeah,
like.
yeah. Okay, can producer Ilya please tell me why we care about Kiana when this champion has been one of the worst designed champions in forever?
I remember because he was my producer for the last time we saw a Kiana
okay.
in the 1v1, and I think that he plays it a lot in ARAM. So
that's cap.
That's cap? Okay.
As his husband, cap. Instantly.
I guess you would know.
I think she's cool. This is literally the meme of, she is very beautiful to me.
Okay, just like the
Or white knighting for Kiana.
Well, we'll see if it finds any more success. Or if it will be WE with side select for game number 1. Karis and the Yasuo, maybe a little bit more comfortable on this champion. Has more experience on it, obviously, just as a mid lane player. And here we go, under the Abyss for our 1v1.
Okay. Don't think we're going to be seeing too much. Again, it is a melee versus melee matchup, but Kiana is actually very good into Yasuo for a little bit.
Again, apparent. So the way it works is, I think the ground is the regular floors where you get the ground elements. The bushes, obviously, where you get the bushes. I think you get the water from the health shrines, if I'm not mistaken. Like just that area around there is where you can get the different evolutions of your Q. So we'll see how Desai wants to try to manage this. Of course, up against the Yasuo. Gonna lose that push to start things off.
Alright. I mean, Karis is just going to be able to push. Kiana sucks on ARAM map because the only time you can get her stun is on the health packs. And I remember, like, it took a full patch for them to actually fix Kiana on release because they didn't actually put any water spots for her to grab, so she just literally was missing a third of her kit the entire time.
Oh, so they patched that out, at least for now. Actually, this is a question. Do they use, you know how like ARAM on the Abyss, they have different like kind of buffs and nerfs for the champions? Like it looks like I see the little icon there on the
They don't have it on this match. No, the one on that one is just the ARAM buff that you get for every champion. That little that's the old summoning platform for Dominion.
Okay.
Yeah. The one that you're thinking about is like it's a light gold like orb.
So you don't get like so it's not a situation. These are just the champions at their full power.
No. It is the raw champion by itself. No Aaron buffs.
No Aaron buffs. That would have been awkward to try to figure out, because then you'd have to like worry about which the champions have certain buffs on this map and not like actually on Summoner's Rift. So I guess that is fun, because it does mean that like you do get a lot of the powerful champions. Like we've seen a lot of Gwens in these 1v1s, a lot of Maruses, and those champions are very highly prioritized. But you also get some weird stuff here, like the Kiana and the Yasuo, which actually the Shy's been able to bounce back really nicely and pick up some really solid CS numbers. Oh, there's a supreme display of talent. He dodges away from that Q from Kara, so there's no chance of that last breath to be issued. The Ignite's taking him down, but Karis will be able to live without burning any of his summoner spells. So the Shy at least getting an advantage in terms of forcing Karis back to base and being able to shove this wave in, get an advantageous recall, maybe after picking up a plate.
I'm glad that I can just see in the player cams right now, the Shy has all 3 of his coaches standing behind him and the ref. Over on WE, the ref is off center to the left of his camera, or at least our left, but his 2 coaches are also kind of watching him. But yeah, one of the fun parts of this 1v1 is everybody on the team is plugged in on mics, so it's like you're just like you're just playing a regular game. So some of the other teams have had a lot of fun of chirping their teammates while they're doing the 1v1.
This gives you the vibes of like, you know, I don't know if you how much like those prefer watching like.
Yeah, they do the ARAMs after, right?
They just like between games or something, they just play the 1v1s. Not for side select or anything, it's just kind of like to warm up. But those guys, they actually end up trying to kill each other. Like that, like I'd rather much be like that than what we're seeing here.
Look, I know it's a Shy game. We don't have to bring up KD. I don't know.
He's probably watching. I mean, I don't know.
Hey, last time he kind of missed their banger game, so who knows?
That's true. If he's watching, that means that it's going to be a not very close series, right? That's
Karis, I think, has been playing maybe a little bit too much TFT. Cannot build Titan's Resolve anymore, brother. It's not in the game. So the cloth armor or the chain vest plus bow, it's not optimal.
It's just we're garage selling it.
Yep.
To me, that figures that Karis might want to fight a little bit sooner rather than later, because he wants to just get as strong as possible for this current moment, instead of trying to wait to get that full completed item. Q3 misses, but I'm suspecting that as soon as he hits a knockup, maybe that's his signal to just fully pop the ulti and go in.
I think he's fine with this. It's a little bit tough, right? Like, yes, there is just a percentage armor pen that you get from the last breath of this Yasuo, but played steel caps is pretty OP versus a lot of melees, so makes sense here.
Respect for going to snowball. I'm a big snowball enjoyer, but didn't find too much there. We're just playing ping pong, which you know what? I like doing that, like, you know, with some friends in the garage or whatever. Not here in the 1v1. I'm not a big fan. Here's the ultimate though from the Shy. Looks like he turned me a little bit. Chunks down Karis to half, but not really in lethal threat right now. Gonna go for another dash here. Karis trying to stack up that Steel Tempest. Does not land that tornado though. Has not really found any of them.
That's a barrier.
A little bit of engaging here from the Shy. Karis does pop the mark, still trying to wait for that last breath to come through. He's not able to find the tornado again. There's no knockup potential. The Shy will be able to jump in. Another Q should do the deed. And there's the first kill going over to the IG top laner.
All right, 600 gold, 15 seconds before he's back up. It'll be 30 once the Ring of Fire spawns. So whatever Karis can afford right now is going to be what he's going to have when that Ring of Fire is up and available. The Shy should get a recall in, brother. Actually, he has enough time. The wave's not going to push fast enough for him.
We got that Ring of Fire closing now in 20 seconds. So the Shy ships from the crash just in. Maybe get a plate? It looks like
I don't think so.
Focusing the reset. He's got 2,800 gold. He's got a 1,500 gold lead over Karis. He'll be much stronger in this fight. It's Bork combined with a chain vest here for the Yasuo versus a full Eclipse and a couple of extra components for the Shy.
So that'll help in a very small trade, though, and the Shy does have a pretty sizable experience differential. I think this is a mistake, though. Taking that heal already down, that is a bit problematic. You will not have access to that going into this fight.
Okay, Karis, we're going to need to hit a knockup if we want to win this one. Here comes the Ring of Fire. So it's just last kill wins. You can make up for your mistakes right now. That first tornado misses. It's okay. We still have chances. We have another wave coming in. Plenty of opportunities left. You're trying to find your angle into this one. As here comes the Ring of Fire. It's going to be now or never here for Karas. He tries to peel away from the Shy, but he's going further away from the wave. And now Karas is forced to jump in, landing that Q2. Gonna have to try to find that knockup, but the Supreme Display of Talent comes through first. Karas puts the tornado again, and that should be the end of the 1v1. Going towards the Shy, the Ring of Fire will close through. The knockup comes in, but it is right as Karas goes to the grave. Invictus Gaming wins side select here for game 1.
And the Shy gets revenge for the first time we saw this 1v1, where Karas ended up winning that with the Pantheon versus the Shy's Rumble. So, like you said, IG will have side select, most likely going to be seeing them on blue. We're going to have a little bit of time before this does start. I want to talk about some of those rivalries that we didn't get to touch during the pre-show there. Just these two junglers, both of them EDG boys from a long time ago, and we can kind of look at some of their history from the past.
Long time ago, it's just last year, but that they were on the same team together, playing as starters/subs in 2024 for Edward Gaming. It did not go well for them, and now they found themselves on these other teams here. But another story very similar to the top laners that we had in our last series between Flandra and Sheer. Now it's Monkey and JJ, you know, world champion actually with EDG as well, and then kind of sticking around with this organization. And Monkey's gone through their youth team, gone through the development system. They had some time together on the starting roster, and now get to face off against each other here today.
Yeah, Monkey hasn't really been able to find really a starting spot. He's been mostly a sub, so you know, it's been cool to see that Monkey finally gets his own period where he gets to actually start the game. I know that at the beginning of this year, he was actually a sub, a loan over to BLG Junior when they played in Demacia Cup. So we got to see a little bit of Monkey earlier on, but really feels like I'm happy for Monkey to kind of be able to develop himself outside of EDG, just because EDG had unironically just turned into a dumpster fire. Unfortunately, this is a very prestigious organization here for the LPL, and in recent years history has not been kind to them, and we even see them down in Group Nirvana, thankfully avoiding relegation for the entire year, but definitely a fall from grace, especially in 2024.
And they still have a chance to potentially make their way back in. They're in prime position right now to be in that second place in Group Nirvana. Although if they do lose their series, they could be their final series tomorrow. It could, you know, run the risk of them being, you know, in a position where LNG could take their spot. But still, the fact that EDG did not have success last year, and maybe, you know, leading into this year, is why JJ and Monkey are now on two different organizations for 2025.
Yeah. So again, side select here. Thank you to our producer for flaming me and telling me Kiana is definitely not a crap champion. I definitely didn't see Karas misplay some of that. It's fine.
We hit one tornado the entire 1v1.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I think
Not
the
great.
ref is telling the coach, "Hey man, we can't remake the 1v1. Your guy just lost it fair and square. Can't remake."
You know, if that's what you're complaining about, at this stage in the season, I think we're it's a little doomed. Unfortunately, we're still waiting. Probably some tech pause here before we really dive into this one. Again, WE, not, you know, we're gonna start off on the red side here, which is a bit of a disadvantage, all things considered, but still a lot of interesting stuff that they could potentially whip out here. I think the big priorities for them in this draft going to be getting Monkey on an early game jungler that can make some plays, getting Tayo on a late game carry, and then just making sure everybody else is on champions that they can do okay with without like falling super far behind. Like I feel like the big parts of this draft for WE have to be around what Monkey and Tayo want to play.
Yeah, and I really want to focus on, again, just Taeyun being such a big performer. It feels like we have a mismatch of styles where IG very much focused around mid-jungle and how their solo lanes kind of operate in a game, and especially as we go further on, kind of putting their bottom lane on less carry duties. They're more facilitators or kind of second carries for the team, whereas WE have been so reliant on Taeyun. He has, I think for a large portion of the split, he was sitting at like 30% damage share for his team for a large portion, and so only now has that started to kind of equalize out with Karis being reintroduced and with Vampire starting to pull his weight as well. So while Taeyun is a big factor, looking at these two mid laners is actually going to be pretty pivotal to what this game is going to look like, because when Rookie has a bad game, feels like the rest of IG really aren't able to fire off, and when Karis isn't having a great game, WE just look incredibly lost.
Yeah, we noticed a couple of the recent performances for Team WE. A lot of hovering around the mid lane to try to make sure Karis is in a good position to allow for the rest of WE to kind of thrive. You know, Cube's kind of been left on an island the entire split. I feel like I've not seen that guy until past 15 minutes, like basically ever here for Team WE. It's been a lot of the bottom side focus here for them. And on a similar note for IG, JJ and Rookie, if they're playing, you know, good League of Legends, that's when IG look their best. But it seems like recently in some of their struggles, that's kind of in the area where we're hoping to see a little bit more from.
Guys, please start the game. I know that they don't know, but it is currently 6 a.m. PST. I know for you, it is almost 9. So preferably with that last series going the distance, getting a 45-minute game, you know, we're allowed one. Some of us do enjoy sleep. Exactly.
Hey, this is not our fault. We are very separated from the situation right here. You know,
it's not my fault. So maybe we should blame our producer.
True. Or you know, maybe it's probably the producers over in Sion right now that are having some sort of issue. They always say casters start the game, but they never say casters house the game. You know?
Important questions. You're asking all the bangers today. First, it's asking whether or not the casters can how the game, or
casters
asking about the glizzies for Neferi. You're quite a philosopher tonight.
I'm just trying to figure out the answers to life, you know?
True.
Those are the important things here.
You're a busy man. You're a busy man. You're trying to save the traditional sports world and content. You're trying to save the CLOL broadcast in any way that you can. You're a true man of the community, a man of the people.
And now we're here watching some LPL, which is where exactly I don't want to be at 9 a.m. here on a Friday.
Are you sure? Your nice, warm, comfy bed probably is a good second spot.
Yeah, that's number 2. That's number 2 for sure. Creeping towards number 1 as we continue to go throughout this boss. I don't know. This is again. We're very excited for this series, which is again making us a little bit sad that we are going through this. Generally, that is a good sign. The light change also a good sign.
Yay!
There we go. We got our draft for game number 1. Let's do it, baby.
All right. Well, IG again on the blue side. They're going to get rid of Rumble. I think perfectly fine. I think the Pantheon, a great shout towards Team WE, as Monkey has been one of his best performing champions. He's really made this champion work in a lot of different spots. And getting rid of Karis is one of his best mid lanes in the Azir.
Yeah, and combining that with some of the big power picks on the red side that WB are forced to ban away by being unable to select them on B1, obviously. Vi, Gwen, and Varus no longer on the table. We'll see what IG want to prioritize here. The Neferi still available if JJ wants to go for it, but that Nico has continued to rise in priority. Specifically, Vampire has been playing a lot of it throughout this season, and so this is a bit of a takeaway, as well as allowing for Mako to get on a playmaker himself.
This is also Mako's first time on Nico this split, so was kind of a question for me as to whether or not we were actually going to see them pull this out. I think having access to this champion is very important, so they're going to pick up the Kaisa, one of Taeyun's best champions, his top 3. He's only been playing basically Ezreal. He has 15 games of Ezreal, and then his next highest is both Varus and Kaisa at 8. So a lot of flexibility there, and looks like we're going for a little bit of a dive composition coming in from Team WE, showing the Talia as well, and you can kind of see that IG trying to figure out whether or not they want to lock in this rise for the Neferi.
It's a great combo. We saw it work just in our series earlier. Now this would be a little bit of an interesting one, a bit of a throwback, if you will. But instead it's going to be the rise. That 2v2, very, very strong, of course. We just saw that happen for Tarzan and Shanks, and it will allow for WE to lock in something here on 3 to round out their first phase.
Okay, so IG are going to have pretty reasonable amount of, resistances. I think they're going to have a lot of HP to play with, especially with Ryze and Neferi, and just having that setup makes it very easy. Team WE, though, I think whether or not they want to have, an outrange composition, I love the Scion here. Just being able to build out a front line for the Taliyah and Kai'Sa makes a lot of sense to me. And also breaking up that Kai'Sa-Nico pair, I think pretty reasonable. So let's see on the back end of drafts. WE probably going to be getting rid of a Misfortune here, whether it's on 4 and 5. Ezreal, I think, perfectly fine to take away from Gala.
Kalista also something that Gala is very good at, and also something that can work well with the Nico as a 2v2 bot lane. So curious to see if WE want to bend that one away, or if they'll focus a different thing towards Gala. Monkey still has to be a target here for IG. He's not selected his champion just yet. Meanwhile, the Neferi already clearly locked in for JJ, as we get the Corki actually banned away instead.
Okay. So this should be a Skarner ban if you're trying to just focus out on Monkey. The Xin Zhao's already taken away. You've gotten rid of his Pantheon. Maybe you're afraid of his Wukong in this game, but I think with what you have from IG, you're pretty much fine if the Monkey is there. I think Skarner's probably the biggest Trundle.
Now that's interesting.
So what AD jungler is he? I mean, you can still go Skarner on 4 here for IG. Are they setting up for an Ornn versus Sion trade for Thashai early on in game 1?
That would be a good situation for the Trundle to come through, so would make a little bit of sense. However, we have mostly seen that Trundle go against the Xin Zhao, so surprising to see IG ban away both of those picks. Gotta lock a bot laner and a top laner here for Invictus Gaming. Xayah would provide a little bit of extra protection against something like the point-and-click depth charge, so would not be surprised to see that one get locked in for Gala. And now we'll see what the Shy wants to play into the Sion. A lot of options still available for him.
I feel like this is so weak, though. Like, you're making your bot lane basically crowd control bots. Like, how much more can we get the Blade Caller roots? Can we get the lockdown coming in from Nico? Again, this kind of focuses in a little bit more on the things that we were talking about before the draft, where we are looking at IG and how they can utilize this top side of the map, let Gala and Mako be kind of secondary functions in this draft. We're getting that Thashai Ornn here in game number 1 versus a Sion, and we get a Jarvan on 5. I love this coming in from Team WE, just trying to get the bouncy castle on through, make it very difficult for IG to ever move, and lock down some of these pieces from Invictus that are a bit more immobile.
It is another world, though, where if you're WE, you are fully relying on Taeyun to do your late game damage.
Oh, yeah.
Not surprising. That is kind of what WE have kind of has turned their attention to. But if you are IG, if you can lock down this bottom lane, make sure that Taeyun and Vampire are set behind early on, that gives yourself a very big opportunity to make stuff happen, specifically with this Neferi Ryze combo that they set themselves up with in the mid-jungle 2v2.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stats right now. In Group Ascend, Taeyun is the second highest player with damage percentage, 28.6 for his team. He's actually tied with Setab in second. If you couldn't guess, Leave is number 1. I always have to bring this up. Leave, again, the stats tell you that this guy is probably a really good AD, but some of those fights still not looking good. Okay, that's the last time I'm talking about him.
It's also because Doinby's on his team, and he doesn't do that much. He plays, like, the
Doinby is also on his team, but also the rest of that team is looking kind of doo-doo. So we'll see. We'll see if NIP can kind of bring this back in later on in the season. But, yep, Team WE, they're going in for a lot of dive. They have this Jarvan. We are expecting for Monkey to make a play around mid early on, and so Rookie has to be careful. His laning phase has been a big question mark so far this season, and we kind of want to see him step up and get back to that form that we have seen from him in prior years.
And on the other side here for Team WE, they have a very simple game plan, which is to just use all their crowd control, press the ultis, allow for Taeyun to pop off. But will they be able to do it against a team that 2-0'd them in the first round robin? And also, of course, has so many high-quality names here. The IG versus WE starting right now.
Dude, it's their home arena, man. Like, I don't want to laugh at them, but it's tough.
But you're playing against, look at the players you're playing against, right? Like,
oh yeah,
these are probably some of the biggest fan bases, most popular people in the entire league. It looks like WE, they want to make their home fans proud. As small as they are, they're going for initial play on a Mako. They chunk him out to half. It goes to go in and try to do damage on the Vampire. That's a surprising use of a summoner spell there for the Rise.
Yeah, Vampire is actually going to be late to lane here, so we'll be watching how Monkey is pathing. He has been quite a demon in the early game, trying to find creative pathing throughout the early to set Karis up for success.
And now he's on one of the OG demon junglers, right on the Jarvan.
True.
It's not super popular in this current meta, but you know, can really have some high impact in the early game specifically. Jinichi level 2, you are suddenly a threat to basically anybody with that EQ combo. And taking a look around at the runes, you see the comment here for Mako to provide a little bit extra poke, which is very much expected at this point in time. It's going to be IG to get that bot lane push first.
I think I'm actually surprised because we've been seeing kind of a push and pull around specifically Xayah and what her keystones are. I know that we've been seeing some of our other AD carries like Pays actually take the Conqueror. So we'll see if Gala is going to be a lethal tempo truther this game. Nothing too exciting coming out from both of our junglers. I think that kind of important obviously to go for full clears, especially with just the Grubs timer being pushed back. But Monkey does have an opportunity, and especially with how far up this wave, IG's bottom lane do need to be paying a little bit of respect. And so they're getting some pretty good damage down onto Taeyun early to try to disincentivize any kind of early game shenanigans.
Yeah, it looks like IG have a ward in that brush in the bottom side river, but I think it's about to expire. So could have had an opportunity for a play. Instead, they're going to send Taeyun back to base, get himself a cull, and it seems like, in general, WE's bot lane wants to try to play the long game out, waiting for things like the Scion and the Blade.
Monkey does have an opportunity. Instead of going for 3 of his camps, he's going to head towards the top side, maybe even enter through mid. I think if he wraps around, he knows, like, JJ hasn't been spotted yet, but now with this Scryer's Bloom, oh my god, it actually avoids him. He'll get spotted on this ward. So, good information coming in for Team WE.
And Monkey, knowing that without Taeyun there being late to that play, if JJ was contesting around that crab, it would have been nearly impossible for him to steal it away and live to tell the tale. So instead, it's Monkey just running up to the top side, picking up that crab. He spots out JJ with the Scryer's Bloom, and he'll head back for a bit of a reset and wait for that second spawn camps to arrive.
All right. Something we're going to have to keep track of this entire game. Say that as a hook lands onto Mako.
Yeah, down relatively low. The Ignite from Vampire already utilized. Gala doing a lot of damage in response, making sure that too much happens down there. Surprised that we don't see too much blood being shed or too much action, but we're really waiting for our jungler, specifically Monkey, to get involved. Yeah.
The thing I was talking about before is that the summoner spell differential between our 2 mid laners, again, we had already kind of highlighted the matchup beforehand, but especially with Rise going for the Ghost, we're going to probably be seeing him trying to use this to try to keep... Oh, this might just be a kill by itself. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, Gala.
The root does not connect for the Blade Caller. That could have been enough for Taeyun to at least pop the cleanse. But instead, it's going to be just WE collecting this wave underneath their turret. They're going to feel very nice and happy about this. It has been, though, an ICS lead opening up here for Team Invictus Gaming. Their bot lane is eating good.
I wonder if this is going to initiate a swap. You're fine with this 2v2 as Kaisa Nautilus early on, but into an Ornn, especially with the Cull. Going to see that opened up here. The Team WE bottom lane immediately deploying out onto the top side of the map. We're getting a teleport from the Scion, so IG will know that this swap is occurring. That means that they're going to start up the Dragon here at 5.5 minutes.
It should be very easily controllable. Just a Scion down here. However, Karos does have the Weaver's Wall if they want to try to make some sort of contest, but it looks like that will not be happening. Monkey's pathing back towards the top side, and it will be first Dragon secured here by Invictus Gaming. The next topic of conversation likely going to be the Grubs in a couple. Oh, hold on.
Vampire might be trying to fish here. You see that Scion is walking on forward, just getting some early vision. The announcement will go off, so they know that Neferi is on this Dragon. You can see right now the play for Team WE is create Fog of War around this mid lane, and then create a situation where Rookie does not feel comfortable, especially with both Nautilus and Jarvan missing. They can try to open up for some plays in a few minutes' time and maybe focus Rookie early in this game.
Playing very safe for himself right now. It's been working out. They do have that lane swap opened up, as you said. Overall, Cube is going to be happier about this than the Shy. I think as a Scion, you have more tools to clear waves, like from kind of longer range. For the Shy, it's really just throwing out the Qs every once in a while. The Bell is a little bit of range, but the decimating smash on Cube is so valuable in terms of being able to soak up some DPS.
Look at this invade. Talia has ultimate. She can walk over. JJ's got to be careful. He doesn't know that the bot lane's here quite yet. He's just going to lose his blue buff. It's going to be a smite fight.
JJ going to try to jump on in there. Seismic jump comes out. It gets stolen away by JJ as the hard work for Monkey not going to pay off. And now can come a re-engage of some sort. Call the Forge God will be issued by the Shy. Flag and Drag already out. Ulti lands on the Jarvan, but there's no follow-up, not enough distance to be generated, and so IG will back away.
Oh, JJ didn't have vision, so he couldn't use his ultimate. I mean, he hit level 6 because he stole the blue buff there, so if he had a little bit more vision, if they had any kind of wards, maybe that's a play. Honestly, I think it could have been very ingenious for Rookie to actually use his ultimate to gain vision of Monkey temporarily, and at least open up a play for JJ. That could have been first blood going over. We're seeing the Shy teleport away from this play. Good use of the Bellows Breath to try to dodge out on the decimating smash, but yeah, that invade coming in from Team WE does not end up working out.
It does create a situation where there's no Ornhorn here for the Shy if they want to try to fight another grab. Speaking of, Cube could potentially find this kill. The W explosion might have nearly been enough, but the Shy's able to flash on out of there.
Right. Shy has to be very careful. I've honestly thought that so far this year, the Shy has actually calmed down some of those legendary int moments that we have known him for. I'll hold that.
Not Italy, but here we go. Another fight opening up around the grubs. JJ going to be very low, and Taeyun dashes in with the killer instinct to pick up first blood for WE.
Ah!
A knockup goes on to Rookie, and the Rise is down 2-0 for the red side.
Rookie just flashed in place! Oh my god, well the grubs won't be taken, but WE find 2 kills and both of them going on to Taeyun here. Huge win for Team WE. Or sorry, one of them going on to Taeyun is still enough in my mind. They are trading this wave up and top side, and maybe some of that gold being mitigated by the fact that Taeyun does have this coal starting to be stacked up. A comedy of errors, I think, from IG as they lose multiple summoner spells there. Just a tough play. JJ's by himself. Yeah, you have the invulnerability, but where's the rest of your team? Like, you just don't have enough damage here. Great snap engage coming in from Team WE. And then just watch this flash from Rookie. Ah! So good I had to scream twice.
It was 2. He flashed to the wall. That he flashed to the position he had to be to flash over the wall. Not a lot of distance that was generated there. The drums haven't started up by W again. Tango Barbs do land on the Monkey. It's the flag and drag on out of there. So they get 2. But the third one will be secured by IG. Meaning slight advantage going over to Team WE, but not the full amount of Void Mites and full control of pushing back.
Yep. Oh, trying to make a play.
Oh, Hex Flash in. On to Rick. Remember, he doesn't have that flash because he used it in the last fight. And Taeyun will be the one to claim the Feats of Warfare. WE off to the races in game number 1.
Okay, but look at what they're trading on the opposite side. Sion is going to go up into the top lane. He'll be able to catch this wave. I mean, Gala has been able to open up a pretty sizable advantage in terms of the creep score. But you look at the kills and the assists going over to Taeyun, it's actually a pretty good gold lead here for this Kai'Sa. And part of this game has been so focused and kind of revolving around not only funneling Taeyun, but also making sure that Karis is comfortable in his matchup. Also, one of the changes on this patch is as long as you get that 2 grubs out of the 3, that does count as you getting the feats of epic monster slaying. So that'll be one step closer for Team WE to grab themselves a feat of strength.
Still lame name. Stand by it.
That's true. I don't hate. That's very real. I think they could have done a better job.
Could I have? Can I think of something on the spot? No, because my brain is not working.
You're not paid to do that. You're paid to talk about the game fast, loud, and, you know, sometimes energetically.
You know what? You're right. I don't have to think about anything. I just get to look at the screen. That's all I got to look at the screen right now. As,
There's no reading even required. Look, we said this earlier.
I don't know
Being
what
on the screen
at all. I know that that's Taeyun. No.
based.
Cool. And anything is possible.
All right. Well,
again,
we're deploying back onto the map.
Yeah. Take a look at the gold again, and take a look at the game state right now. It is Team WE kind of in a very winning position right now in this game. And remember, we said that we should expect it to be a close series, and we're seeing this in real time. This is not one that IG are favored in, that IG should be running away with. This is going to be closely contested if they don't play cleanly, and so far IG have not been playing cleanly.
All right, well, Team WE, they wanted to start the Dragon, but with Vampire taking a large chunk of his HP, I think that this is an objective that IG should be feeling comfortable. I was going to say there might have been an item advantage, but both JJ and Gala are able to at least match their lane counterparts, and we are seeing Taeyun go for the rapid fire cannon because he can't really contest the wave clear. We're getting
oh,
now.
Monkey! He steals away the Dragon right under JJ's hands. And now Cube goes in with the unstoppable onslaught. That is a big win already here for Team WE.
Oh my god!
He sends JJ straight to his demise. Call the Force God comes up at the top as the Shy is now flashed forward. But now he's a little bit too far as well. The Pop Blossom doesn't get enough distance due to the decimating smash of Cube. WE
oh my god!
outplaying IG on every single angle. Rookie not getting that Void Rush in time as WE are ahead 6-1 after picking up the Dragon.
And WE, they steal that Dragon. They even kind of embarrass some of IG. I mean, their setups have not been clean all this year, and we're starting to see that Team WE putting the screws onto Invictus Gaming there. As Rookie now 0-3, only has a rock in his inventory alongside an empty Tear of the Goddess. Massive steal coming in from Monkey, and this engage onto Gala. I mean, just trapping him alongside, Kara splitting open this fight, and then just look at how many resources are invested. JJ's ult, Ornn ult here. I mean, none of this killing Cube. This is so tough. He flashes, but then Vampire gets the knock-up to be able to stop him from the R2. I thought this was going to even be worse because Taeyun almost just straight up gets 2 kills here, not only onto the Shy, but also almost forcing Gala's ultimate.
Yeah, almost able to take him down there, but the barrier a little bit too strong here for Gala. And then Rookie can't get into the Realm Warp in time. And then he goes down as well. And so Team WE running over things here on the map, top to bottom. Everybody in great positions here. The one area where gold is even is with Gala against Taeyun, but Taeyun feeling very comfortable about where things are as well.
He's about to finish his call. He's about to hit a pretty massive power spike. So definitely incredible spot here for Team WE, and an exciting roster, kind of misfit toys, almost of rejects from across the league. I mean, Cube has been playing for a while, but has never really found very much success, even as a middle-of-the-pack top laner. Monkey, again, never really finding a starting spot. Taeyun and Karis as LCK rejects, and Vampire only recently really kind of remaking himself and remodeling his gameplay. Gala's just dead.
On to Gala. He dives away from the seismic shove, but he still will go down. Taeyun getting that kill. And another good position opening up here for Team WE. Now 7-1 as Brazil beat Germany here in Game 1.
Damn. I can't believe we're pulling out the football references. Okay. So
I always see it. I always notice it.
That's true. That's fair. But that's going to also be feats of strength. Vampire doing a bit of a cheeky stop of the backs. Also dodging out on all the spells. So wasting IG's time. Starting up potentially WE to look for a potential contest onto this Rift Herald.
And so IG going to be the ones maybe to start this one up. And Cube has teleport and the unstoppable onslaught even though he's on the wrong side of the map. So WE can respond to this very easily and very effectively. As Monkey jumps over the wall with the Blast Cone. And now potentially opening up for a fight. Depth Charge does land. It's just on a Mako though. Just procs a little bit of damage here. Unstoppable Onslaught comes through. The Shy is one shot, but here comes the follow-up. Pop Blossom lands on a 3, and JJ finds the first kill right back on a Vampire. Taeyun dashes forward, though, trying to lock down Gala. Gala is going to go down as the Kai'Sa will pick up his kill and get his revenge. Monkey still alive in the Jarvan. Taeyun will flash after Mako, getting himself a double kill, and the knockup will land on the JJ all the same. A triple kill for Taeyun on the Kai'Sa, and WE win yet another fight.
They are so invigorated. We talked about them going on a 5-match win streak, only barely losing in a 3-game series to JDG. Now focusing Rookie, getting his summoner spells, and hell, it might be Rookie dying on this turret. They're even getting the teleport out from the Shy. WE take a 6,000 gold lead against former MSI and world champions in game number 1 of the series.
6,000 gold lead. I mean, maybe we were giving IG a little bit too much credit off. Maybe it's just WE that are favored in this one. With how they've been playing as of late, it starts off very nicely with this Unstoppable Onslaught from Cube. Just full lockdown onto one target after the other after the other.
I think it looks silly from Vampire to go onto Mako, but you actually open up a really big pit so that your Scion can get in. I'll be honest, we saw this fight before. The replay's nice, but we got a picture-in-picture.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall separating IG immensely. The Rift Herald was not taken. The Cataclysm will land on the 2. JJ and Rookie stuck here. Unstoppable Onslaught.
Q.
Oh, he drifted like it's in Tokyo here. We're in Xi'an, but it's all the same. Cube landing a 3-man knockup with the ulti. And now Rookie is in some trouble. Realm Warp will send him away. And nobody actually ends up going down, but WE's gained full control of the Rift Herald pit.
They're going to summon the Rift Herald. Wait, where are you going? Rift Herald! Wait, this guy's a traitor! Where are you going? Hit the turret! Wait, JJ's actually kind of goated for this. It's like he's literally mind control. There's no glizzies though. So what's Rift Herald focusing?
Just he wants a dog. He's walking him like a dog, honestly. It's the Herald
Dude!
now finally gonna make his way to this tower. What a weird journey that is.
Don't charge. Don't you dare charge. I hate you, Rift Herald. I hate you. This guy's wearing an IG jersey in the locker room, for sure.
The Herald?
Crash him into the wall. Crash him into the wall. Show him who's boss, Cars. What the? Yeah. You're in the timeout corner now.
It's going to be Dragon picked up here for WE as well. They're dominating this game. I mean, it's very... I mean, I don't want to say it's over, but Taeyun 6-1. The front line is really been stacking up. Monkey's been playing a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
And nobody on IG really has any sort of damage at this point either. JJ's not gone off to the right foot. Rookie is still not picked up a assist at even. And Gala cannot be your primary DPS.
All I need to see is 2-item Kai'Sa at 18.5 minutes. That tells me all I need to know about this game. I mean, even Scion hitting 2 items. Same thing here with Cars finishing his Leandries. This is an incredible opener to this series. WE, not the same team that IG 2-0'd in week number 2 of the LPL Split 2. So we're just seeing incredibly aggressive play. It feels like they are really in tune and in sync with each other. Yes, some of these plays, they look a little bit questionable, but now they're going to even try to look for a dive here. Taeyun's going to push in this mid wave. He's going to fade into bot side river. They're going to try and zone the Shy off this wave. Just hit the turret, guys. Yeah, we have 2 grubs. Kill this guy.
And now we're going in onto the Shy. The Spinning Dash does come out. Monkey's proc the Conqueror, but here comes Mako to make sure that there's no further aggression onto the Ornn. Already relatively difficult to take down, especially without Taeyun or Karis there. So at least they get the tower as IG continue to fall further and further behind in terms of gold. Nearly 8,000 now is the deficit. And if you're Team WE, you're feeling very good about yourself. I'm trying to think back, like, this might be one of the most dominant games that we've seen them play all year long.
Yes. I'm so impressed. A lot of their early games have been marred with some mistakes from players like Karis or Monkey going a little too far forward, but by far and away, this has to be their best early game that we've seen all year long. Even Split 1, this team was not winning very many games. Split 2, they came in, we saw them take wins against TES and BLG and AL, and we're like, okay, maybe there's a chance, but, you know, individual games are not the same as taking series wins, but we're here 5 series later for them. Now 5 and 7, being able to kind of have an incredible run in the back end of the first round robin. Now here, doing it up against an IG who all things concerned, are just floundering so far in the second round robin. They had a resurgence thanks to lane swaps being dead coming into Split 2, but some things are just not working out for them, and now it's kind of Team WE pushing them around the map. They have mid-prio constantly. Talia's constantly jumping into Fog of War, so IG need to be a little bit more daring. They need to kind of extend themselves outward and see if they can find a pick somewhere.
And they could find it on the Vampire, who is singled out a little bit, but does have Flash. Otacon going to be started up a little bit here by Team WE. They're not fully committing to it just yet. It seems like they want to try to force a play.
All right, the Shy's going to catch us mid-wave. He's probably going to be able to teleport into this play. The Scion ult comes through.
Yep, time for dinner here for Team WE. They go in, only landing the knock-up onto the clone of the Nico, and a teleport comes in here for the Shy. Oh, the Realm Warp is canceled as Rookie will go down once again. Depth charge landing on the Mako, also will get the hit onto the Shy. A 2-for-0 setup, and it's going to be even more. Mako with the pop blossom, but there's not nearly enough damage set up for IG. Gala pops the Featherstorm, but it's too little too late. Knock-up lands, Taiyun gets the kill. It's 4-for-0 for Team WE.
IG, let's wrap it up and go to game 2. 22 minutes, 10,000 gold lead, and WE want revenge for their first round robin. They're going to try to hit they're on the hit list right now, taking every single team who may have wronged them in the first round robin. They're going to get themselves a Thornbound Otacon. They'll get an explosion, and they'll get even more across this map as they open up such a huge advantage in this game.
And it starts with really nice engagement from Cube, who's playing a fantastic Scion game in this one. I don't know why Rookie is here. I'm not going to lie. He's waiting for the Shy to get there. The Realm Warp just gets canceled by the Flag and Drag, and Rookie's had himself a really rough game on this ride.
Yeah, I just think IG in general are split up. If you're going to send the Nico clone to tank the Scion, I feel like either reconnect with your mid laner or let him die. There's a sense of like sunk cost fallacy coming on through for Invictus Gaming, and they just lose out on more summoner spells, they lose out on more kills in this play, and so, I mean, we get back to live here. Dragon's going to be spawning in 30 seconds. The best thing IG have done in this entire game is actually get themselves that first Dragon, so they could have stopped WE from potentially getting Soul at 23 minutes.
But, you know, I don't know how much of that's going to really make a difference, since you're down 10,000 gold. I mean, the Soul's going to obviously add more value and add more combat skills, but you're already looking like a very tough situation. Rookie has not gotten his fully stacked up rod yet. We are getting 2 completed items for the carries for IG. But on the other side, we're getting nearly 3 on the opposition, which is the big difference at this point in the game. So it should be this Dragon picked up. Soul point now on the Chemtech side for Team WE. And for IG, they still have to look to find these picks, but there's just really not given any opportunity. WE are playing the map well enough that nobody is singled out in any which way.
Graves, you're kind of thinking about it. You're like, you know, if we see IG that could finish that Rod of Ages, they have a Seraphs as well. Like, the Shy is going to eventually be, you know, that Ornn that's giving Masterwork items, but they're 10,000 gold behind right now. Just trying to solo out a Scion, that's just not going to be a real thing. They're now sieging inhibitor turrets. They get a flash out from Rookie. Even if the Shy gets Masterwork items, you're just barely putting a dent in the 10,000 gold lead that you're now exhibiting.
And it's going to continue to stack up as there's still a lot of towers left to be taken. Tier 2s in both the mid and bot, and a bunch of kills that can be picked up as well. Cataclysm takes down Mako. A knockup does come through from the Shy. JJ looking to come forward as well. Monkey going a very far forward, but a really nice seismic shove from Karis will send 2 right back into them for Team IG. WE dominating once more. Only Rookie left alive. The Weaver's Wall will send him away from the inhibitor as WE are looking for the end right now.
They've got 2 grubs. They're going to take the inhibitor. They got another mini wave as well as another in 30 seconds. They're about to end at 25 minutes versus IG.
And one of the most one-sided games that we have seen in the entirety of Split so far. It will be Team WE winning this one over Invictus Gaming. Expectations from the regular season be damned, because WE are about to send themselves to match point.
And that is a clean ace. 25-07 is going to be that last tick there. 5-for-0, your Nexus as well. Team WE, smash expectations. We said that this should be a close series between these two, but they made it not look like that at all versus a struggling, floundering Invictus Gaming.
Remember, they've only won 1 series in their last 5 matches since they're 2-0 over Team WE. On the flip side, WE could potentially get up to 6-1 in their last 7 games, which would be just an incredible feat for them. And it just never seemed to get going for IG. Started off with that bot lane play, obviously. Rookie having a really rough game on the rise, and just nobody really lining up to play the game the right way for Invictus Gaming, who have a team full of veterans that have so much experience at both the domestic and international levels.
Yeah, veterans don't make a team, though. They don't end up making... obviously, we've seen Thashai and Rookie work together. We've seen Jeje and Mako work together. But it just seems like this team is not gelling right now, whether it is their individual performances or just something internally. I know that there was a long time ago when Mako and Viper had gotten split up after that year on EDG. There was a potential for Gala to go to Edward Gaming. Mako came to the leadership and may have said, it's me or him. And that might be why we did not see Gala Mako, at least earlier on. So maybe some of that coming to bite back. I know that this Invictus Gaming roster was supposed to really pull on the heartstrings a lot of fans with how many different veterans they have, but it is not working here in 2025. Even Split 1 was a pretty big disappointment from them.
Yeah, we've seen moments from them where they have looked like one of the better teams in the league, but then also, moments where they look like this, and this is not good. From players that we have a lot of high expectations from, that have won world championships in the past, and we hope to see a little bit more of them against a team like Team WE, who is making the most of their opportunity here in Group Ascend. Remember, they were 0-6 after that loss to IG, are now on a massive run of things here, and could be in good position to take the series if we get anything similar to what we just saw in Game 1.
I can't believe the 2-0 that we might see here today is actually going to be WE versus IG and not AL versus FPX.
Or not IG versus WE, right?
Yeah, that's true. Again, this is a pretty... There's still more games to play. We could see IG come on through with the AL treatment and absolutely slam WE. And they are a team that has been, not the most solid. I think we got to see a little bit of that towards the end of that game where Monkey is flying on in with no one else around him. There's some question marks as to whether or not they're going to win that game, but that gold graph is Team WE all night long, and this was an exciting game to see, especially between the fact that just Team WE are, again, a team of misfit toys, honestly.
Yeah, and all kind of coming together in their own right. Each of them has been, criticized at some point throughout their careers, never really considered to be the top of the table in any of the regions or any of the leagues that they've played in, but coming together as a 5-man unit on this team somehow, some way, it's ended up working out for Team WE. I remember the start of the year when we were going over Demacia Cup and stuff. I don't think anybody had any expectations for this roster. We all thought they were going to be pretty bad, but now they found some sort of magic and it's working for them as we get a look at some of these replays, and just everybody really putting up solid performances in their own right.
Just and really just using this Jarvan so well. And you have to imagine, right? I think specifically Jarvan in this draft, and we're talking about Fearless as a whole, and you kind of talk about the champion economy. I don't think anybody else is really thinking about Jarvan this early into a draft, especially this early on into a series. I mean, you gave over Nefiri Rise, which to some, it might be sacrilege to blue side, right? You're already playing on blue side. You've given over Nefiri and Rise, and enemy team got what? You took away Talia. Maybe you got Nautilus out from this series. You also lost Nico as well. I think this is a really strong performance already, and kind of gives us some question marks as we go further on. What form of Invictus Gaming are we going to get in 2025? Are we going to see them actually kind of perform and provide to be that super team that fans and IG wanted to build out for this year? Or are they going to eventually peter out? Because, yeah, maybe they can win a play-ins best of 5 versus another Group Ascend team. But are they going to be able to really push any of our top 5 teams, regardless of who they are? I don't think so.
Doesn't look like it for now, as if you play like this, you're not going to be beating the likes of Top Esports, BLGAL. But, there's still time for Invictus Gaming. Still time in the series, actually, as well. As you might remember, in our previous series, it was Anyone's Legends that won a 25-minute, 26-minute, one-sided game and ended up losing the series. Now, obviously, this happened in game number 1 instead of game 2, so maybe your expectations are shifted just a bit. But if you are Team IG, you gotta hope that things get a little bit better for the rest of this series, and also, you know, believe in some of that late season playoff magic that the Shy was able to tap into back when he was on Weibo a couple years ago, and I'm sure all the guys have also had their own opportunities to do.
Yeah, exciting stuff either way, but thinking about MVP this game, it might just be Monkey again. It could be Monkey. I think either Monkey or Vampire deserve it this game.
Yeah.
A pretty obvious one could also be Taeyun, but so much of this early game was orchestrated by those two. They are really the heart and soul, the engine for this team, and just creative looks. They don't really give a lot of quarter or positioning to their opponents either, so the snap engages have looked very good from them in the past couple weeks.
I think I'll go Monkey here. Also to kind of stick with our narrative that we had at the start of the show as well, right? Like the JJ against Monkey, these two players that were on EDG last year in different situations. One was starting, one was the bench. They kind of swapped roles after that. Now kind of played against each other, and it was Monkey who ended up getting the better of his mentor or player that was on the same team as him, has a lot more experience on World Championship winning rosters, and getting the upper edge of things here. As he does win our player of the game, rightfully so. I was holding my breath a little bit because all the glazing that we were doing, if it just ended up not paying off. 100% kill mission, no deaths. I think that's worth it for him.
With Monkey getting 9, he is kind of creeping up. If you take the placement stage as well, right now our top 5 is Kanavi at 14. There's a 3-way tie for second with Jue, Xiaohu, and Shun. And now Monkey hits 9, so he is number 5 for most MVPs, including Stage 2 placements. So just insane. A great performance from him, and hopefully Team W can continue this going into game number 2.
Yeah, it would feel pretty rough for them if they suddenly fall apart and have IG kind of work their way back into this series. But I think a great look for Team WE, who, again, are trying to establish themselves as truly being a contender here in the LPL. We'll see if they can close things out or if IG will be forcing a Game 3 once we come back from this short break. Hello everybody and welcome back to LPL English, where we have our second game of this second series about to take place between Team WE and Invictus Gaming. IG falling in that first one to Team WE, but before we get into the draft for game number 2, have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and work with the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You can select the feature from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more opportunities to improve your gameplay. We're going to do some stuff right here for game number 2. Now, we looked at the puzzles our last time around. We're going to do some dodge training, I think, right now.
We're doing skill shot. We're doing skill shot.
Our producer Kai set it up where we have the... Oh, we're doing skill shot?
Yes, get in there, brother.
Oh, Lord, okay. I'm controlling the mouse, all controlling the keyboard. As we set ourselves up around the arena. Oh my god, that was not a good start. Okay, thank you. So this is
oh shit! Hey, I'm supposed to aim at them. Aim at them, brother.
Oh yeah, I forgot to be hitting them too.
And if you pick up the orbs, by the way, they give you your flash time. They give you cooldowns.
Okay, I'm gonna Q. Oh, the skill shot. Hit him. Hit him. Okay. Wait. Okay, we're getting the hang of this. We're actually kind of.
No.
Shoot. Wait. One more time.
Okay. You're still the mouse. I believe in you.
We were kind of smurfing on that. I kind of forgot that I have to aim at champions too to try to hit them. So this is supposed to this actually helps you. The ping is actually not too bad. Oh, I flashed nothing.
If you hit the boot, we get a movement speed increase.
Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm locked in. I'm supposed to be using my words to like communicate here, but I am fully locked in right now. Oh,
okay, at the thresh, top. Oh fuck. Oh my bad. All right, if we get
this guy just spawned.
Okay, if we get the orbs, if we get 3 of the crystals, we win the game. All right, you suck. Never mind.
Anyway, this is a good job to maybe help you dodge away from certain champions, dodge away from certain abilities. As what are we gonna do the dodge trainer now?
Do we have time or? Okay. Let me here. If I'm on the mouse, let me see if I can do this.
Okay. I will press the buttons. I'll press the buttons for you here.
What's up? What? Oh, I guess we're both on the mouse.
I can click around too? All right,
I'm
gonna try to greet you then. Try to beat your time. I'm clicking this way.
Great, so
this is great. I hope this is entertaining content for you guys. This is not the same level of gameplay that you're expected to see in the LPL, but we're clicking this way.
Dude, my top laner is trolling me! Okay, we need to get away from this main menu. The leaderboard's a bit cursed.
Oh, well, if you enjoyed that, you also had the puzzles, of course, here on MOBA Trainer. You can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your game today with MOBA Trainer. Again, you can actually, I feel like that actually helped me. Like the mechanics kind of working there with the mouse a little bit. You know, it's been a couple days since I've booted up a league game. So if you just have a couple minutes, you try to get some high scores over there as well.
You don't need it though. You literally play. You're like, oh, you know, I'm gonna
true.
log on today. Guess what? I'm gonna log on and play 3 games of Scion. Let's go, guys! You're like solo kill on NIP. Like you're like, hey, I just got here. Give me R5 Scion right now.
You know what? It's fun. I don't have to click around. Maybe by more games, if I use that aim trainer more, I can start to play some AD carry like you. We're getting. We can maybe learn a little bit here. As back to the gameplay here and back to the series. Team WE at match point up against IG, and it was not a particularly close game at all last time around. We will see what IG have to do in order to try to, you know, respond and even things up, but it doesn't seem like there's a ton of answers right now.
Not yet. Hopefully we get to see more from IG, because this is a roster that, if we are holding them to the standard of which we are supposed to as a super team, Losing to WE may not be as bad considering they're probably a 6th, 7th place team in the league, maybe 5th if they're able to kind of push themselves, but they should not be losing to this team. Just resume versus resume, going band for band. The Shy holds up an entire Worlds trophy, and you probably can put all of Karis' tournament or earnings in that trophy.
That's crazy.
Like, there's no reason for them to be losing this. I'm sorry, but Team WE have shown better map play, better team fighting, better team cohesion. IG throughout this entire season has kind of, in my mind, had a lot of really lucky wins. That JDG one in particular.
That was maybe the luckiest of all lucky wins. And that gets them just one of their 6, obviously, here. They were 5-3 after taking down WE. And ever since that 2-0, the trajectories have kind of, one has gone this way, the other has gone straight up. And that's kind of the paths that they're colliding into ourselves right now. It could be a situation where IG 2-0 WE the first time around, and then once they get the rematch, WE 2-0s them right back. But still a little bit more to prove for Team WE. They still have to win this game. They still have to, you know, pick up one more win for themselves. But right now it's looking very good. And now we have to start thinking, are Team WE a true contender here in the LPL? Like, can they actually continue to punch up and try to, you know, play against some of those teams that are in the top 3, top 4?
I know you had the stat for the kind of the win streak here, and we were kind of memeing it during the break. So if you could repeat currently what Team WE's win streak kind of looks like right now.
Okay, well, you know, since their loss to Invictus Gaming, Team W were 0-6 at that point. Now you take a look right now, 5-7. That means they have gone 5-1 in their last 6 series. If you take a look at any other team's last 6 best of 3s here in the LPLSN group, only Top Esports is at that record or better. They are also 5-1 in their last 6 games. That means that if the season started after that IG loss to WE, or IG winning against WE, and we just went from there, Team WE would be first place in the standings. And that's not a completely, like, super small sample size by any means. 6 games, like, that's a third of the season right there.
Yeah, 6 best of 3s, like you were saying. You play 18 in this double round robin, so really impressive. I guess WE are just as good as Top Esports. We'll see. You know, that is a matchup that is actually going to be happening in a few matchups time. After this, WE are going to face BLG, then TES, and then Thunder Talk. So maybe going 500, if you're able to get 2 out of those 3, maybe that's a pretty good sign for Team WE as they continue to move up and up. But a revitalized BLG, Top Esports still looking like top dogs. For everybody at home, if you're wondering, why are these casters still talking? Are you trying to run up that ad revenue? Not intentionally.
Maybe.
But maybe, but not intentionally. We are currently still waiting. It seems like there is a... I'm looking over at our producer's screen right now. It looks like there is an on-site issue with... I'm trying to think. So it's... I think it's Taeyun's PC, if I'm looking at the positions of the players correctly. It was only... They were only showing Karis' POV, so I have to kind of guess.
So we will wait and see if you know, yeah, we actually got some time because the first game was so short that, you know, we're actually kind of ahead of schedule now going into this next game.
Wow.
Which is a lot different than we were in our first series, which again, in that series between FPX and Anyone's Legends, it was AL that won the game. That was the quickest. It was a 27-minute win. This one's a 25-minute win for Team WE. So IG hoping that they can kind of repeat some of that history, take some of these closer games. They're going to have to play a lot better than they did in game number 1.
Maybe. I'm just excited for Team WE. There are so many teams that we kind of came into this season and we're like, this team's a wash. Like LNG, right? They come in, they have absolutely no wins for like the first 4 months of the year. They come in, they actually start like playing fine with their third jungler deep. They go 3-2 in Group Nirvana, and they start to look like a team that potentially can kind of surge and maybe make some kind of runs happen in a play-in's best of 5. There's still a lot left to play, but I mean, just the fact that our bottom 2 teams, like Ninjas in Pajamas and Thunder Talk. Ninjas in Pajamas maybe not expected to be down there, but Thunder Talk, FPX, and WE were all expected to inhabit the 8th or 10th spot.
And now all of a sudden we're contesting even further than that. We just saw FPX pick up their 6th win of the season. Team W could do just the same. If that ends up happening, that middle of the pack just becomes even more crowded, and it's really those teams kind of jumping up a tier, which is a really cool thing to see from two teams that did not make the playoffs in split number 1.
Yeah. All right, so we are getting word. There's a little bit of a ticker going down at the bottom of the screen for, okay, cool. We can have it on the screen. It is, in fact, JJ. So I want to apologize to our producer. I thought it was Taeyun. I thought it was someone on Team WE. But it is, in fact, JJ who is having some kind of technical issues. I'm sure we'll get a translation coming on through in a lower third for ourselves on the English broadcast going. But Monkey, yeah, just lean back, brother. Like,
soak it all in. You're in your home arena. Things are going well for you. You're up 1-0 in the series. Again, I don't remember specifically like the most dominant games that we've had here in Group Ascend, but that had to be one of them. 21-2.
Yeah.
25-minute game, and again, the fact that it was Team WE doing it against IG. If you try to power rank these teams going into the start of the season, I think a lot of people would have IG in the top 3. A lot of people have WE in the bottom 3, and now it's a very different world.
I think, probably one of the other dominant games is probably going to be Top Esports versus FPX. It's our shortest game of the split. 23 minutes, 29 seconds. There's a 13,000 gold lead, and it is 19-4. So
less of a kill diff. It's 21-2.
Less of a kill diff. Again, Team WE showing out to actually just be greater than Top Esports. That's what we're coming to learn today.
Yeah, and that's we're setting up for the matchup of the century coming up in a couple of days' time, as they still need to play each other to wrap things up in about 5 days from now. And man, there's a lot to look forward to in these last 2 weeks of the LPL. Very chaotic things in Group Nirvana are going to happen. I know we've been planning out that show for tomorrow. Again, the first series of each of our games tomorrow or this weekend are going to be those last 2 Group Nirvana games. There's a lot of weird foldy sheet shenanigans that can happen even in just those 2 best of 3s. That goes to show just how close and how much importance those series do have, both in terms of qualifying teams into the play-in stage and also sending some teams out for the remainder of 2025.
Oh yeah, the big one, especially for tomorrow, the first match of the night, RNG versus EDG tomorrow. If RNG 2-0, if they don't 2-0 tomorrow, they're done. Royal Never Give Up are going to be gone for the rest of the year, which I think incredibly sad, especially alongside OMG. And obviously, their fate is not even in their own hands. Even if they do achieve that 2-0, they need Ultra Prime to not win a single game up against LGD, which is more likely than RNG getting a 2-0 over EDG. But again, anything can happen. Crazy is our game here over in the LPL. So a lot of things going on this weekend. And those are also going to be our last Group Nirvana games, which I know we were just talking about it. But the fact that we're going to have 2 teams eliminated, and we're also going to have no more Group Nirvana games. Kind of sad, but also, I'll be honest, I wish they were done sooner. I wish we could just have all the Group Ascend games. Maybe we move the Thunder Talk games up the schedule a little bit with how they're looking. We just
start adjusting the schedule, get them out of the way.
Yeah, we just have 2 Thunder Talk games back to back. Just let's start getting this out of the way now, guys.
Oh man, I mean the schedule is brutal for some of these teams. Not just for the fact that, in Group Nirvana you play only 5 or 6 series, right? But
yeah, you play 5,
the fact that even after the 18 best of 3s that you play in the regular season, for 60% of the teams, even in Group Ascend, the fact that your season can end after all of that by just losing one singular best of 5 is a crazy, crazy situation. Of course, winning that series gets you into the double elimination bracket where, that's when the playoffs really, truly begin. But the cutthroat nature of things here in the LPL is what makes everything really entertaining here to watch.
I just realized we're 2 weeks away from the end of the regular season. That's amazing. And we have no more Super Days for the rest of the year. Thank you after this week. No more Super Days. No 3-game days. Okay, we're getting into draft. Thank you to everybody for holding on with us. We have obviously resolved some of those issues. We're heading into Game 2 draft with Team WE on the red side here. Pantheon, Galio, and Azir sticking onto the ban table. Have to expect to have either a Xin Zhao or maybe some kind of AD carry pick. I mean, Varus makes it on through, so All right.
That's the one difference in terms of the champions that Team WE did take away. Nefiri, of course, no longer available as that was picked up by JJ last time around. But in terms of other priority picks, the Varus certainly at the top of that leaderboard. Following things up with the Ezreal would make some sense for Taeyun. And maybe something like that Sejuani Yone could come into play as well, as that has been a 2v2 that a lot of people have been prioritizing.
I wonder if we're going to instantly slam a Karma, either going for our jungle or our mid. I think that blinding a Skarner here is fine, and one of Monkey's most played champions this split. You still obviously also have the Xin Sao, so WE have a couple of options as to what they would want to go for. Instead, getting Vampire his engaged champions. I thought maybe there was an option for Ezreal Karma, especially with the Varus showing, but Vampire has looked a lot better when they give him the keys to engage.
Specifically on this Leona, I think he's actually played some really nice games on it. And so, provide some long-range initiation with that Solar Flare. Still the opportunity to lock in something like that Skarner on the next rotation of this pick ban. We'll see what IG want to follow things up with here. Xin Zhao, again, kind of the next on the docket in terms of priority. Could we see Monkey lock in the Trundle, though, immediately here on 3, or do you need to see more of the composition at this point?
It depends. Like, do we get a mid lane pick? I think Rookie, when you're kind of looking at it, this could be an early Sylas angle. You could also try to just blind your support, since you know Alistar is good here in my mind. You do kind of give up some of that early lane. We're getting a Jace. Powerful flex coming in between Rookie and the Shy, so an early makings of a poke composition from the side of Invictus Gaming.
So there's going to be a lot of things that can be banned away by IG in the second phase, so W have to make sure that they get at least one of these lane counters, one of these matchups that they enjoy. The Trundle and the Xin Zhao would make a lot of sense. You could also maybe see an Mbessa here for Q, but instead going to be that Troll King locked in, most likely going up to Monkey in the jungle as we enter our second phase of bans.
Insane. I love that. I mean, Trundle here, the pillar, disruptive to both Varus and Jason, what they want to do. Great skirmishing, like you had mentioned. So back into this draft, I think that Team WE probably going to be focusing on getting rid of at least maybe another support. I could also see maybe a top lane champion that they're not comfortable with, maybe even setting up for Karis, as I do expect for Cube to be taking the spot on 4 and then give Karis counter pick on 5.
A lot of options still to go with here, as top laners certainly going to be banned away from Cube at this point because you've already locked in most likely the Jace for the Shy, although Rookie clearly can play that champion as well. Wonder if something like a Malphite gains some priority here because you already have a lot of AD champions locked in. Also does well into that Jace.
I feel like Alistar is not amazing, but also it kind of does invite for Karis to potentially go for something like a Sylas, if that was going to be the case. So always things to be considering. I wonder if this is going to be Aurora coming in from Karis. Again, we wanted to see some early lane prowess coming in, and Aurora is one of those mages that is really annoying to deal with. So we'll see what top lane we're going to get from Cube. Could just be a Renekton with Sion already gone. We could also see an Mbessa into the Jace.
Has been a very popular matchup here. I imagine you see top lane and wait for pick for Karis here on 5, but instead maybe just locking in something that provides a lot of damage on the back line, as they set up a nice late game damage composition for themselves with the Victor and the Ezreal for Team WE.
I think this is just a clear-cut Orianna angle. I like this from IG. We're going to need a tank in support. It's most likely going to be the Rel coming in, but I think that Orianna just provides too much for Team WE. They are very short-ranged, even with this Ezreal, and so instead they're going to pick up their support, give themselves a little bit more time to figure out what Rookie is going to be playing in mid lane. We are now assuming that this Jace is going to be going up top side, and so got to be thinking, do we want the Orianna for later game skirmishing and kind of that early game that we can kind of bully this Victor on, or are we going to look for something else?
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense to flex that Jace in the mid lane at this point, knowing that you can get a better matchup into the Victor. So the Orianna for Rookie, a classic selection for him. And there's the Mbessa to go into the Jace, another pretty classic 1v1 that we've seen in 2025. That's going to be our draft for the second game.
There's so much arcane on my screen right now.
There is. There's a lot.
There's Mbessa and Victor on the same team. We've got Jace. There's the entire Mbessa book, which I haven't finished reading, that Rel's also part of. So a lot of through lines here. But we see Team WE, I mean, kind of taking it slow and steady. They really want to whittle away at their opponents, let Victor and Ezreal start to softly kind of chew up IG's front line. And you look at what IG have. It's only a Xin Zhao and a Rel. They need to make snap engages, and they need to be very, very clear as to what targets they're following into, as they don't have a truly robust amount of front line. It's really just this Xin Zhao with his ultimate, and even then, you have this Trundle that's going to be so annoying with a pillar.
Yeah, fast fights for IG. They need to coordinate with that shockwave, making sure that they are, able to set those up. The burst is going to be really big if you get that set up, and maybe if the poke can come through from the Jace and the Varus as well, that is what's going to help Team IG even up this series. On the other side for WE, I think they have themselves a really nice front-to-back team composition, especially with Trundle being able to soak up a lot of damage on this front line. You have Vampire on one of his favorite champions to really have an easy time initiating things. And if things go well for Team WE, they can find themselves winning their 6th series out of their last 7 and jumping up ahead of Invictus Gaming in the standings for Group Ascend. Again, not something we would have expected even after the first couple of weeks of this season, but that is the situation that we currently find ourselves in, and we'll see if it does come to fruition as we're on the rip for game number 2 between IG and WE.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，免速跑。
Taking a look, there's a lot of fans there in Sion. I mean, I know that the LTA studio that we know and love. I don't think it houses that many people, and there's like 5 different studios. I mean, it just goes to show how many people love League of Legends here in China. How vibrant the space is here still in the LPL. It's been a really fun thing to be a part of this year.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the other home venues. You're right, we do have 5. JDG, LNG, NIP, and WE all have their home arena. And the Shanghai one, the lowest capacity is 750. Here in Xi'an, it is 1100, which
wow.
I don't know if we're really packing it out for a regular season IGWE game, but for sure, definitely a lot of fans here over in the LPL, and some great transit also helps that make that possible. So, end up seeing what WE are able to do, and if IG can bounce back in this series, as junglers are pathing to opposite sides, but Monkey with this PTA Trundle has a lot of different options he can make early on. I know that we were kind of setting it up as maybe a later stage team fight, but turns out Trundle level 3 is pretty disgusting. He's going red Raptors Crux. He's just going to immediately try to flip this top lane matchup. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, if the Shy plays too aggressive, which we know the Shy is vulnerable to do at times, it could result to him being in a little bit of trouble. Jace going to get the push against the Mbessa early just because he has that extra range. We see him already go to the skies, burning a lot of those cooldowns, and while Cube is down to 200 HP, it would be a good situation for Monkey to try to punish.
Okay, the Shy's going to walk over. Where does he ward? He wards right in the pixel brush. I think
he takes one step
dead.
too far
He's
forward.
Just dead.
There's a dash coming through for Cube. A lot of gaps already been closed. Pillar comes out, flashed away from him. Monkey's going to follow all the same. Press the attack proc. That's the dead to Shy. And Monkey will claim first blood for WE.
After the pillar lands, you're already dead. You have to flash before the pillar comes down. Even flashing over the pillar is kind of useless, right? Because you're still going to be slowed. Great punish coming in from Monkey. He trades his flash for the enemy top laners, and he's going to get right back to farming. Cube does need to be a little bit worried with knowing that Jeje is going to be on his side of the map, but a good start here from WE. It's these early game plans coming in from Monkey that have set up WE for success so many series in a row now.
And not only do you get a kill on that Trundle, you give Cube a little bit of breathing room here. I think obviously more just Jace want to take advantage of the Mbessa early, but as soon as he gets a couple items, as soon as he starts to really come into fruition, it's going to be very hard for you to continue to find advantages for yourself in this 1v1. So Cube now in a much better position than he was a couple of minutes ago. As we see JJ trying to make a response here in the mid lane potentially. but Karos is doing a really nice job playing towards the strong side and making sure he's not really under threat. And he does! The way for the win becomes lightning. Make sure that slow does not connect as well.
I think it's so fake though, right? Like Karis, if I'm looking at it, he got the movement speed from the Victor Q. Rookie has like very little mana and health. JJ already used the Audacious Charge, so what is he really afraid of? He's just afraid of the slow plus maybe a flash engage from JJ. I mean, they don't know it, but Monkey's also in the wings, so it's just going to be a trade of resources. JJ also flashing his appearance in the mid lane. Already seeing that Rookie going to trade a mid lane wave to try to get vision down on bottom side, and our junglers are just going to kind of recycle some of their camps and make sure that they are ready in position in that 3 minutes timer so they have level 6.
Are going in aggressively here with that Zenith Blade. Not going to result in too much though, all things considered. We're waiting for that Dragon to spawn in about 20 seconds. Right now, IG with a slight advantage in the CS department for Gala and Mako, so that's the one area of the map where they certainly do have themselves a bit of a lead. Where they don't have one is in the top lane where the Shy's going to get targeted once again. The Pillar doing a lot to slow down the Jace, but he buys enough space with switching over to that cannon form and will be able to get on out of it.
Well, guess what? He has very little mana right now. Thankfully, he'll be able to just farm up in melee range, but Cube on the next minion wave will hit level 6, and that could be very problematic. Monkey is immediately revisiting. He knows that this is already warded, but he's just making sure that Cube can crash this wave. Maybe they go for a dive. I think this is a bit risky. They're just pushing the Shy off of the wave right now, and while all this is happening, IG are getting the Dragon on the bottom side of the map.
It's a small win here for IG. They will get themselves that first Dragon. Chemtech will go over to them. But it means that the Shy is really suffering at this point. There you go.
Yeah.
Cube digging level 6. That means that he could even stay between turrets and try to find him out. But instead, the reset seems to be more valuable here for the Infesta. So Cube will head back to base, get himself that Caulfield's Warhammer, and maybe a little bit more.
Very cute, by the way. Monkey ended up stealing a Gromp while all this was happening. He's going to go back to his Raptors. Probably pick up a red buff once it is respawned. And, I mean, honestly now, Grapes, you have to start thinking, as IG, if we don't have Flash on Jace, on Rookie, Orianna, like, how are we ever escaping from Trundle Pillar plus Leota Ultimate? That is an incredibly tough ask to have as IG, and just things to start thinking about as this game goes on. Monkey actually snuck back into the top side brush. There are pings. IG know that this guy is still up here right now.
So it looks like they will back away after sniffing things out here for IG. Yeah, the backline carries not a ton of mobility here on the Orianna or the Varus, so that pillar is going to have so much value on top of course, just the dueling power that Monkey's going to have. As soon as he gets level 6, but honestly, even right now, on this front, he has himself a slight gold lead over JJ, in addition to just the combat power that he's able to steal away with that Chomp. Things going very well for WE on the top side, specifically in this early game. As we have that Grub camp spawning in less than a minute's time, that's going to be a very important summer, camp to clear away for both sides.
And this is an important break point here for IG and WE, because right now you're seeing in mid lane, Karis 63 CS, so he's getting closer to getting his first evolve. And with a fight potentially brewing for that top side Grubs, if he picks up a kill or an assist at any point during this, he could get an evolve. Yeah, you already see he's at 96. He'll actually get it now. So he has his first evolve. Any more assists after this suddenly makes it pretty easy for WE to actually pretty much make a play. And we're seeing them now rotate over their mid lanes, as we're going to be seeing Taeyun and Vampire take control of the mid lane for Team WE.
It's going to be matched here by Gala and Mako. We have not seen too much from them in this game, but they are slowly but surely getting a bit of a CS lead for themselves. Yeah. Currently in the lead, as some more trading between the top laners here. Cube actually taking a big chunk of damage. The grass procs, the Shy actually keeping him nice and healthy. The first grub has been secured here by the Trundle. Some reinforcements still have arrived by IG. However, Cube does have pushing power, so he'll make it a numbers advantage first here for Team WE. Gala on the way as well. Vampire buying some space. He might try to get a fight. And the crash down will get Mako away from that pillar and allow for Team WE to get a big win around the Grubs.
Dude, I'm just thinking about it more, and this Trundle champion just gets more OP as I think about it, dude. Like, the crash down can get interrupted mid-air by the Trundle pillar. How can play? Maybe it doesn't end up being a factor in this game, but there's so many applications of this Trundle. Hope we start to see it a little bit more, as you know, Monkey has really been one of the only people piloting it. I know we got to see it earlier for Tarzan earlier on tonight, but
Yeah, that one didn't look as good for some reason.
well, that guy's not Monkey, so we'll end up seeing a little bit more. There's going to be another gank potentially in top side, as Monkey is here, and there's no vision for the Shy, so have fun with no flash, brother.
Shy, yeah, gonna have to burn that summoner spell. Does use it to get away from public execution. And that would have been enough to probably lock him down and take him out. So nicely done by the Shy. And Monkey knows that he could go right back there. He pops the Tengu emote, says, all right, I'll see you in a couple minutes.
Yep, and you see right now, though, the rest of IG trying to protect the Shy. He is very broke right now. Oh, this might be an engage on a Mako.
We find the Zenith Blade here from Vampire. The Pillar buying so much space, buying so much slowing power. Jet going to get taken down by Monkey with the Subjugate on top. Solar Flare lands onto the Shy, who does not have that flash. Feats of Warfare picked up for Team WE.
Graves, we're about to have Trinity Force, a Trinity Force Trundle at 11 minutes. He is 3-0 now. 10 minutes Trinity Force. I mean, Monkey is so fed. Feats of Warfare, 3-0 to start. Almost 1,000 gold over JJ. He's going to be a straight-up raid boss in this game, especially with 3 grubs. And we take a look at this fight. I don't know if it's the minions from Vampire on mid lane, or if it's this kill onto JJ, but Vampire hitting level 6 in the middle of this fight, it's the kill. He gets ultimated in the middle of this. That is a massive game changer. I still think they probably get another kill, but that ultimate completely turns this fight in favor of Team WE. And now anywhere this Trundle is, IG are going to want to avoid being on that side of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it just creates so much more control around these objectives as well. IG were able to pick up the first dragon, remember, after that top lane play did not result in a kill for Team WE, but now they surely will be stronger if they decide to actually force the fight around this second dragon. IG do have first move to it though. And the teleport is going to come in, so it looks like Karis and the rest of Team WE do want to make a fight out of this. And why wouldn't you want to with that Triforce unlocked here?
Oh yeah. Missing out on public execution. It just came off of cooldown. Taeyun will also has his. You can see that IG are corralled. They are willing to give up this dragon from the side of WE.
But they want the fight. They want more than just that dragon. Shockwave does find 2. Combined with the Magnet Storm though. IG already taking down 1. Vampire and Cube out of the picture. Monkey very strong, but not popping that Subjugate just yet. It's still off of cooldown. Mako with the W2. Finds it in onto Monkey and will take him down. IG right back into this one. They pick up 3-0 plus the Drake.
And the shutdown does go over, so IG play that incredibly. It was a flash and cleanse from Gala, and a pretty big opening as well. Karis, I think the Victor, just not enough damage right now. It's only a Catalyst of Aeons. Kind of overestimating some of the strength of Monkey, but, I mean, if we don't have the Subjugate, why are we looking for a fight? Karis is going to lose his flash just like that.
Tanky enough with that Catalyst to actually stay alive, so not taking enough damage there by JJ or Mako in that situation. We'll just be able to clear this out, but yeah, as you were saying, it's not fully a dominating situation for WE, especially when Monkey did not have the ultimate fail, right? I think that's why they were playing a little bit farther back and didn't want to go for a straight flip to Drake.
Yeah, just the we saw it. Vampire missed ultimate. We didn't have the Subjugate from Monkey. Feel like that's a lost cause right there at that point. So, Team WE, you know, some stumbling here. Again, they haven't been the most perfect team, and good to see that there are some signs of life from Invictus Gaming. Also able to pick up some of their first items with the Sundered Sky coming on through for this Xin Zhao, and also a Yomu's already done here for Gala, who has been putting down at least a little bit of hurt. I know that between our 2 series, we've been seeing Taeyun do well in the first game, but so far, this Varus providing enough poke and dealing at least enough damage onto Taeyun to keep him honest.
Yeah, you can see this right there. That piercing arrow does do a little bit onto some of the squishier members that we have here on Team WE. Once we get later on in the game too, the light stacks will be able to shred somebody like Cube or Vampire with that max HP damage. The fact that it is magic means that, you know, different players are going to have to adjust to different forms of vitamization against what IG do have to offer for them. As I think we still agree the front to back late game 14 WE is a little bit better, but IG have the opportunity to, you know, match things up if they utilize their poke and also use that Orianna shockwave combo to its purest fury.
Rookie needed to be very careful. He got hit there with the stun, but trying to just milk one last plate. Won't be able to grab that for himself. And yeah, I mean, Team WE, they have ways of kind of getting around some of their frontline woes. They're going to try and make this play again onto the Shy. Rookie does have teleport, and he is recalling, so this might just be a full turret with 3 grubs and a Trinity Force Trundle. Yeah, you say goodbye to this one. That's going to be feats of strength going over to Team WE quite handily.
One of my favorite things for playing Trundle is actually in the top lane because you can really one-shot these towers if you just get even a sole second of that of time with it. And Monkey was able to do so even though he's playing the jungle this time around with that Trinity Force doing a ton there for his team, evening up the goals a little bit as well. As we're back to an even game, which is definitely entertaining. And now it just comes down to how these teams want to play around some of the objectives that are spawning in a couple of seconds time. That Rift Herald's about to come online, and the next thing to focus as well on the bottom side of the map is that Dragon Infernal Soul across the Rift right now.
It just keeps this match close, which is one of the worries we had coming into this game, was especially after Trundle getting those first 3 kills, we're like, oh, is that how this is gonna go? Oh.
Vampire. I think he's a little bit happy that that Zenith blade did not connect, and he's still gonna get targeted here, forced to flash away from the Chain of Corruption. So already a summoner spell down, 14 W, but no ultimate available now for Gala. JJ gets the flash away from the Solar Flare, and the teleport comes in for Cube. WB 5 strong, but don't want to stop this Rift Herald because they know that they could be at risk. What IG have to offer, Mako getting a ton of damage dealt onto him, thanks to Taeyun. And now Monkey gonna be starting this one up.
Yeah, this is just free. They're going to give up at least this turret in bottom lane, so IG looking to trade at the very least. I like this idea. Oh, Vampire. This is fun, though.
Jump in between the turrets. Zenith Blade not going to connect. Public Execution will, though, onto Rookie. Shield of Daybreak stunning him up. Shockwave will find both of them. Rookie ticking low with the Ignite, taking him very into critical mass. And the Mystic Shot will find its mark. Plus the Rift Herald secured for Team WE.
All right. The Shy ended up taking that bottom lane tier 1. They summon the Herald. They even get Rookie to go down. So 1 for 0 in the trade. And how much more can they get? They have 3 grubs. This might be a whole second turret, but they're sending JJ and Mako to protect this wave. Victor will catch the mid wave as well. And maybe Team WE, they make a reset. They immediately make a beeline towards that Dragon. Could be something that they are looking for. Great poke damage, I think, coming out. And I'm glad that they're willing to kind of push the limits here and also recognize when they're allowed to actually step up. Gala, no. Gala, no.
This guy might not be able to step up. Already has to pop the cleanse. Arcane Storm does come out. Karis very powerful here on this Victor. With that Roa not fully stacked. Gala does have his stack canceled, which feels good.
No way, no way.
Barrage. Get out of the way, Gala. Okay. He dodged out. He's fine. He's fine.
He's like, dude, let me recall. But okay, so because it hit the first 3 minions, it already had reduced damage. I don't think it was killing him. But, all right. I don't know if I like this trade, though. I'm going to be honest. Team WE, they're going to grab themselves a Dragon. The Shy's going to get another turret here. No one's going to be able to match. So a lot of gold going back, despite the Shy getting so much focus. He is up 30. He farmed a full call, and now he's going to be up like 1,300, almost 1,500 gold on his lane opponent here. So we're going to need to see the Shy really utilize and flex this gold, just barely noticing Vampire walk into that brush.
You see, he's the richest person in the game right now, despite WE kind of being up in kills, seemingly having the advantage overall with the feats of strength already on their side after we saw such a great early game from Monkey, particularly on that top side of the map. But for now, it actually is IG with a slight gold lead in this game. We'll see if they can fully utilize it though here. It's going to start with a poke that comes out from the Shy and from Gala. And then once, you know, some of the crucial carries are low, send the engage in, send that ball delivery system towards the backline, and that's how, if you are IG, you win this game.
I'm so happy that Karis, whether it was a sixth sense or maybe, you know, his own teammates telling him like you're not allowed to walk into any of that side of the jungle, he like positions as if he's gonna walk down and maybe wrap around to that pixel brush, but goes against his better judgment and ends up actually not getting punished by the side of IG. Which is exactly what we want to see, that growth coming in for Team WE. So many different members that on different rosters haven't really been able to find any kind of level of success here, either in the LPL or in the LCK for our LCK imports, but as a team, as WE here in 2025, these guys have just been so impressive and more exciting to watch as this year has gone on, especially here in Split 2.
Again, they've been some of the most successful teams in the LPL alongside Top Esports over the past 6 matches. They're going to try to add on to that here against IG. Still some work to do though, as Cube does get hit up by the shockwave, has to flash on out because he knows JJ's on the way. When becomes lightning, does not connect, and so Cube will live. However, some big cooldowns are already utilized here. That's a no flash and Besta for the next 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, and there's no ultimate now from Rookie. In my mind, like, any kind of play onto him, oh, Vampire just barely missing that ultimate. But it's going to be Monkey now, prioritizing the blue buff. Oh, brother, it's time to run. Ha!
Oh, yep, there goes the Shy, but Monkey has Smite, and the Shy does not. So that is an objective picked up here for the WE jungler, as we have slowed things down a little bit here at the end of this game, number 2. Again, stakes-wise, WE can pass IG in the standings with a series win today. If IG win, they get themselves back to 500, which is a great place to be, and potentially keep themselves in the running for one of those top 4 spots.
They'd be 500 in series score, but game score, even with those 2 wins, they'd be 18, and with how the series is now, it's going to be 18 and 20. So game record not looking too hot there, but we'll take a look. Again, still a lot of game here to play. IG up with a 1,000 gold lead here in this game. Most of it situated, all of it situated in the Shy's back pocket.
Look at Monkey. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Very far forward. He has to flash away from the shockwave. Here comes the crash down from Mako as well. They're using a ton of resources on the Trundle, but the Troll King will live. And now here comes the rest of the fight, and the rest of WE arriving to the party. Cube coming in with the teleport will force everybody on IG back. The Dragon's not available, but the Otacon is. So WB could try to start this objective up.
You can already see right there, Monkey tries to kill the Scuttle. Oh my god, that engage onto Mako doesn't land. That's incredible.
Yeah. Nice buffer from Vampire, or off of Mako from the damage from Crowd Control from Vampire.
Ooh.
Means that Solar Flare not going to find too much usage, and that means that pushing WE away from the Otacon. But now IG, they want to start things up here on their own right. They still have the Pillar coming out, providing a lot of utility. The Otacon did reset. Now, with the Shred coming through, it's going to be very risky for IG to finish this one off.
Muramana completed here for Taeyun, so he has a fully stacked up tier item. I know that right now Karis is still trying to make his way over. He's almost done with his Rod of Ages, if not already completed it, as well as having a Seraph's in the works. So we're just going to get a peel off. Yeah, okay, so 2 minutes before that Rod of Ages. And WE almost find a magical play onto IG by almost taking down Jijit. Both of these junglers, if they fell, potentially opens up a Otacon immediately. But instead now, we look at the Dragon in 30 seconds time. I'm looking at no flash for Jijit, but no flash here for Monkey. Still a possibility that they can try to make a turn. I think IG are kind of showing some of those fangs that we were talking about from draft with the poke and the deadly amount of damage that they still have in their composition.
They haven't been able to fully put it all together for a full team fight win. Could happen here around the Dragon, as it would be soul point for IG if they can pick it up. And they are at the pit first, and WB forced to run into this IG composition. Just continue to poke them out. You can see Taeyun already down to 30% HP, and that's going to be a very tough situation now for Team WE. Do they want to give this Dragon up? It looks like they will retreat, not wanting to risk a fight going completely awry. So that is Infernal Soul Point now for Team Invictus Gaming, as they want to make sure this series evens up. They steal away, try to, of the blue buff, but Monkey will secure with the smite. And everybody will be all fine and dandy here.
I love how creative they're being right now. Gala trying to fish, trying to look for something. But getting rid of his spell shield early was good job from Taeyun. Taeyun has now come back. They're trying to get this vision down. Karis hits his Rod of Ages completion, so he's halfway through level 15 right now. They're going to have vision of this starting, halfway down onto Otacon. Monkey is full HP, but so much Fog of War here.
Get in
and,
there.
I mean, Vampire's nowhere nearby.
It can't be Taeyun base checking this. Monkey can't get into the pits, and the Otacon will be secured by Invictus Gaming. But can WB chase them down and win the fight afterwards? Rookie's at half HP, sending the ball out forcing WE to run away. They're playing with very high caution levels here, Alk, and it means that they are going to be losing out on that objective.
But, I mean, Team WE, why are we getting sucked into these fights? You know, we have 3 grubs. Let's get on the side lane. If they're going to take our dragon, let's go fight them on a side lane. If they're going to go for the Otacon and, hey, we're not really in a great position, Vampire's nowhere nearby, we don't even have the Solar Flare, let's look on the side lane. We've now extended this gold lead for the Jace, and, you know, despite it all, IG just got the Otacon, they just got the Dragon as well, so they're on sole point here. WE starting to make some slip-ups. They're a great team fighting team, but some of their map play left to be desired here as they finish some more of those items. Hopefully they start to recognize that they can kind of bully IG across the map with these 3 grubs and gain control of the lead here.
Problem is, because of the poke nature of what IG's been able to do, WE feel unsafe to start a full team fight, at least so far in this game. We have not seen that full 5v5 really break out in earnest so far in this game number 2. And WE gonna need to find those fights. They want to take control of this game, win the series in a 2-0 fashion, just like IG did to them a couple of weeks ago. Right now, it's Invictus Gaming doing a good job to make sure that does not happen.
So we're starting to see that WE, by having access to the feats of strength, are finishing some of those upgraded boots. Again, big patch change this time around, not only with the Otacon changing and the rest of the Rift changing as well, but these boots now changing from 750 to 500 gold. Some of the numbers were changed, but a lot of them stayed pretty much the same, so Tier 3 boots are pretty OP this patch. If you can, try to get them upgraded, but pretty big upgrade in my mind. So we'll see if W are actually able to utilize them, and we got 2 minutes before this dragon here, Grapes. I mean, this has to be a make or break for Team WE. This game has been so close. There is some creative stuff going on from the early game, but IG have held on, and really I think the fact that the Shy has not only kept his lead, but I think kind of made WE a little bit wary. He's putting a lot of damage onto the carries. You have to start thinking, how are IG really going to kind of carry and potentially end this game?
And, I mean, they have a lot of siege potential once they are able to pick up a fight win for themselves, and that can, you know, transfer into a Baron. When you have this poke composition, it's very easy to try to end the games from there once you do find that bit of a lead for yourself. You see right now, JJ around the Baron pit, as Monkey will show in the bottom lane. They're going to try to lock down the Shy. He does have his flash. He'll use it to try to knock away Monkey. The fall connection does connect. Zenith played in. That is a nice kill onto the biggest carry for Invictus Gaming. And now it is Rookie in a lot of trouble. The Shockwave will find 3. Buying enough time for Gala to try to arrive, but the Tier 2 tower will go down. Vampire going to fall in response as the Otacon slow will come through as well. Mako comes in with the Magnet Storm and will take down Cube. So they lose the Shy, but Invictus Gaming going to win the fight in full. Karis, the only one left alive still for Team WE, into the bottom lane, and he will go down to Gala, and IG find the fight they wanted.
Look at the death timers, 35 seconds for Monkey, 45 for Karis, and no teleport. WE are going to be late to this dragon. That's going to be Infernal Soul going over to IG. I watched that fight, and I'm just looking at Gala. He puts down the ultimate. It locks down so many of the members. It's great that you traded that kill onto the Shy, but you may have just lost the entire game going for the top laner of Invictus Gaming. I mean, you look at this replay, so much invested. Public execution, subjugate, solar flare. The teleport comes out from Rookie to be able to save this, and then look at this ultimate coming out. Not only does Rookie reposition them with the shockwave, but this ultimate from the Varus landing onto Monkey, just spreading to the rest of the members of Team WE. Disengage as well. The fact that JJ is able to reposition in the middle of his Wind Becomes Lightning, he gains so much of this, not only summoner spells, but now just opening out onto the map.
Now here's an interesting development. The Dragon was not immediately taken on spawn, and so WE will have an opportunity to try to contest it. It will be Infernal Soul for IG if they can pick it up. And all of WE have now arrived. Karis, no TP, but has rejoined with the rest of the squad. But IG have already started up this Dragon, and Monkey is still far away. There's no blast going to get him over. IG can just burst this down. Monkey is so far away. Get into the pit, man. No, it's taken by Jeje, and Infernal Soul belongs to Invictus Gaming. Vampire goes in way too early and will drop easily. A kill and the soul go the way of IG.
I feel like Monkey, he kind of just sat there. I don't know if he had Smite up, so maybe recognizing it's a lost cause. I think he smited for the blue buff. I hope we get a replay from our observers there. Oh, Monkey!
Monkey gets caught up by the Wolves and we left to the Wolves by JJ, who takes him down. And Invictus Gaming have found multiple crucial picks. With the soul in hand, we'll head to the Baron and try to close out this game too.
All right, Baron on the cards here for Invictus. It's been a slow game, one where I think they kind of stopped themselves from getting punished in a lot of instances, and WE throwing themselves against the wall trying to see what works. No Smite, a 4v5, and can WE actually fight them around this Baron with a soul in their back pocket?
For 5,000 HP, no Monkey alive, so the Baron sure to go over. Cube gonna try for some desperation play. Public Execution goes on to shine and take him down with the shockwave. We'll find two, and Rookie will pick up a huge kill for Invictus Gaming. Vampire and Taeyun gonna try to save things here. Taeyun a 1v4 will not be able to win this one. That is a full ace picked up for Invictus Gaming.
Triple kill. Taeyun tries to shift forward to get a little bit of damage. It is not worth it. IG, they're gonna dominate this game. It's been slow, it's been steady, but they're going to win the race here.
And Rookie on that Orianna, providing huge impact there in that last fight, locking down multiple members with that shockwave. And it never was going to be a situation where WE were a true favorite to win that fight in a 4v5, when they were already down pretty significantly, but it took good play from the entirety of the team to make sure the Baron was secured cleanly, and they were able to pick up the ace without anybody losing that Baron though.
30% of his team's damage so far. Jesus Christ, Rookie. Well, they're going to catch out Monkey again. It's going from bad to worse. Hey, Monkey, you had a great early game, but that's going to be the end of the game in my mind. I mean, 31 of these blood petals purified. They're even sieging onto mid lane tier 3. You can go back to top lane. They're getting so much gold now. I mean, it is completely ballooned here. Almost 10,000 lead for IG. And this is the IG, the highs and the lows. Last game, we got to see the lows. IG here, I think, kind of taking their time, being a little bit slow to rise, but their fights and their setups are kind of carrying them this game.
Yeah, one thing I know for sure, a much better look from them than game number one is they have themselves a 9,000 gold lead. 30 minutes into the game, they're pushing on multiple lanes right now. Inhibitor in the mid lane already down. Inhibitor in the top lane through the follow. And with these Baroned up minions pushing into the Nexus turrets, they're going to try to end the game right here, right now. Monkey has respawned. The Pillar buying some space, generating some utility, some slows in the area onto the IG players, but not a lot of damage that has been dealt to them. Remember, IG have the Infernal Soul, so they'll be able to poke them out really nicely here as Taeyun's already chunked out very low. Vampire goes in. Solar Flare will find Rookie. Here comes Public Execution as well, but Cube just doesn't do enough damage. He has to flash back to the fountain to try to live, but Gala says not today. The piercing arrow will find him, and into the fountain, our WE, the Shockwave, will send him right to a game number 3 victory. It is IG who sent us to that decider.
I don't know who else to give MVP to. Is it Rookie for carrying the back end of this game, or for Thashai to kind of be that weak side king, take down a lot of resources, but still end up ahead in his matchup? A fantastic job from IG to bounce back from a kind of treacherous early game, one that saw WE take all of the grubs, take a dragon, and even the Herald. A lot of question marks here from for me. I mean, WE, the setup, I feel like we were not willing to trade up on the map.
Yeah, a big part of what we've liked to see out of Team WE is the fact that they are always willing to force fights. They love playing aggressive, specifically off of Monkey and Vampire. But while the Trundle is a very useful pick in terms of the utility that it can provide with the Pillar and how it can shred resistances, steal away AD from certain bruiser champions like the Xin Zhao, there's not really an easy go button for Monkey, as much as, you know, when he's on something like a Vi or a Xin or a Lee Sin even, you know. So for Team WE, they did not really ever feel super comfortable to start these engages, to start the fights, and that was a game plan that IG were very happy to take up, and they end up winning this game, kind of using that experience with the poke composition and just with Rookie on the Orianna as well.
Performed excellently. I'm kind of at a loss for words. We saw that despite the fact that there is this Trundle that should provide massive value, WE just constantly over-aggress, send a few too many resources, and I think that's why we saw game 1 be so dominant as it was. We saw WE kind of really throw a lot of people at and try to use numbers to overwhelm their opponents. And here in game number 2, where it took them a little bit to kill the Shy, then they're really not focusing on anyone like Gala or even Mako, who's kind of providing so much crowd control. Some of that range started to end up being the case. I'm still just hung up on the fact that the Shy goes up 1,000 gold despite being down early. Then all of his poke damage just completely eradicates like Taeyun and Karis from getting into fights early on. I mean, that was a game where they had Infernal Soul, Thornbound Otacon, like Baron buff at the end. They do so much damage.
And it was enough to, of course, get them that game to victory. As we are headed to our second game number 3 of the day here on LPL. Always bangers between these teams up in Group Ascend. And even though that first game was so one-sided by Team WE, if they play like this again, and they play such a passive play style where they're just waiting for something to happen, where they're not fully letting up or setting up around objectives, getting themselves early dragons, that's going to be a really tough formula to come up with a win. And so they're going to need to go back to what they were looking like in game number 1, which was full of aggression, full of hard engages, you know, something like that has an easy go button for Monkey and Vampire.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of questions in my mind. I'm kind of thinking about what we could possibly get from Team WE game number 3. I feel like we've now kind of crested a lot of the very popular champions. I know that we were talking about in game 1 the fact that Jarvan, in terms of like champion economy for a Fearless draft, is very inexpensive and actually opens up a few more picks. But now we're coming into game 3. Taeyun no longer has access to Kai'Sa, Varus, or Ezreal in this series. So are we going to be seeing a Taeyun misfortune? That hasn't been the best for him so far this season. And what else do we get from Karis? Again, we didn't see a lot of focus into Karis this time around, and I think we can tell part of the reason why WE end up looking so good is when they put more into a Karis. We never really see much focus into Q.
Yeah, and this was the full attention for Monkey and WE. So a lot of differences from what they have found success with, you know, earlier on in their season, which have, you know, resulted in them going on that big win streak. And so that is why we've seen WE maybe fall here in this game, as IG utilizing their composition to absolute perfection here. It really never seemed like they were in much danger, and this was the fight that really broke things open. They spent so many resources to try to take down the Shy. And then, again, as you mentioned, Gala comes up big on the Varus here, and Rookie actually lives for long enough to force everybody on WE to go down.
We just never really saw from Team WE, aside from the kill for Monkey, right? Just kind of advancing the game. No fishing in mid lane outside of a certain point. And so good poke coming out from IG. It was something that we talked about from the draft, which was with this Jace and this Varus, just make sure that they can never walk in with an even amount of gold. This is that shockwave around the Baron that kind of clutched up the series and decided, like, hey, this is probably going to be over for the side of WE. So not only MVP, I know we talked about probably one of the soul laners here in this game for Invictus Gaming, and going into game 3 I'm going to be kind of paying close attention as to not only what we get from Taeyun and from Karis, but also what are we going to get from the Shy, because now we've gotten 2 very different games, a game on the Ornn and on the Jace.
We're going to see Nidalee, aren't we? Game 3 somehow. I don't know. It doesn't seem very good whenever it's being played, but that whenever we go to game 3, I feel like the Shy is always inclined to pick that one up.
He played a Renekton last time in game 3. You still have the Yorick and the Rumble in this series. There's no Scion anymore, so many possible cases. We have been expecting the Nidalee on 3, as that's what he was doing earlier on in the season, but thankfully he's become a little less predictable as the round robin has progressed.
As we await our player of the game here for Invictus Gaming, see who ended up being the most valuable for his team. It was Rookie on this Orianna. Makes a lot of sense. 100% kill participation, it looks like, and his second MVP of the split.
Good. Happy for him. 30% of his team's damage. Impressive stuff. And need to see more out of him. This is a weird year where in years past, Rookie has been a player that has been kind of subjugated to some not so great teammates and prevented from making it to internationals. But this year it really feels like he himself and the rest of his team as a whole aren't performing up to snuff.
Yeah, even though maybe this is the most exciting roster that Rookie's been a part of over the last couple of years. Hasn't gotten there just yet. Now, obviously, there's still a lot of time for IG to step things up. They're going to need to start to do it now as we head into game number 3. Who will take this one? The upstarts in WE or the old guard in Invictus Gaming? We'll find out once we return from this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have got our final game of the day. WE and Invictus Gaming currently locked up 1-1 in our best-of-3 series. If WE win this, they jump Invictus Gaming into the standings, can get closer to that top half spot. And IG want to make sure that that is not an opportunity, and they go back up to a 500 record. Grapes alongside Alk Battery here for this final game. It's been a long day here on the LPL. Some really fun, really explosive games. The last two that we've seen here between these two teams, a little bit more on the one-sided side, so I'd love a banger to close things out, keeping things very tightly contested.
I'm not gonna lie, I tuned out to like the last 80% of that. All I heard was, I want to see IG jump WE. That's it. That's what we need to see. Honestly, that's how they're probably gonna have to win Game 3, because it has not been very pretty in this series, especially for IG. Even their early games, still I think going the way of Team WE. And I don't know, we're kind of looking at the schedule. I know you were just talking about it, but like, I think we are in a very fun part of the season that Team WE is kind of pushing IG and potentially gonna get to them in the standings and maybe bump them out of 6th, 7th.
And if they can do that, the rest of their schedule does become more difficult. They have a matchup tomorrow up against the BLG, and then Top Esports is their next opponent. So will they be the next on the BLG chopping block, or maybe they could pull off yet another upset like they were able to do against them a little bit earlier on, or they almost did earlier on in the season where they went 1-2 against BLG. IG side, they are still scuffling, and so far, other than they've only been able to take down ThunderTalk in their last 5 series. Dropping basically all the remaining ones of them. So winning this one against WE would mean a lot, especially after what that first game did look like. It was a real rough look for them, but they were able to bounce back very nicely. I think Rookie had himself one of the better games that we've seen from him in a while.
So impressive, I think, for Team WE that they've been able to take so many 2-0 series and even go to 3 against some of the teams that may not have been projected to beat them. I mean, that WE versus FPX series, the fact that they're able to take that, both sides of the matchup in 2-0, or at least the first time around they ended up taking it to 2-1, but like then they made that run after the IG loss. I think so impressive, and continuing to kind of hopefully write that story for them here in this series. As coming into this game number 3, we're expecting to see WE on the blue side, and that I think is going to hopefully give them an advantage here in this series, especially after losing side select and then winning game 1 on red side.
Yeah, and now they finally get their chance on blue. What will that mean in terms of priority picks? I think getting something for Monkey that he's able to really initiate plays on is going to be very impactful. It could even be something like the Sejuani, where you can just dash in, force plays, give cars like the Yone. I feel like we've seen that combo quite often, but just something where there's a quick and easy go button here for Monkey would make a lot of sense. I know the Pantheon's been a big focus for WE throughout their run. I wonder if that'll be on the table here as we run to the draft of our final game of the day.
All right, WE on blue side. I wonder, is Galio and Azir really going to stay on the ban table for Karis in this series? It's had some pretty big impact on these champions, but IG have kept their bans very, very locked in this entire series. No first pick Vi on blue side, I think, is quite telling coming in from Team WE, and finally Galio makes it through over the Lilia.
JJ's Lilia was able to do numbers against WE last time these two teams faced off. We're going to get a first pick Lucian here for Taeyeon. I feel like a lot of the time the win con for WE is put Taeyeon on something that can scale later into the game. A little bit of a deviation here as we start off this last game between these two teams.
All right, IG, what else do we have here? There are still plenty of champions you could try to go for. In terms of tank tops, not all that many, but we'll see what Gala and Mako are thinking. We're going for an immediate Ashe. Now, in a ranged matchup, you would think that Ashe should be able to bully, but with the permutations of Lucian that we've been getting with Electrocute and Milionami, this matchup is not as fun as it used to be. Not as fun as you might think. So, trying to change into a poke variation will make this a little bit more difficult. Pantheon also making it through, something that completely slipped my mind. The fact that they're even willing to hover it here, Monkey should be looking to snap it up. It's one of his best performing champs we've seen so far this year.
Yeah, and it slipped through the ban phase this time around in favor of the Lilia specifically. would be a bit of an odd situation to not see this one be played by Monkey. But we also need to lock in a bot lane pair for Vampire alongside the Lucian. And so we're probably going to get that here on 3. An Enchanter is always something that we typically associate here with the Lucian, but we've also seen other iterations like the Braum come into play. Don't imagine that to be the case. The Nami going to get locked in for Vampire. We don't like it as much in the late game, but it does maybe do a little bit more early.
I would have loved to have seen Emilio here. I mean, even just into Ashe Skarner by itself feels like it's kind of worth, in my mind, giving him the extra range as well from the campfire. We're going to be seeing Ashe Lulu. Not a typical pair that we see, but definitely one that's going to be very defensive. And again, playing into that idea that Gala and Mako are not the real carries of this team. It is Rookie and the Shy. Can these solo laners bring them to success? And so now, having 2 different pieces in the bottom lane that can accent that, we'll see if IG can find success here. As we get into the second phase of bans, Sylas, a great takeaway when you already see what IG are looking for, and probably going to be seeing a lot of mid lane bans being thrown between these 2 players.
Rookie and Karis, 2 players that very different career trajectories, at least to this point. Rookie, a former world champion. Karis just coming over from the LCK, something that Rookie, of course, did a lot earlier on in his career. And we'll see how he's able to do here in this decisive game number 3. The Nidalee takeaway from the Shy means that he will not be able to get his hands on that one. I know we were alluding to it going into this final game, into this final draft, as Karis really getting the focus here with 2 mid lane bans against him. The Sylas and the Galio both going to be unavailable.
All right, getting rid of the Nidalee from the Shy. Maybe even a Renekton, but I think Renekton as a blind top is fine. I just really don't want to see Cube Aatrox. I feel like the infatuation that the LPL's had with this champion is not necessarily up to snuff with what we expect. We're getting a Gnar, so Renekton does end up getting a bit more value here. We're getting Annie. Did get buffed on this patch. Some more magic penetration coming in on Tibbers and a little bit more damage. So a lot of setup, a lot of lockdown coming in from IG. As soon as Taeyun steps up on the mid wave, he is going to get blasted by an Ashe ultimate and Annie.
If only there was a button that you could press on a certain champion that would have cleansed all of that. But we're going to Nami instead here for Vampire. It's going to be the Syndra locked in for Karis, so providing a little bit of extra burst right back. And we'll see what the final pick is going to be for Team WE. They have to blind their top laner. It's going to be the Cassante here for Cube.
All right, Deshai, what's your really abusive counter pick top lane? You can go for the Shen. Shen has been gaining a lot of priority recently and great into the Cassante early. You could go for, I mean, Yorick is open. I really hated this game. No way.
Poppy into the Pantheon would be a very interesting way to kind of yeet him away. It's going to be locked in here for the Shy. It does okay into the Cassante. You're going to be able to cancel a lot of the dashes that he does have at his disposal with the Steadfast presence in the laning phase. Just provides a little bit of an annoying situation. Overall, though, Invictus Gaming have a very interesting composition. There's a lot of pick potential. The damage in the full 5v5, though, is what's concerning me a bit.
I like this from Team WE, just having, you know, you have really long range with Syndra, plus having this Lucian Nami now. And for IG, the thing that I'm kind of looking at is, can Rookie and Gala actually provide the snap and the damage that it's really going to be necessary? Because outside of that, I don't actually feel like you have enough damage to get through some of these champions. And so whether or not they're actually able to properly punish Taeyun or properly punish Karis is going to be kind of make or break for me in this matchup. A pretty important one as we get into this series. This is match point now between these two teams. If WE win this, they shoot up in the standings. They actually go above IG. And if, you know, we end up seeing Invictus Gaming prove themselves here, we're going to be looking at a team that still has a lot of struggles here going into the second round robin.
These two teams so close in the standings, but such different stories about how their expectations have met reality in the 2025 Split 2 of the LPL. Team WE looking to pull off another upset like they've been able to do throughout this magical run of theirs, while Invictus Gaming going to try to regain their footing and lock in before the closing out of this double round robin. About to start things off here. Team WE and Invictus Gaming locked up at 1 game apiece. One of them going to come out on top here. Final meeting that we'll see from
欢
them
迎来
before
到
playoffs.
英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Okay. Fans are up and alive. It's getting late in over in Xi'an, so it makes a little bit sense that, you know, this last game here has a bit more riding on it. We might see some level 1 shenanigans. I mean, you have a Pantheon. Why not? Looks like they're kind of fishing for right now. They do get spotted by Gala.
出击
So, double range bot lanes between these two, and it is the Electrocute Lucian. So, small burst trades are going to be name of the game when it comes to WE's bottom lane. And big focus for me is going to be watching Monkey in this early game. He is one of the few players in the league that I think has really excelled at using this Pantheon to the highest degree. And he will have a few lanes that he can very easily try to fish for early on.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy could be a possibility on the Poppy, depending on how hard that push does go. In the bot lane, obviously, with very vulnerable targets here on the Ashe and the Lulu. The mobile, range, squishy, if Monkey can get down there. Result that Lucian Nami snowballing, which is what you want to see if you are WE. Everybody's starting on the top side of the map here. I don't normally talk about, you know, that little robot that predicts the game score or like how favorite.
I know you and Cubby were going to bat for that guy.
Cubby was flaming the little robot. He was not a fan. The robot says that Team WE just have the better comp overall, like from start to finish in this game, which I find a bit surprising, but normally, like, I feel like, you know, late game or early game, one team is more favored than the other, but it seems like overall, they have their ideas about who actually had the better draft.
I really like this Syndra champion. I'm going to probably be biased, but just having that range is so incredible. Now, Kars has to be careful. Doesn't have a lot of HP, and Monkey can be in the area. Doesn't have his stun either right now, so.
He's able to get on out of there without burning anything particularly important, so that is a good sign here for Kars, as they now do spot JJ in the jungle as well. I don't know if there was too much vision over where he originally was. Monkey maybe posturing a little bit aggressively here, but then getting spotted out by Rookie, and now heading back to finish off the rest of the game there.
Damage coming out from Taeyun. Both junglers finishing on this bot side of the map. Monkey instead actually going for the Krugs, which spotted here by the hawk shot of Gala does mean that he's probably looking to wrap around, go topside, take his topside scuttle, and maybe look for a play onto mid, but does give him the option to visit whichever lane he really wants to between his mid and bottom lane.
Nice trading here by Gala and Mako. That forces a heal out of Vampire just to get a little bit extra movement speed to help Taeyun escape from the wrath of this Ashe. As you already mentioned, the Scuttle Crab picked up first by JJ on the bottom side, so now Monkey going to try for a lane gank onto Taeyun and Vampire. Hasn't been spotted just yet, but if he walks any further, that ward is going to catch him out.
Do Gala and Mako walk forward though? This is the big punish. They invested the ward. Oh!
There's the flash. There comes the collapse. Gala flashing from the Aqua Prison, and so will be able to survive. But a nice look there from WE's jungler. Does cost him 2 flash for the cost of 1 though.
That's okay. I think we take those. Vampire also flashed forward, which is quite interesting. Okay. JJ could be looking for the wraparound. There's no vision here from Team WE as to where they are. He's probably just going to go for a cancel onto Taeyun. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Wow.
He was clenching right there. He was hoping and praying his back would have going to come off in time. And thankfully for Taeyun and thankfully for WE, it did.
Does mean that Kars will have access to his topside camps a little bit earlier than JJ. And potentially a fight going across for this topside scuttle. You can see Pink's coming on out. Should know that when you press tab and you see that Monkey has 23 CS and you have 28, you're probably going to be up. Oh, Taeyun. Woo!
That was close. That was close. Another flash burn. As Vampire did a nice job with that Aqua Prison. And Vampire, again, a player that was highly criticized going into this season as being somebody that really did not look good at all last year. But
oh yeah,
now in a position where he's able to kind of make a lot of noise for himself and be a big difference maker in some of these fights, in some of these games. Now on the Nami, going to be much more of a backline role where you're just going to try to help Taeyun, you know, do his own thing. But another good story from a player here on WWE.
I'm so surprised to actually see him on Nami. Just, I think that all of his best games have really been when he is actually playing Engage for his team, and so kind of not seeing that here is a bit surprising. Last time he played Nami was last year in summer placements. Now, obviously, he lost. IG last year did a lot of losing, so not necessarily his fault, all things considered, but he's only played a single game of the champion, at least in competitive play. So we'll hope to see a little bit better of a performance, especially with Team WE as a whole performing a lot better than that IG roster of last year. Both junglers are here in the bottom lane. Pretty big wave stacking for Invictus Gaming. Probably just going to be looking for a crash and then looking for a dragon start.
Tibbers gets used by Rookie. It's enough to chunk Karis down to half HP, make it
Yep.
a little bit harder for him to try to join a fighter on the dragon or around this bot lane if it does unfold. Monkey, I think, is going to just have to channel this back. There's not really a good opportunity for him to get in when he's not level 6, when, of course, JJ is here as well. I'm pretty sure they saw him because there's a ward on that higher side bush. So both junglers posturing, but now actually we'll head back to base for JJ. Monkey gonna stick around.
Oh my god. This is so degenerate right now. They don't see him here. They're waiting for this ward to be cleared. You can kind of see right now that WE are being pushed off. Or sorry, IG are getting pushed off. I mean, Grub spawn in a minute.
He's trying to soak
Both junglers are going to hit level 6. He is soaking all of his experience from his bottom lane, by the way.
Did not get the ultimate. So Monkey going to be without it instead. Just going to try to use the movement speed from Vampire. Try to close the gap, and so not able to find it. Monkey wasted a lot of time trying to go for that play.
We are overforcing a ton in this game right now. All right, that means that IG, they get pick of the litter. Do they want to go for these Krugs early on? Or these Void Grubs immediately? Cassante does have a lot of early access, but Monkey hitting level 6. If they don't, I mean, if they're not going to be able to start this on spawn, maybe there's a play here.
Cube does have the all-out. Try to send JJ back to behind where, of course, the Shy would want to be in a potential 2-for-1 fight. The Wave in a great position right now for IG. The Pathmaker comes out. Cube does a nice job to send that all-out in towards JJ and buy enough time potentially for Cars and Monkey to arrive. Grand Starfall is here. Cube is still alive, and that's first blood picked up for Team WE, and Monkey will make it a second as the Shy drops just like that.
Okay, but is this going to be a repeat of game number 2 where we saw a little bit more focus from Monkey onto Cube, and they still end up losing this game? This Cassante can be a very big issue. A second game in a row now where Monkey gets the first 2 kills of the game, and now getting another set of grubs for Team WE.
Now Rookie has to be careful as well as Vampire is still here. Could try to pressure out Monkey. He does have Tibbers at his disposal. The snipe from the Comet Spear will make sure that at least 2 of those grubs are secured, and IG will pick up the 3rd.
All right, majority of the feats of Epic Monster Slayer go over, so they get at least 1 stack there. Sorry for the terrible naming convention, not our fault. Team WE are going to go back. They're going to put their bottom lane duo in mid. As we take a look back at this replay, I think it's really hard to go for this dive. Like, as JJ, you know that the W is going to be coming out, and you have to be imagining, like, if you don't be careful with your positioning, not only do you know that Monkey's going to have ultimate, but you could have been ulted directly into the turret. So, bit of an overforce here from Invictus Gaming. I think mostly what should have been happening is maybe just help Poppy crash the wave so that you can move down into this side of the river. Ends up being a big punish coming in from WE.
So they jump up to about 1,000 in the gold department. In the lead there. Monkey with those 2 kills. I feel like it's a little bit different than last game, because on the Trundle, you really need people to kind of go into you. And Monkey thrives on champions where he can continue to, you know, force the initiative, go for plays himself. Pantheon much more conducive to that happening. And so if he can continue to play with these leads that he has, use the Grand Starfall to find picks, find kills in either of these 3 lanes, that would give WE a much better opportunity here.
Rookie has to be careful.
Cube
You're
goes
probably
all out
losing
here.
Flash
Oh, Rookie in a lot of trouble here. The Q3 not at his disposal, so no gap close ability for Cube. And so the Eddie does go without the flash, the cost of the ultimate here for the Cassante. That is a big win again for WE. The Dragon's still available on the bot side. Nobody really has been focusing that objective just yet.
You kind of see right now that WE, they don't really get to play with that same mid priority as we would assume with the Lucian Nami. Just despite the fact that they're going to have heavier burst, Ashe and Lulu make it pretty difficult for them to find any meaningful damage, and the range advantage that the Ashe has by himself. So we're seeing a start onto this dragon that you had just mentioned. JJ on the top side of the map. This is going to be on vision. That ward, WE know that that ward exists, but they can't actually clear it. Now Cube, no Pathmaker, no ultimate.
Yep, and they know that without any jungler here for WE, this should be a pretty easy dive on the bot lane if they do it successfully. Impale comes down alongside the Tibbers. Then the ultimate combo is pure as IG do get on the board with their mid jungle. Rookie gets that kill.
All right, how many more plates can they grab though? Poppy gets shoved off of this wave. They know that Monkey is in the area. They've not even moved this Lucian over, so while Rookie is getting himself an advantage, 2 grubs does mean that there's going to be at least a fair amount of damage being put down on this bottom tier 1. Shy's going to invest his teleport, and Karus is at least one more Syndra stack away, the Splinters of Wrath, from being able to pick that up. So yeah, he now actually has an upgraded W, which means that does more bonus true damage as well. This Syndra champion is very dangerous to play against right now.
It's gonna be, you know, it's always a bit of a thing that like messes my brain up because I always think of Syndra as being early game, right? Like you want to throw out the combos and stun people up, but the way that they have changed the passive, it makes it much more late game focused here for Karus, for the Syndra, where you want to get those stacks, you want to get those splinters, you get the mini death cap, you get the execute. Still decently strong here in terms of just the ability to fight. But now Rookie could be in some trouble once again as Cube and Monkey going to try to spot him out here. No flash on that Annie, but the stun does find him with the Incinerate. Intofo strikes though are pure, and that is WE picking up the feats of warfare.
Oh my god, well Monkey flashes forward and Mako says, hell man, I'll do it too man. I'll give one up for my EDG brother right there. And ends up kind of trading his flash for nothing. The Shy trying to find something on Karus. May I simply add, oh, we're making it a play, okay.
Oh, nice impale from JJ as well. Vampire in a lot of trouble, does pop the tidal wave, but the wild growth goes on top of Gala to make sure that Taeyu can't finish off the kill. The culling is just too late, and JJ tanks the tower aggro to make sure it's a double kill for free over to the Ashe.
Good job. This is a good punish coming in. We had some questions as to whether or not this Lucian Nami from Taeyun and Vampire was going to end up working. Now there's an Imperial mandate. Maybe that ends up changing. A great job from this 3v3 with IG in the jungle in their bottom lane. They try to aggress onto Gala. You know that Taeyun has the cleanse, so just go for the Nami, especially if they're split up. There's a great target selection coming in from Invictus.
Yeah, and then immediately flashing tail from JJ. Incredible decisiveness coming in out from IG. That's not something that we have always been able to say for them this split. But their target selection was great, and they were able to pick them off one by one in the mid lane, and giving IG a window back into this one that once again have the golden even position. And specifically, it's going to be Gala and Mako that have that big advantage.
I want to revisit a small topic that you were just talking about, the Syndra. May I add that Syndra is just a all-around great champion, because she has strong early game with the fact that she's able to play make, and because her Q and her E just become even stronger as the game goes on, she just gets to scale incredibly well. I think she's a very well-rounded champion, just lacking mobility, but hell, that's just a new age Riot thing. So we're seeing the first turret go down here for Team WE as a focus onto this bottom tier 1.
Well, why not just go right back to the scene of the crime? Vampire going to go down again. JJ getting tanked up here by the culling, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. Karus joining the fight, going to try to find some sort of response, but there's just nothing available as IG get another kill for free on the Vampire.
This is why this matchup is so dangerous, and a great pick coming in from IG yet again. They end up not grabbing that turret. Wow, a single ward there spotting him out and just barely clipping him as well. That's pretty impressive from Invictus Gaming. So they have had mid priority this entire time. There's a Herald spawning, or at least it is spawned now. We'll see if IG can try to put a little bit of pressure here. Rookie does have ultimate, and again, changes to Annie this patch, giving a little bit more spell penetration.
Here goes Annie right in onto Taeyun. He walks straight into his doom. The bear will shut him down. And the mid lane has been a scene of disaster for Team WE in this game number 3. IG find 4 straight kills in there.
Skipping steps, and WE trying to take shortcuts ends up blowing up in their face. It's a 500, going to be 600 gold lead now. Cars trying to hide, trying to at least get away. They're trying to prepare with maybe Monkey flying in with a Grand Starfall and Nami in the wings. Rookie instead paying a lot more respects to the possible play here. And Taeyun and Vampire, in their hour of need, it feels like this cannot be the game where they fall. Again, big focus for them has always been putting him on a hyper carry, making sure that he can carry this team later in the game. Excuse me. But that has just not been the case, especially here in this one. The early lane bully, the Lucianami, now 0-4 at 16 minutes.
Yeah, and they're down a lot in terms of resources, in terms of, even some of that experience. Gall's about to hit level 10. Mako a full level ahead of Vampire at this point. So for the side of IG, they're going to be able to kind of abuse this Lucianami if they continue the way that things are continuing right now. See, right now, mid lane is supposed to be an area that Lucianami should control with ease, but now Taeyun not really able to do much, and kind of having to step back as this dragon does come up, and it means that IG are able to get there first.
Well, IG, they get second dragon of the game. It'll be first or going over to WE, so again, another game where they get feats of strength all 3 games so far. Second dragon does go over to Invictus Gaming, but, I mean, hell, we're now going to be seeing it. This might be a game where it is Gala versus Karis, and that is not a matchup we came into this series thinking that would be the case. Karis has been, again, a player that has had some of his own weaknesses. Cube has to be careful now.
He wanted the tower, but he just doesn't have enough damage to take it down. He flashes away from the Impale to stay alive. And it could have been a lot worse here for Cube. Instead, just burning his flash. Should be able to finish off this tower once another wave comes crashing in.
And now without Ashe Ultimate, IG are feeling a little bit weaker here in the situation. Instead of continuing for that mid-tier one, they're going to try and put Vision down. I like this idea from WE, pivoting on the fly in terms of their game plan, recognizing that, look, the bottom lane, they're down 1,000 gold right now, but maybe on 2 items there will be a bit of a different spike, but if we get Cassante into a good spot, Ashe is almost never going to be able to really kill this guy. As long as Karis is picking up gold, he should be able to one-shot the backline of Invictus Gaming. And so we'll see if the soul laners for WE can kind of pull their weight. They have been, players that don't necessarily get a ton of resources, or when they do, it is mostly to just band-aid some of their weaker laning phases. And now with a game, match point of the series, we need to see them step up and hopefully bring this team to a win.
I know we kind of memed about it going into the series that, like, it's everybody's been playing really fun League of Legends to WE. And then there's Cube, right? But now Cube actually has to be a really big part of this one. And speaking of soul laners, Karis is going to be in trouble. He gets down to the bounce house on the Keeper's Verdict, but will be able to survive with the help of Vampire, the tidal wave to buy some space. But now the response for IG, they send the Rift Herald into the mid lane. They're going to try to crack open this tier 1 turret. They will be able to get it, most likely, but everybody from WE is on the collapse. Rookie forcing the Annie to flash away. No Grand Starfall just yet, but Cube on the flank, going to try to rejoin the rest of his team and try to keep this tier 1 turret alive.
I love that discipline coming in from Karis, though, not even bothering to use the flash. He knows, like, hey, I didn't get stunned by Poppy. They even get the Poppy ultimate at the same time. So, hell, good trade coming in. They traded their heal for Rookie's flash. That is an engagement tool limited by WE. And now even putting more members around this mid lane. They want to see if they can try to suffocate, maybe even push them out. Good vision coming in from Team WE. And Karis showing a lot of foresight and maybe even holding his ground as the Syndra. And that flash summoner spell is very important. It is at a high luxury tax in this game with how many objectives and how many skill shots are going to be flying at him.
It's going to be a very fun team fight centric end of this game. When you have players like Karis in really great positions, as you can see him going onto the Shy right here. Monkey joining the fight. The steadfast presence does block that initial jump. And I think the Shy is bought enough distance unless another scout of the week does come through. Karis is waiting for that to come out of cooldown, and he should be able to find it, but he does not connect. And the Shy will be able to live.
And he is just playing weak side so incredibly well. He just tanked so much time. Karis missing 3 different scatter the weeks. Wait for Pantheon to use his W, please, for the love of God. So, great job from the Shy. That is also his flash going down. I mean, Karis may have farmed some more Syndra bucks off of him, but you'll take that. That was a good play coming in from IG and their top laner to hold on.
And that would have been another kill that could have swung things back towards WE. You see right now, in terms of the gold, the fact that Cube is the one that's really holding a big portion of this, these gold advantages individually for WE, it's not the best sign. The fact that Rookie and Gala are both ahead of their respective counterparts right now is why our robot friend, which originally had WE favored to win this game rather handily, is now slightly tilting things towards IG, or at least calling it a bit of a 50-50.
I think this game also, that kill potentially stopped Karis from picking up his Leandries, right? Like, he has been sitting on Haunting Guys, Faded Ashes for a really long time. He'll pick up blue buff from Monkey here, and Pantheon will be able to at least clear this top lane Tri-Brush. There's no turret to play for at this moment. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. We could see WE very quickly reposition across the map with this ultimate. Rookie coming over the wall, no flash.
Oh, stun lands on a Vampire combined with the Tibbers. That is just a one-shot. Nami already down.
What?
Matched by the unleashed power of Karis, and the Scout of the Week will find 2. The Shy is very tanky at the front line, but Cube looking to try to dive in on the Gala. The Shy 1v2 in on the Monkey. Keeper's verdict comes out. It sends away the Pantheon and has collapsed the fight for Invictus Gaming. Scatter will send away some more. Monkeys rejoin the fight, and the Shy will finally drop, but Gala's full HP, and Gala looking to try to kite out the rest of this team fight here for Invictus Gaming. A wild fight in the mid lane. Overall, a 3-for-2 in favor of IG.
How does Skarner ult hit Taeyun there? He tries to cleanse. He cannot get out of the suppression. An incredibly close fight. Monkey now going to be searching. He does have the empowered Q, but he's on vision this entire time. Monkey not going to be able to get here in time. Yeah, Syndra got a lot of her stacks during that, got 100 during that, so does actually have the execute with her passive. That could be something that ends up making a pretty big difference, and I want to watch this back. Vampire, full engagement here. I don't know if I love this, but it at least gets the turret very early on. Max range impale. Taeyun tries to get out of this. He cleanses after the Poppy Stun, but it is just not enough. And I mean, a win here for Invictus Gaming. The only thing that WE kind of have going for them in this fight is the fact that Karis was able to farm up Splinters of Wrath.
And they get a couple of kills back, right? It's not the end of the world, but with Q going down, it means that that Dragon surely to be scared. We're going to fight again. Rookie, where are we going? He flashed forward and ends up going down. Now Mako has to flash on his own right here. A big pickup here for Team WE. The Onacon's available on the top side, but they're going to prioritize the mid lane tier 1 instead.
Oh, Aqua Prison does end up landing. JJ does have the ultimate, doesn't land it onto Karis.
And that means that WE can play a little bit forward. Here is the Shy lands heroic charge onto Karis. The Syndra, though, will still live. The Scout of the Week is huge. And Team WE are winning this fight in the mid lane. The Shy will go down. Nobody has fallen here for the blue side. And Team WE will continue their push mid. They're going to clear this wave out, pick up the tier 1 turret, and look to gain control around the top side of the map.
And Karis still holds his flash. That is such trust in your team and their ability to help you stay alive in this fight. We're going straight back into this replay. This is a flash from Rookie. Oh, he flashed W'd. He used his stun. No, Rookie. That is a heartbreaker, and Viego is not even in this game right now. JJ even overforcing, trying to yet again fish with the Impale. But between that, the Shy tries to go in. He's out of turret range. It does not matter. Karis lands a massive stun and wins his team the fight.
Oh, man. What a back and forth game. This has been awesome so far. A great day on LPL English. WE, after seemingly being put behind having Rookie and Gala find pick after pick in the mid lane, are coming back into this game, and it's through their top side of the map. Cube having a great game on the Cassante, and Karis and Monkey really being the difference makers here in this game. We're now starting to see Taeyun come to life a little bit, approaching that third item Lord Dominic's regard. But we're not there just yet here for Team WE. There's still more work to be done. We might start here around the Otacon. But WE is going to get spotted out here by the Hawkshot of Gala. He's going to make sure that they are very aware of what's going on.
Okay, Rookie has teleport. He's going to get his team a bottom lane tier 1. Instead, teleports immediately to this play. I think they know. As soon as they saw Rookie teleport, pull off it. We already got our summoner spell. We'll take that trade. We'll back off. Give them some pressure. Let Taeyun farm this mid wave. Let him push, and then we can revisit this. Again, we can kind of re-engage. We also have to now escort Karis back into our side. He's trying to farm up more Splinters of Wrath. Oh no, Karis, no!
He flashes away from the arrow. We'll be able to survive for now. Exalt's impact goes over the wall, but that means that JJ is separated from the Otacon, and Karis will still live. That flash finally coming into use here as Monkey taking up so much alongside Cube on the front line. They send it on Kaluk, the all out back onto the Shy, but he's tanky enough to survive for now. Tibbers doing a lot of AoE damage as well, as that's been a new strength of this Annie, and IG will retreat back to the Otacon and slay it for themselves.
Ah, man, Monkey took way too much damage from this Otacon, so a Thornbound going over to Invictus. And all of that to say, maybe if they find JJ here, he has a lot of HP.
He gets scattered. That cock control chain is big. No execute there. Monkey flashing forward. Gonna try to instead go his way onto Gala, but he's shielded up really nicely. Taeyun dashing forward. Does not have that culling at his disposal. Rookie over the wall. Will land a 4-man incinerate. Nobody's done for IG somehow, some way. They will all walk out with their lives.
And they lost so many summoner spells, but you will take that as IG. You end up living. If multiple of you had gone down, that might be the Baron. Dragon spawns in 30 seconds, but now you've got sitting ducks. WE, you look at them, no cleanse on Taeyun, no flash on Karis. You could always go for these fights. Honestly, if I'm WE, I might be asking as Vampire, let me get a little bit of gold here. He needs to finish this Mikhail's Crucible now if he wants to be able to save his AD carries or his mid lane.
Yeah, that's going to become so impactful. You look at the Skarner suppression, the Ashe stun, the Annie stun. So much crowd control that IG have to utilize onto the backline carries. If that Mikhails comes through from Vampire, it'll be absolutely massive, but I don't think it's going to become available for this next Dragon, which would be soul point for IG. Cloud Soul would be huge for either of these squads if they can pick it up. And W wants to make sure IG don't have that in their back pocket. Cube already face tanking here. Gets hit up by the Steadfast Presence. And now
that's
also the tanking of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's actually not too bad, all things considered, for WE, as it's only the tank that soaks up a lot of those cooldowns.
Okay, they don't know that Rookie's here. Just give up this Dragon, guys. Please, we do not need to fight right now. Let Vampire get his Mikhail's Crucible. Karis has hit 120 stacks right now.
Oh.
Isn't able to grab it, but he has a mini Rabadons now in his back pocket. 15% bonus increased ability power. You can see right now, this game is incredibly close. Gold is even. Soul point here for Invictus Gaming. The Otacon in their back pocket as well. Taeyun has a lot of damage, but I think if you can wait for 3 items, wait for some of your item completions. Vampire now running out of base with that Mikhails. Now we can look for a fight. Now we can step up. Rookie has flash.
They're hunting. They're fishing right now for any stragglers for Team WE. About finding those picks, finding those opportunities, and make a 5v5 turn into a 4v5 with just a couple of presses of the buttons. Everybody here resetting for Invictus Gaming. The bot lane not here at this fight, and that means WE have an opportunity to go here onto the Shy. He flashes over the wall into the Krug Pit and will be able to live without that cooldown now available for him.
All right, so he will have to recall. This will mean that now WE are going to try and play very explosive with Taeyun and Karis on the same wave. What we should expect from Team WE is picks. It is all about trying to find one answer, one find into these team fights between the Syndra and the Lucian. It should be easy for them to... Oh no, Rookie. Oh, Karis does not cancel his recall.
That sweeper was MVP right there.
Yeah.
I spotted him out. If he walked literally, if he had one more click down, could have meant he was going to fall there. Culling comes out from Taeyun onto Mako. Forces the heal. That is a nice cooldown. You'll take that every day.
Taeyu needs a little bit more gold. Karis as well. Looks like he wants to try to finish what looks to be a Void Staff. Karis moving on over.
Here comes the
Good
fight.
stun.
Oh, the
no.
enchanted crystal arrow lands on the Karis. There's Timbers, and there's the kill onto the Syndra. Main carry for W out of the fight. Taeyun now very low as well. Gonna get jumped on by the Shy, but Cube will take down Rookie in response. A 2-for-1 overall as Monkey has dropped, and the Blast Cone will save the rest of the tanks here for Team WE. But the IG, with their jungler in hand and with the numbers advantage, are gonna start up this Baron Nashor.
That pick onto Karis might have just completely broken this game. I mean, Baron now, it'll be in correct timer. The timer will last up until the dragon spawning. Taeyun and team are trying to see if they can fish for anything, maybe see if they'll stay in the pit. But Invictus Gaming, 3 members hit level 16 thanks to the global experience from this Baron. And Karis just way too far up front, up next to his team. I mean, look at where Vampire is. He's by the Raptor pit right now. Great turn from Invictus Gaming. Opened themselves up this game.
And then after Karis is down, Taeyun just gets jumped on by the Shy, as we said, and there's not enough follow-up damage to take down anybody, but most notably Gala, who still has gone deathless through this entire game.
Oh yeah.
WE has thrown all their resources towards Rookie to try to make sure this Annie does go down, but that means that Gala's been pretty much untouched this whole time. He's working towards that 4th item, already has that Phantom Dancer in his inventory. He's a very strong ass at this point of the game, and Mako's going to make sure that he does not go down either. He has Mikhail's as well.
Let's see. I mean, Taeyun finishing what looks to be an Infinity Edge. If both him and Karis can hit their 3rd and 4th items, maybe there's a chance here for Team WE, especially having that Infinity Edge alongside that ultimate. You're going to do a hell of a lot of damage on the culling and the electrocute. But Karis needs to be a lot more careful. He will have access to his flash this time around, so again, that summoner spell at a very large premium here in this game, and still not finishing that Void Staff.
Prison, then the tidal wave, it lands on the JJ, only at half HP. Monkey going for Gala, they're going, and Gala is down. The Shy gets hit up here by the Scout of the Week as well. Mako the next target. WE have found the fight they were looking for off the back of Monkey, and it'll be a 2-0 in favor of the blue side.
Oh, right, but look at what is on the map. How much can WE actually get? There's no minion wave in time. They're going to try to cut this top lane wave, or bottom lane wave, a little bit high. I'm going to be honest, Grapes, I don't think that's worth it. There's a dragon spawning, but what else are you getting? You're slowing down the game. You may be taking off 2 of these Baron timers, but now for the next 4 minutes, you won't have this flash on the Syndra. That is an open play for Invictus to repeat in the next few moments. We need to see WE blow up the base.
Try to push. They're gonna keep going here. Impale lands on it too. Vampire and Cube are gonna be targeted here, but Taeyun between the turrets, gonna try to take down Mako. Monkey stunned under the wall. Going to try to go in on a Rookie. It will be a trade 1-for-1 as Monkey goes down in favor of the Annie. But now Gala has respawned. This Annie is so powerful. Cube going with the Pathmaker to take himself on up here. Can Gala complete the chase? The teleport is available on Rookie, but he is dead for the next 40 seconds, so everybody on WE will be able to escape.
Oh, they're trying to fish. That hawk shot right there may have just saved him and maybe actually pulled WE out of this game. That's the soul. WE overextend again.
Arrow.
A teleport now coming in from Cube.
IG are 5 strong right now, or 4 at the very least. Cube gonna come in with the TP, but he's gonna immediately get matched up here by JJ, the Shy, and the rest of the crew. Karis still has a lot of damage at his disposal, but now IG can just start this Baron up. Monkey's dead for their 10 seconds, and they will not be able to contest this one. It will not be a flip into their favor, as IG should be able to pick themselves up the Cloud Soul, unless they take down JJ first. Keeper's Verdict finds 2, and the Shy's gonna hunt down Taeyun. That's gonna be the Soul, and it might be more. Rookie teleports in at the perfect opportunity, and will win the team fight for Invictus Gaming.
Taeyun falls again. WE overplaying themselves. You don't need to go that far under the turret. Just hit the damn bot lane tier 2. Take the turret. Try to see if you can extract any more summoner spells, but Cube goes for the teleport, loses that summoner spell, and it'll be another turret here for Invictus Gaming. Karis now has no flash, and with Gala's ultimate coming back up, they can maybe look for another dive on this bottom lane inhibitor. They're trying to make a play into Karis.
He doesn't have that flash.
No!
The kill's used too early. Karis is down. Gala gets the kill, and that could be the game, and that could be the series. They're pushing down the bot lane. No Baron buff in hand, but another wave crashing forward. It's now Taeyun about to respawn. Cube's back up in 5. It'll be a 5v4 momentarily, but will that be enough here for Team WE? Oh, the steadfast presence in locks down Monkey. They're targeting the Pantheon, the main carry, the main playmaker here for WE is down for the count. Rookie and Gala still alive. Cube trying his best in a 1v4. He gets blocked up again by the Shy, who's having an incredible game on this Poppy. Taeyun is still alive. He pops the culling. Gonna force the flash out of Gala. Keeper's verdict going to be issued, but canceled here by the Shy. Mana is low from Rookie. It's going to be very tough for them to try to close this game out with the health bar so low, and so back away they will go.
Okay, Karis is up in 8, and somehow WE do not lose the game right there, but their base is in tatters. Massive amount of mini waves pouring in from the mid and bottom lane. An influx of gold going over to Team WE, but IG do not mind in the short term right now. Cloud Soul in their back pocket. Summoner spells taken away from Team WE. I mean, IG looking very dominant in this one. Finally a game, and maybe 2 games back to back, where Gala and Mako look like they are finally working in tandem as this 2v2. I mean, they're just dominating Taeyun and Vampire. This is a long, drawn-out fight. I want to commend Cube for stalling this out. If he doesn't take away their attention, they could be hitting on the Nexus turrets instead. And this ultimate from Taeyun, forcing the flash from Gala, maybe that's a find. Maybe that's something that Karis can try to punish in 3.5 minutes time. Baron spawns in 8, and Karis about to have his flash back up.
It's feeling harder and harder now, though, for Team WE to win this one. Gold up to 4,500. There's super minions pushing down the bot lane with the Baron up and available for IG to take. They know that if they just play this slowly, the waves will start to crash down. But you can see Rookie on a bit of a flank. He's trying to hunt onto the back line. Taeyun and Karis very vulnerable here. They're going to get spotted here by the control wards. The Rookie now is spotted. And now the target is Cube in a 1v3. He used the path.
They got JJ.
JJ's dead. Karis assassinates him with the unleashed power. And now they're looking for the Shy. Monkey continuing to try to chase him down, forces the blast cone away. Numbers advantage now for WE. What a wild game we have in this decider between these two teams.
Rookie, the target selection there, man. Like, you have the ultimate. You're in range. I think you should be fishing, trying to take away some of these. I mean, Taeyun has invested an entire QSS, even with his cleanse, even with the Mikhails. He wants to make sure that any kind of crowd control is not possible to land. This might be the engage.
And Transcrystalera was already Mikhails away from. There's no more opportunity for Taeyun to get away from a stun by Vampire. And so, Rookie was hunting, but not able to find that. The flash not at his disposal, so he couldn't close the gap. But now, vision control completely in hand for IG. Rookie dominating this blue side quadrant all by himself.
He is being a massive deterrent for WE for walking into their jungle blind. JJ dies, respawns, and they're going to immediately start this back up. It is so difficult for WE to walk into this side of the jungle. No Mikhails, but again, Taeyun has cleanse and the QSS coming up.
It's completely blind. They've already stunned Cube. Baron's at 6,000 HP. Monkey's going to try to get into the pit, trying to make it a flip. JJ does have his smite. The Scatter of the Weak does land. Oh, the Keeper's Verdict knocks away one, and the Shy is going to send Cube in with a heroic charge. That's Baron picked up for IG. Will they win the fight, though? It's Monkey jumping in. Only onto JJ, though. Taeyun finally re-arriving to the fight. The Shy gets hit by the Aqua Prison. Not a lot of damage from IG just yet, but the health bars are starting to erupt. Karis flashes over the wall. Taeyun in some trouble. Tibbers comes down, but the Lucian will survive. Invictus Gaming will pick up the Baron, but they will not get a single kill until Monkey dashes in with the Grand Starfall. Gets hit up by the
found Rookie.
They're looking for Rookie. The Grand Entrance is big, but the Wild Growth has come through. Monkey's going to get taken down, and IG have the numbers advantage. Cube will drop as well. This could be the series. A lot going on to JJ, but it's only to buy the inevitable time that will not be available for Team WE. Teleport in for Rookie. They're looking for the game right now. They find a big charge in from the Shy, and now it's Taeyun, Vampire, and Karis trying to save the game.
They've got a Baron, and this should be the end. WE cannot regenerate in time. It is Karis, Taeyun, and Vampire to watch their base fall.
Gala's full HP. There's no chance this is going to happen. And Team WE are done. Invictus Gaming say screw your upsets, screw your Cinderella stories. We're still the champs, and we're still going to win this series.
All right, Grapes, take a breath, go drink some water, maybe go run into your bed, brother. You just had to carry that last fight. That was an extended bout for Team WE and IG. And after a strong showing in all three of these games at the very beginning, not being able to clinch it, some minor mistakes coming in. Again, we have to come back to the idea that Taeyun kind of jeopardized some of this game with the laning phase. Even Karis, some of those moments from Team WE, I think seeing the victory in their eyes, a little hungry to try to prove themselves and beat up on IG, but a step too far in the wrong direction, and Invictus will move up to 7-7, which is not bad. Definitely starts to put them in contention, but it is series like these that I think calls into question this super team. Can they actually rise to the occasion, show that they are really kind of the myth of this team, and potentially move themselves up into fighting for a chance to show up at an international?
And it's games like that where we get a little bit more excited about them. When Gala and Mako are able to work in stride, Rookie, of course, sometimes over-indexing himself a little bit, but I want to give some credit to the Shy on this Poppy. Multiple Keeper's Verdicts to send people away. The steadfast presences that blocked out all the dashes from Cube, from everybody really on that team. Monkey really had a tough time as well, trying to jump in whenever he tried to press that W button. The Shy pressed the W button of his own, and that blocked a lot of the engaged potential that Team W were looking for. And there was just a little bit too much single target damage on their side once you got to that later game stage. The assassination attempts from Karis were big, but once you use that unleashed power, there just wasn't enough threat for anybody to go down on IG.
Just between him and Gala kind of performing at the level that we needed to, it's insane to think that, this is a roster that we have still some doubts about, but just seeing the Shy play an incredible weak side game. I've been kind of on the up and up on the Shy. I know earlier in the series we said that, he's kind of lowered the amount of games where he's kind of just inting on a side lane or getting caught out a lot of the time, but he has really, I think, raised his bar in terms of what he's allowed to get away with and kind of how much he knows he's kind of the information that he's being fed around where enemy jungle is, when people are on his side of the map, when he's allowed to step up and when he's not allowed to. So I want to give a big shout out to the Shy, kind of same where you were kind of leading to. Just, I think, leveling up his gameplay and becoming that world-class top laner that we've loved for so many years before.
Yeah, we start to see some of that, even if it's not on the classic picks, or the big assassins, or even the Nidalee, on the Poppy, which is, maybe not as flashy of a champion, but he was able to do his job very well in this one. And that's what we're starting to see for Team WE. Some of the greenness maybe come through. It never seemed like things were fully set together after their dominant Game 1 win, as IG were able to kind of settle down and lock in after what was a very tough way to open up that best of 3.
Now, I don't want to deflate the WE hype train, but now on a 2-series loss streak, their matchups don't get any easier from here. They're going to be playing BLG later this week. They play TES next week. Maybe you get a freebie versus Thunder Talk in that 4th matchup, but it doesn't get any easier from here, and that might end up kind of depressing their chances of maybe breaking 7th. I know that we were talking about earlier that FPX kind of have a bit of an easier schedule going forward, but going up against NIP, that might be a free win if you're FPX, JDG, Weibo, IG. Now it feels like both of these teams kind of have their series in their hands. They're 1 win apart from each other, FPX and WE, and that potentially kind of make or breaks making 6th place or ending 8th.
Yeah, and again, remember, 5th and 6th place means you get to play against a Nirvana team in that play-in stage. 7, 8, 9, and 10 all play against each other in that one do-or-die best-of-5 to determine who qualifies into the postseason. As we take a look at some of our final damage charts before we wrap up the show for today. A very back-and-forth game this was, until, of course, we got a couple of big fights that went towards Invictus Gaming. Gotta give some credit to Gala and Mako, the way they were able to do a ton of work without really ever being in significant danger. And Rookie was in danger a lot of the time. He died a lot, but he was able to actually dish out some DPS of his own.
Okay, so We just need to see the score lines, because that's been the biggest determinator of who is getting MVP. That's right, we don't even see it on the screen. Okay, well, either way, yeah, I think it has to be either the Shy or Gala. They played this game so well, and for WE, kind of the issue is today felt more like an experimentation on kind of the recipe for success, right? Like game 1. We saw a lot of action around mid lane. We saw Karis and Monkey working together as that duo to really get stuff going for the team. Taeyun on this massive carry. I can't believe that this is the same WE that we saw in game number 1, because WE in game 1 were so aggressive, and game 3 it just felt like they were so neutered.
Yeah, it never felt like they had that super easy go button. Obviously, when you go to Lushinami, for somebody like Vampire, you lose out on another one of those easy engage tools. But when your primary way of starting fights is Monkey pressing the Grand Starfall, a lot of the time it means that when that ability is on cooldown, it's a little bit harder to start things up here. There were good opportunities for WE, and it came off of Monkey finding these flanks and finding these opportunities. And another one kind of in essence right here, but maybe this is where they went a little bit too far forward.
So it's just these mistakes, man. And this is a WE that we've seen them do this before. Plenty of series beforehand. Sometimes it ended up working in their favor when they're able to really kind of snowball and kind of just completely smash their opponents. But I don't know, just a disappointing way to end, and especially for the fact that IG did not play this series particularly clean. We still have a lot of kind of hang-ups about how they've played so far. That cleanse right there just made me so depressed. I'm so sad for Karis, but I said earlier, you know, when you're playing Syndra, especially into this composition, your flash is on a premium. Every time you flash, it has to be worth it. And I feel like Karis didn't make, you know, 10 out of 10 decisions in this game.
Yeah, and resulted in them finding some nice assassinations with the Unleashed power, but in some of those big team fights where things really needed to be a 1v5 situation for Karis, it wasn't able to find as much as they were maybe hoping for. As this was, I think, the last fight here. Cube gets a little bit overextended, and then the Shy just buying so much space on this Poppy, and there's just not enough full-on DPS for WE to make this really work.
I don't know. There's a lot of questions. We'll see. Maybe this is, you know, again, going on a 2-loss streak. There's a lot on the line, and their schedule doesn't get any easier. So I'm kind of looking. I'm trying to think about where this team could potentially end. So again, BLG, TES, WE. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've got 5 matches left. Realistically, I think they're winning one of them unless they take massive upsets against like BLG. Weibo's probably the closest one, and then what? That leaves them at 7 and 11.
Yeah, which would be like 7th to 8th, which is around where they kind of are right now, I guess. So
Yeah. So
not the craziest thing. It is an interesting situation. I'm very curious to see how like NIP decide to bounce back after they suddenly start to feel like they're coming out of a bit of a rough patch as well. If they can turn things up in this second round robin, I feel like they have the upside, especially with Solo Kill jumping in, to maybe make it a little bit more interesting around the bottom of the standings there. And once they pick up a couple wins, if they can kind of get themselves closer to that WE FPX pack, that's when we can start having some really interesting conversations of who's going to head to the bottom 2, who's going to head to the top 2, who's going to be playing up against each other in those do-or-die best-of-5s to get into the postseason. As it was the Shy getting that MVP. Again, the scoreline might not necessarily say it, but he did a lot of work on this Poppy all game long.
Oh yeah, he was quite excellent. So I'm thinking about this, Grapes. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe Teacher Ma was kind of goated, because that 5-win streak, if they end up getting 8th, they're going to play against Thunder Talk.
So they're setting themselves up here. That's what you're saying.
They knew. They saw the lines. They're like, okay, if we just win the next 5 games and maybe win like 1 or 2 next, we're probably playing Thunder Talk. He saw the lines, you know, bringing them all together. So if anything, we do have our standings reflective of the end of our series. We had 2 of them today. Obviously, FPX with a massive upset, and I mean, IG, not an upset here today, but definitely a closer match than necessarily they were expecting.
Yeah, but maybe not what we were expecting. We thought that this was going to be a pretty close one. I'm pretty impressed by the fact that the win-loss in terms of game plus minus is like all -2 from 5 down to 8. That just goes to show kind of how closely contested things are, how much FPX and WE have been able to take teams to 3 games, take teams to deciders, and also take care of business, win 2-0 against some of the games that they have been able to get on the win column here. It's been very fun to watch these teams that, you know, one of them won, one of them lost today, but both outside of the playoffs going into Split 1, coming into this group ascend and actually still providing a really big fight.
Just means that the race for 4th is in their sights, especially for Invictus Gaming. I mean, you kind of see it. JDG 7-4, BLG 8-5. The only reason that JDG get to be 3rd is because they've just played less games than their opponents. So until they play more games, they'll probably sink in the standings or continue to rise depending on wins and losses. But I think that between TES, AL, currently 3rd and 4th is being fought for by JDG and BLG. And if you can kind of knock out one of those, then maybe the 4th place spot. But everybody else is really fighting for scraps and hopefully to get into 5th and 6th so that you have those quote-unquote easier matchups against the Group Nirvana, the top 2 that you'll be seeing on the right side of the screen. But Grapes, that's it. We finally made it. It's 6 games. It is now almost 9 a.m. for me, 12 p.m. for you. I can't imagine there's very much that we have left to say after 6 games, but...
Well, you know, we wouldn't want to have it any other way, right? We went the full distance. We played some very entertaining League of Legends here today on LPL English, so a big thank you to all of you who did tune in. Remember, we're going to be starting a little bit earlier tomorrow and on Sunday. 3 a.m. Eastern, midnight Pacific are when our games are going to be beginning. RNG versus EDG up in Group Nirvana will start us off. Remember, RNG need a 2-0 to keep their hopes of playing in 2025 alive. Following that up is Weibo versus AL, and after that, WE versus BLG. Surely some exciting games in there. Make sure you tune in again at that earlier start time. Another thing we have to do is to give a big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Stoop, Mung, and Forrest Without. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. On behalf of our entire moderation and production team here, to Ilya, our producer, and to you, Alk Battery, for casting alongside me. My name is Ben Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in to LPL English. Once again, the final score for this final series, WE 1, Invictus Gaming taking it 2-1. We'll be back here tomorrow at that earlier start time, 3 a.m. Eastern, midnight Pacific, for another day of LPL. We'll see you then.